himself getting passed by multiple cars, as I mentioned earlier on, so Nuoff in a very precarious situation, but he often finds himself in these places. He doesn't qualify as well as he races.
Up front they are getting with Lee Aberdeen and Luca Varani not very far apart at all here, but I just want to see how Alistair Haig deals with Marcello Kessler coming around the old hairpin.
I would say it's not the best decision they've ever made, just not having done that under the safety car, really.
Yeah, they're taking their pit stop strategies from Ferrari lately or something. What's going on?
In turn one, just too much gas on them, too much feet on the loud pedal, and unfortunately he's dropped him all the way down the order, but Philip Hammer is out in front by an 8.91 seconds. Dan Michael is a wall there, sir. And it definitely doesn't want to be hitting that earlier on as well.
Difficult, the understeer is in the dirty air through that final corner because it's such a long corner and you get dragged off into the grass very easily. He'll have the slipstream down in towards the chicane. Peterson was briefly alongside, but that slipstream has saved him and kept him in third.
Yeah, Varani now lost a little bit of time to Aberdeen, about half a second. Peterson is Pike's pushed Morton forward up ahead. He's got out of line. It's now Pike going to have a go at Werrell. Don't push him off. He's in the championship fight. Jack Werrell chasing down Carl Jacklin. Further down, Rob Williams and Chris Barnes.
Sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's caught back into play. Exactly. Miller's still such trouble. He's left on second and change. All of a sudden Miller's back in play.
Moving on to the back end of Phil Jocelyn. So there's been a lot of movers and shakers in this first 2 laps here for race.
Absolutely serious racing league. Everybody's a lot of fun. Yeah, and it's all about the entertainment. So I hope everybody is enjoying themselves out there in the chat. We know that Ron is been enjoying himself watching. The Burger King machine's off into the grass a little bit there. Is that really bunching up now?
Does he have it?
Medeiros is going to get it.
Oh, they're going to toss it. They haven't got it.
He's on the outside line though, going into the fastest corner on the circuit. Surely this can't work.
Dominic Ligner has got a sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's caught back into play. Exactly. Miller's still start chopper. He's not on second and change. All of a sudden, Miller's back in play.
Can Barry do it? Big Barry's going to do it. Big Barry. Good morning and welcome back. It's Peck Endurance time. It's the 4 hours of Barcelona. You got myself, James Parfitt, Ewan O'Leary and Daan Pepels all in the booth with us today. And what an epic race it's going to be. It's round 5 already. Don't forget, guys, as well, today is sponsored by Prins Barbecue. You can check all the links out down in the description below. I'm going to bring Mr. Ewan O'Leary into the booth and we're going to have a nice little chat about the standings. Good morning to you, Ewan. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good morning, as it just about still is here in the UK and Europe as well, I guess. Yeah, I'm doing well. Looking forward to another round of the Platinum Endurance Championship. It's not been so long since we had the last one, but this is the shortest round of the season. Least points up for grabs, but most action condensed into a small amount of time, which is what's going to be interesting for us today.
Okay, so let's touch on the championship standings. We'll start with the GTPs. Where are we at currently at the moment with Altitude and Reiter? Because there's only 9 points between them here. We've got 2 rounds remaining. Can it be wrapped up today, or do we think it's going to go down to the last round at Daytona?
Well, because of the way that the point system works and the fact that there's different systems for different lengths of races, this is a 4-hour race, the only one, and so the only race with the points so few up for grabs here today. However, there's a 12-hour race at the end, which means there's a lot more up for grabs. So the 9-point margin between the top two means that it mathematically can't be decided today. It will go to a finale, which is sometimes quite rare in championships. Normally, it's always on the line at the penultimate round, but on this occasion, it's not very likely. It is mathematically between those two, though. If not mathematically right now, then almost certainly so by the end of today.
Yeah, and then we go on to LMP2s. We've got Centro Quattro leading on 127, XPD on 101. Platinum Racing Team Blue on 95. Are we realistically saying that after today, if Centro Quattro score maximum points, XPD don't have a good race, that it could be Centro Quattro's championship before we even get to the last round?
It could well be, but I don't think this one is going to be settled. Realistically, mathematically, it certainly can. 26 points between them at the moment, but Emerald Racing only need to finish 7th or 6th or 7th in a 10-team class to keep it alive, no matter what Centro Quattro do. I do think, though, realistically, if they want to take the title, they'll need to beat the 104 team today to make it just a little bit closer heading into that final round.
Right, on to the GT3 Pros we go. Racing Team 208, 145. Pretty much wrapped it up, right? I don't think there's a chance that they're going to be caught.
I don't think there's a realistic chance they'll be caught, no, and they only need to finish 9th today to be crowned champions. They need to score 12 points. 9th will do that for them. And again, they're fighting over their teammates after all, so it's really not going to be a huge fight there, unfortunately.
Right, into the GT3 AMS we go. Fury Sim Sport 121, Maniti Racing Yellow 119. We have got 2 points between these guys. This isn't going to be wrapped up today. This is going to go down to the final round.
And it's all as a result of the dramatic race we saw at Sebring. There were twists and turns all day in this class. Fury Simsport didn't get off to a great start. They started to climb through the order. They were playing that fuel strategy game, if you remember. Maniti Racing were doing well, and then they weren't. They had a crash not so far from the end. They've lost the championship lead just about, but by only 2 points. It's going to be a fascinating championship. And even Crips Racing Blue, to be fair, are still involved somewhat. Only 29 points back. And if they win today and put some points into the top 2, then they could be involved at Daytona as well.
Well, there you go, guys. That is where we're at with the team standings at this moment in time. But due to the fact that obviously how close it is, we are going to be going into qualifying. Now, we saw the details earlier on come out about the new qualifying format. What's the situation? Because I'm not seeing much difference between Sebring currently at the moment. I think they're going to be going out relatively doing the same thing.
They are indeed. It's going to be 18 minutes for each of the classes. GT3s will be out first, then it'll be another 18 minutes for LMP2, then another 18 for GTP. So we'll just reiterate that because it is slightly different. It's more different in terms of the actual timings themselves. The format has been the same throughout the entire season, or the idea at the very least has kind of been the same throughout. However, there's small timing differences. So qualifying underway. You don't have to wait at the start of the session to get yourself underway. The hour begins now, and this is now ticking away at the time for GT3. It will be AMs and pros out together in more than 30 cars, quite possibly, or approaching 30 cars. 14 AMs and 13 pros here on the grid today, as far as I can see. So yeah, approaching 30 cars going to be out there finding some track space in this opening part of the session.
Yeah, they definitely will be, guys, as well as they all come rushing out on to this Catalonia Grand Prix circuit here as well. 16 turns, it's going to be a difficult one. We don't have the chicane. It is a straight run round from turn 13, 14, 15, and straight round on to the start-finish straight. So that is what we are going to be looking at today. That is the layout. And that's what we're hoping as well this evening should be achieved here today as well. I'm looking forward to this one. Straight run through the back. That's better without any chicane, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's certainly better to drive. And I think it's a little bit better for racing as well. You can just stay a little bit closer. I've got to say, I'm not a huge fan of the reprofiled turn 10, which goes through the old motorbike sort of layout, which swings a bit wider. Just to help those out a little bit, but obviously they still use it now. The cars do as well. I'm not so much of a fan of that because it does slightly shorten the braking zone there and reduce overtaking opportunity at a circuit where the opportunities are already very reduced. But yeah, the final part of the lap is much better, certainly to drive and probably for racing as well.
Definitely will be there, and we will see these drivers out on track doing an absolutely stellar job. Don't forget, guys, welcome in. I hope you're all well. Mark Hutchinson, morning Marnix. Mr. Hedge, morning. JDF, hi, in live timing. Car 209 and 217 are in the AM class. Okie dokie. I will have a look at that one as we're going along and wait to see what is going on with the standings on that one, because they definitely should not be in there. But we will have a look and deal with that situation as well as we start getting times coming through. Short run today, Ewan. They haven't got these 10 hours. They haven't got these 12 hours. Now, what I want to touch on is this going to lead to some more aggressive overtakes than what we used to? I know Sebring, they come out and said the standards at Sebring were quite, at times, tough to watch, should we just put it that way, because there was a lot of LMP2 action with GT3s. It just kind of had everything. Now they've come out and said they want to up the standards of driving, right? Which is fair enough, because Sebring was difficult. So what are we looking at today? Because we're on a track that's renowned for tough overtaking, and we've got multi-class, and we've got drivers of different skill levels. What are we expecting here today, do we think?
I think you've got to remember that the speed difference actually between especially GT3s and prototypes here is actually quite big, which will help a lot. In some situations it won't help, to be fair, but in most I think it will help. You've got to remember the amount of downforce that these prototypes actually have. They can go through these high-speed corners at a much faster rate than the GT3s can. because of their lack of aerodynamic downforce. They make it through mechanical grip most of all. So that speed difference is going to help quite a bit, and it's not going to be a struggle for them to overtake, I don't think. It's not going to be a struggle for prototypes to overtake. They're not going to be stuck behind GT3s per se, but there may well be incidents because, as you say, it's not the widest circuit in the world. There's no room for error around here, really, and so that's where we might see incidents lead into stuff. I mean, yeah, there were some incidents at Sebring, obviously, but I don't know if we can ever expect to go into an endurance race without expecting to see incidents. We are going to get that. It's multi-class racing. We've got to accept that a little bit, I think. But obviously, we don't want to see it. But unfortunately, it will be part of the day, as it is part of any endurance race.
Yeah, I think that's the thing we've got to be aware of. It is a long race. It's not just a short sprint. You know, even with 4 hours, it's still tough enough as well. And I think these guys are going to have to be relatively sensible about what they do here and how they go about achieving it and making sure they can get to the end. I think this is where the difference lies between the 10 hours of Sebring, 12 hours of the last round. You know, they haven't got that time. They've got to make sure that they can get to the end, and they've got to make sure they do it cleanly to be able to actually survive and get the points that they need, because we are coming to the business end of the championship at the moment.
We certainly are. It's 65 points available now. All of the championship leaders have got far more than that, so it is business end of the championship. And I think this is going to be one of those races where we do have probably the most aggression we've seen all season long. Qualifying is going to be relatively important because you can't afford to get stuck behind someone for the first stint of a race like you might be able to in a 10 or 12 hour. You can make up that time. At a 4 hour you can't really. And second of all, just compounding that is the fact that it's quite hard to overtake anyway. So you don't want to be stuck behind people you're slower than, because likelihood is you're not going to be able to get past them. And then you're really in trouble for the entirety of the race. So it is going to be a track where qualifying is very, very important. This session is going to be very, very important as well. But we'll just have to see how it goes, because it's not the mentality you often have going into any qualifying session in a series like this.
No, definitely not. And it's going to be one that will be an interesting one here. And pay attention, because it's going to be exciting. And you want to sit back, grab your popcorn, chill out and enjoy it, because once again it's going to be absolutely epic here as we are coming now to the penultimate round of the season. One more round to go, and it's a 12 hours as well, and that is going to be just absolutely incredible as we are seeing the GT3s out on track, led by the GT3 Pro Racing Team 208 on a 147.27, Picky Drivers GT3 on a 141.708. So Racing Team 208 doing what they need to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Zach Sweeney, by the way, agreeing with us in the YouTube chat about the layout in the final sector, or towards the second half of the lap. So there we are. I think most people are in agreement, to be fair. But I always thought that we would never be able to see this layout again because of safety problems, safety issues. I thought that was the whole reason the chicane was implemented in the first place, and because obviously that's been the new ruling, that the standards for safety are now higher than they once were. 20 years ago, when this layout was used most regularly in Formula 1, I thought that would be, that would be it forever. We wouldn't see this layout again. But apparently it's become, I don't know what they've done to make it safer or make it past standards now, but it doesn't appear to me as if they've done anything. They've just decided it's safe again for some reason that I can't quite work out.
I don't know, mate, to be honest. I can't really see what they've done unless there's physical changes that obviously we're not seeing, but clearly they feel it's fine, which I don't know, to be honest.
It's fine for now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Until someone crashes.
Yeah, and then they'll come back and say, well, it's not really safe again. And you're like, right, okay, so you're going to change it again? I don't know. Let's just see how it gets on with these cars, I think, here today. I think it's going to be an exciting one. I think that they're going to have to really come off this last corner and be able to get going with it and enjoy it, I think, because as I say, it's not often we race this. Normally we've got a nice little dinky chicane in the middle there, and the one we don't have, as we can see here with Sergio Gomez Rondondo, has just gone round it and shot round it. Is there a physical difference that we're not seeing? I just can't get it. I can't see it, Ewan. I've got to be honest. I can't see what changed.
No, I don't know. It definitely was a safety thing, I'm sure of it. It wasn't a track layout preference, I don't think, from anyone, because it's been really not enjoyed over the years. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure quite what's changed really. I can't work it out in the YouTube chat either. So we'll just have to stay wondering about that one, I suppose. But yeah, I think everybody's going to be glad about it. I'm not sure whether it's going to make it overtaking easier or more difficult in terms of multi-class. Might be a little bit easier, but obviously the prototypes are going to have a lot of ambition going into that final corner where the GT3s are going to be hanging on for dear life, and so that's going to be a situation where we see a few dives through there in traffic, and hopefully the GT3s can stay on the road. But it could be a place where we see a few incidents multi-class wise. We're not going to see any moves for position, I wouldn't imagine, in those final two corners, but nor would we have done if we have had the chicane. So it doesn't really matter either way.
No, it definitely doesn't. But that's what the drivers got to contend with, and that's what they've got to deal with today. So let's see how they all get on here as well. It's the same as road cars and why they have changed the speed limits of motorways over the years. The road is no safer, but the safety of the cars is vastly improved, says Mr. Hedgecock in YouTube chat. Point, maybe?
I don't know if I'll quite accept that argument, because when was this layout introduced? About 2006, maybe?
The Grand Prix layout?
The with the chicane in it and everything. I can't remember, but it was certainly not earlier than 2005.
No, 2000. Well, the Grand Prix circuit was 2021 to present with the chicane, apparently. The motorcycle circuit, which is this layout, was also 2021 to present, so not very long ago at all, to be honest. Because the original circuits, well, that's what Wikipedia tells me.
Grand Prix circuit, there's a 2007 to 2020 layout there, which I'm going to guess that's when they added the chicane in 2007 then. But has car safety really come on enough in I know 15 years is a long time, but has it really? I don't know.
Oh, well, I don't.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's improved quite a lot, isn't it? Look at you can take under consideration when you look at Grosjean, right? 15 years ago, would he have survived what he did today? What he did in the Grand Prix? Would he have survived that?
Oh no. Well,
exactly. No.
Possibly not. I don't know.
Well, no, his head would have gone because there wouldn't have been any halo device.
That's true. I guess yeah.
So he wouldn't have survived that. So in that hindsight, I guess it has improved. The fact that obviously, they've got halos in. Yeah, 2021 to present is the change to turn 10. Thank you, Zach. That's what I said.
He means the sort of wider turn 10 here that we're just seeing this BMW through here at the moment. Just this wider turn, because we did have this, and then we went into the chicane for a year or two. But now we go through and miss the chicane as well. So we've got some of the fastest times we've ever seen around there. I can't find a reason as to why this has taken place, to be honest, but there we are.
No, me neither. But there we go. Onwards and upwards we go into the 4-hour race, and we are leading off here as well with these guys in qualifying currently, and it's Racing Team 208. Followed by Racing Team 221, Peaky Drivers GT3, Sissy State Punk Racing on 379 in second, Austrian Sim Racers Blue in third. So there we go. Fury Sim Sport, however, down in sixth currently in the GT3 AM.
Yeah, not great news. But then again, as I mentioned last time or earlier on, they didn't qualify that well at Sebring either. And it is very close in qualifying in the GT3 AMs at the moment. Peaky Drivers are miles in front of everyone else by about 9/10 of a second. And at the moment, they'd be right up there in fourth place if they were a pro team. But from second place down to 10th, we've got 9 teams separated by less than a second at the moment, or around 1 second. That is very, very close indeed. Bonita Racing and Fury Simsport both very much involved in that. Crips Racing Green haven't set a lap time yet with Christian Glamsier, so they did a big performance today, and starting from the back there, not going to be able to achieve that very easily.
They're definitely not here, and we'll see what they can do. I suppose you want to sit back and go, yeah, they've got 4 hours, but it's still only 4 hours, isn't it? Is that really enough time Do you think it's enough time for them to be able to move through the order, or do you think it's definitely going to be a down the order section for them? Because I know we've got 4 hours. It's still a long time. Don't get me wrong, but can they come through?
I think it's going to be more difficult, certainly, than what we've seen in previous rounds because of the two things compounding one another, really. If it's only a 4-hour race at Daytona, then I think you'd be fine. But even in a longer race around here, you'd be worrying a little bit because of the lack of overtaking opportunities. So I would be a little bit worried if I was starting towards the back. I was looking for a qualifying ban for them, actually, but they haven't got one. And I can't actually see them in the session anymore, can I? Unless I've lost them somewhere. Oh no, I can, sorry. They're just down the back. Prestana Nomad aren't qualifying here in this session, and I know they have a qualifying ban. I'll try and tell you what that was for. It was for a driver change deadline infringement. So presumably they've been fiddling around with drivers after you're allowed to. And so that's meant that they'll start from the back, but I can't see any reason as to why Crips Racing would be starting from the back. He would. He's putting in a fantastic performance at the moment to be leading the AMS, but then again, it's a team game, and so they're not going to run away with this and have things all their own way, you wouldn't imagine. Peaky Drivers, they're currently down in 11th in the drivers' standings, or the team standings, sorry. They've not had a fantastic season so far, really. Unfortunately for them, their best result being a 4th place. They've not been on the podium yet, so they'd be pleased if they can manage that for the first time, but this is obviously only qualifying. There's still a very long way to go, but not very long in this session now. We're very much getting towards the final moments of this one now. Yeah, it's normally quite late for us, but it's nice to be on in the day sometimes, in the morning as well. But to be fair, most of the people watching this, I think, will be based in Europe, and so it is the afternoon just about for them. So yeah, it's depends where you're watching from. But the final seconds of qualifying are now underway. The checker flag will be waving now, and so the final times will be being set. And it was another improvement, actually, from Peaky Drivers at the front of GT3 AM. Surely they will be taking pole position there. And I think Alessio Bonino is just about going to take pole ahead of Fabio Ponta, the two teammates 1 and 2 in GT3 Pro. they are leading Fury Simsport. They're certainly ones to watch. They're, still ahead of Maniti Racing in the qualifying order. That's what you've got to focus on here. I think they are 6th, but Maniti are 9th. They've got an even bigger job on their hands going forward here. And after all, Fury are in the position to be just defending their championship lead. No, it's only 2 points, and so it's not really about talking like that, like it would be in GT3 Pro or LMP2, but they don't have to worry themselves with this qualifying performance at all. They do have to worry a little bit if they cross the line here, because I think they'll get a penalty for setting a lap time after you're allowed to. But Middleton is going to carry on. Well, someone got in trouble for this last time, 2 weeks ago. Hopefully Middleton crossed the line when the checker flag was not waving yet, and I think he might have just about done that. We'll cross the line now and swiftly jump into the pit lane. But in the end, it was worth it, to be fair, because he's jumped up to 4th right at the end. It's been pretty unpredictable, really, and quite close as well. Going into the last race, we really had a lot of teams still available to win the championship, but that seems less likely now. And indeed, only 2 teams have actually won races, and that's the top 2 in the championship. Centre Quattro have won 3 now. Emerald Racing have taken the 1, and the one they didn't win, Centre Quattro finished way down in 6th position, lost quite a few points on that day, but they're still 26 ahead of everyone else. And let's not forget they had a qualifying ban at Sebring as well, and were still able to come through the field and win that one. So it's definitely in their hands at the moment. But Emerald Racing don't actually have to do a lot today to keep the championship alive going into Daytona, and during a 12-hour race you never know what might happen. So they've just got to stay in it here at Barcelona, stay up there, and make sure Centre Quattro don't wrap it up before the final round. Well, people often do talk about it being the toughest class because, as you say, you have to do the overtaking and be overtaken at the same time, which is a skill within itself. But having never done it myself, I can't really comment on that, to be honest. I've been the top class in a endurance series. I've been the bottom class in an endurance series as well, but I've never done the middle. So I can't speak from experience. However, it does seem logical that would be the most difficult thing to do. But then again, there aren't that many hypercars or GTPs actually in the field. So in terms of looking over their shoulder too much, they won't have to do loads of it. But especially not at Sebring, there weren't many of them at all towards the end of that race. But there are still 8 of them here today, so it will still be a factor in this race. The GTPs coming through to lap the LMP2s, who are trying to lap cars themselves. It does make it complicated. they certainly are. Taking a couple out of them. I mean, some of the sausage curves around here are really pointless, like that one out of 7 and 8. Well, I don't even know why it's there when there's gravel there anyway. But they've put one there anyway. I would like to know what you mean by historic layout. Whether you mean this one, because it's been in living memory, in recent memory, it's been the historic layout, 2006 and backwards. But now it's the current layout. So is the historic layout now the one with the chicane and the sausage curves? I don't know which one we mean now. So we'll see. I saw somebody saying earlier on as well, actually, that this is the best layout of a bad circuit, which is I guess fairly harsh. But if you don't like Catalonia, then I guess just truthful. But yeah, it's certainly got less sausage curves within it now. But still doesn't really solve the problem, because they are present around this circuit, even coming into the final corner as well, which is a really pointless one, because it's still there left over from when you have the chicane. That sausage curve is obviously useful to keep people in the track boundaries when you've gone through the chicane, but when you're doing this layout, you don't need it anymore, but iRacing still keeps it anyway.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things here as well that so many people are talking about. They've come out, obviously, the start of this season, and there's a new graphics update for most of the other new tracks that they're releasing. And now they're coming out and saying, well, we've done the graphic update for all the new circuits. Some of the older ones are in the list, which, how long is the list? That's the question. So when we will see all these new graphical updates for all the older tracks like this circuit, is going to be interesting to see. But the new graphics do look good. Some of the tracks, I think we're all in agreement that they can be rescanned. They could do with a rescan, certain points of them as well. Zandvoort is one, and so there's a lot that can be done, and there's a lot that they're trying to do, but it's just having that time restraint to be able to do it, I think.
Surely it can't be that difficult to just remove a sausage curve from a... You don't need to re-scan it, do you? To just do that? Obviously, you do for Zandvoort, because they've undergone radical changes.
Yeah.
In the last years, but surely to remove a sausage curve, you wouldn't need to re-scan that circuit, would you?
I wouldn't have thought so. But we don't know how difficult it is, do we? It's definitely a tricky one, and we don't know whether or not they have to rescan it or whether or not they can just remove it in the graphics.
I would have thought it could just be removed in the graphics, but then again, I'm not a game developer, so I've got no idea, no expertise in that in that field, so I don't know. I don't know at all. But anyway, it's something you have to contend with, and it does mean that the entrance to the final corner is a little bit narrower than maybe what you'd want to do. Typically on iRacing, you really do use all of the track boundaries. Think of places like Interlagos. We call it the iRacing line going into the final corner. You can really get on that AstroTurf in a way that you never would in real life or any other sim either. But you do it in iRacing. There's a couple of tracks like that. You can't do that at Barcelona because of that curb in the way. You have to take a more natural line on the way in, but it does just reduce the speed ever so slightly on the way into that final corner.
Yeah, definitely there as well. And, well, as Mr. Hedgecock says, how long is the list? It's the same as a piece of string. Twice the length from the middle to the end, apparently. So, I don't know. You know what I mean? I think when we try and time anything or try and say it's going to be this long or that long, we're never, ever really correct. And, there we go. Only one commentator can be heard on stream, at least for me. Well, I hope you can hear both of us now. No idea on that one. But there we go. Back to what we got going on. Bazinga Motorsport currently on pole position. Gazzapo from MRP by Fields Academy. Gianpaolo Filippi Cristini in third place for Central Quattro 104. To be honest, if we've seen Central Quattro come through the field and win the race, I wouldn't be overly worried about where they're qualifying currently at the moment.
No, especially since they're less than 0.03 of a second away from pole right now. It's a really, really close session from 1st to 8th. In fact, they're covered by less than 0.3 of a second. I don't think we've seen a qualifying like this all season long so far in LMP2. So there's absolutely no need to worry for Centro Quattro. It's going to be about consistency during the race. How long can you keep that pace up? And Centro Quattro so far have been the team to manage that.
Yeah, they definitely have. And Fran Garcia from Peaky Drivers LMP2 has also got greens on the board. Winston Eckel is down in 8th currently at the moment, but we'll stay on board with Garcia here and see what he is able to do as he's going to be going over the line. And what sort of time is he going to be able to put? It's a purple in the last. What has he done? He's gone into 2nd place. Stellar job from him as we got Winston Eckel from Platinum Racing Team Blue currently down in 8th. There's some improvements there in Sector 1, not in Sector 2. But what can he do in the final sector? Can Winston Eckel get this car up further up than 8th? And what is he going to be able to put on the board? Currently 1:30.488.
It's a slight improvement, but no improvement on position. He's now 2 tenths of a second, 2 tenths and 200ths of a second off of pole, and he's 8th place. It's an unbelievable session we're seeing at the moment in LMP2. Frank Garcia is only 4 thousandths away from pole. Cristini is only 8 thousandths away. 6 thousandths away. 8 thousandths away is Alberto Gazzapo in 4th place. All of the top 4 separated by less than 100th of a second for a circuit as technical, as high speed as this one, where your setups are actually going to take quite an importance as well. This is a really remarkable session and something we haven't quite seen over the course of the season so far.
Yep, not seen a qualifying session this close. So this could be an interesting one. The fear, though, as it comes into lapping the GT3s, Ewan, is trying to lap at the same speed as the car in front of you. You're going to try and rush the moves. You're going to try and rush through. And that could lead to problems, couldn't it, for these guys? And that's what we really don't want to see.
No, we certainly don't want lapping problems with these drivers. You never know what's going to happen. But as I said earlier, I think we're going to have to accept that we will see it at some point throughout, because it's what makes multi-class racing so great, is the challenge on the way through. And if it's not challenging, then people aren't going to make contact or whatever. So it kind of has to be like that, and it is like that by design. So it's the way it is, and the way it will be. Ben Dutton all out of shape through 7 and 8 there, but he is going quickly in the first sector at least. The only driver really to be going quite so quickly.
Oh, he's just had that taken away though from Franz Garcia from Peaky Drivers LMP2. So we'll see what Dutton can do in the middle. He's orange in the middle sector. Well, how is he going to be in the final one? What is Garcia up to when he comes across the line in the middle sector as well? How is he going to be standing here? Are we going to see improvements on times? That's, well, already close, to be honest with you. And, well, it's hopefully we may get it even closer as Dutton's going to come over the line in that 5:05. What is he going to be able to do? No improvements in the last. 1:30.441. No improvement for Ben Dutton. Fran Garcia is now green in sectors 1 and 2 currently, with sector 1 being taken by Oliver Konart from Bazinga Motorsports there. So Garcia will improve, but what is he going to improve to? Current best time, 1:30.272. So what can he do as he goes over the line for Garcia? Is he going to be able to pop it onto pole position? Yes.
Yes.
Breaks into the 1:29s.
Yeah, very impressive. He was only 4 thousandths of a second away from taking pole at the start of that lap, and now he's put the pressure on everyone else, because this is the biggest gap we've seen between 1 and 2 for quite some time now. He's the only driver to go below 90 seconds in one lap. He's nearly 3 tenths quicker than Oliver Konart, who can't finish the lap. So, Konart, after going purple in the first sector, won't finish this lap, and with less than 4 minutes till the pit lane closes, he's going to have to get out there again very quickly. He wants a final shot at pole position.
Do you think he will, or do you think he's just going to call it a day?
I think he will have another go, because he doesn't have anything to lose here, although, yes, he is making his way out, actually. So he's, just on his outlap at the moment. One final attempt to be set up then, and I guess, why not have another go?
Yeah, definitely. Ben Dutton's coming along with improvements in sector 1 and 2 for the 5:05. He's just put it into 5th place. Alberto Gazzapo has just put it into 2nd place. And Fran Garcia has also got a purple in sector 2 here. So this is getting even closer currently as well at the top of these LMP2 standings. This could be the series to watch throughout this race, to be fair, because it is so close. What about Garcia? What is he going to be able to do currently at the moment? Goes orange.
So what's the time for him there? First still 30.1. That would have been good enough for pole again, actually. That's still quicker than anybody else has done once again, but a tenth and a half slower than his personal best. So he's not going to improve, obviously. There is Connor. In fact, 9 of the 12 LMP2s and 9 of the 10 who have set lap time so far are all out there at the moment. Gazzapo just goes into the pit lane, so it's 8 of 10. But we're going to have some very, very fast times coming towards the end here. Track conditions are the best that they'll ever get for these LMP2s in this session. One more go at this. Why not give it another go as Winston Eckel moves up to 5th place with his final lap time of the session.
Yeah, definitely as well. Gazzapo is back out for the MRPs. Oliver Cohn up Bazinga Motorsport. He's now just about to start his flying lap here before the end of this session. It's going to be an exciting one. The LMP2s are delivering in quali. Are they going to deliver in race? Because it was the LMP2 category that caused somewhat of a bit of a drama at Sebring there, Ewan.
It was a little bit of drama. I didn't think all of it was fully deserved, but there we are. We've been through that many times in the last race and whatever. But it's a nicer spread of field actually here today in terms of all the classes. It's very evenly spread. I think the most numerous class is 15, least is 8. That was wildly different at Sebring, where we were heading towards 20 for the biggest class, and we only had 6 hypercars or GTP cars. So it's a nicer spread, and maybe that will help just a little bit here in terms of the racing. But let's see. Oliver Kona flashing his lights as he makes his way down towards turn 10 right now, on a lap, but it doesn't look like he's going to improve here. He will have one more go at the end of this, but this doesn't look like it's going to be the pole lap.
No, he was flashing the racing team, Platinum Racing Team Blue at the hands of Winston Eckel there as well, as it's coming down to the last few minutes. He's got to give it a go, and he's got to give it a big, sliding out the last corner. Not ideal. Konat says, well, no, not going to be able to do anything here. Christini has got greens on the board in Sector 1, and greens coming up as well. We got the new LMP3 has been released. I've not got behind the wheel of it yet. I've not had the remote time. Could that be adventuring into next season, do we think? Do we think we're going to see a GTP, LMP3, GT3 class series?
Well, I'm not entirely sure, but we did hear in the YouTube chat at the Sebring race when it was announced, fully confirmed the LMP3, that they were going to do something with it, I believe anyway, so we'll have to see on that. I certainly think that the new Cadillac GTP will be in the in this series next season, though, just to add a bit of depth to that GTP class, although this does often happen, as we've seen in TCR in recent months actually. A lot of people will take up the new car in favour of the old one, so I don't think we'll see very many BMWs at all next season, but rather we'll see quite a few more Cadillacs unless people really, really prefer the BMW.
Yeah, I think that's going to be all preference, isn't it? I think it'd be interesting. It's like we've discussed before when it comes into seeing different manufacturers. You know, I'd love to see a multi-class W13 series. Don't get me wrong. You know, we'd all love to see a Red Bull or Ferrari on the grid or whatever else, you know, but that's unlikely to happen, of course. You know, I'm sure there's some deal in place with Mercedes that's probably an exclusive deal, but Cadillac, BMW, Glickenhaus, Ferrari, they're all there. They've all got, you know, I don't think it's an exclusive BMW deal because obviously the Cadillac's here, but can we see more? You know, do we think we can get more into the GTP class?
Oh goodness, this is who's this coming over the line? It's Hernandez.
Hernandez.
By the looks of things for Emerald Racing, is it? Yeah, it looks like it was. Oh no, sorry, he's not going to be the purple sector though, is it? It's Garcia, sorry. He's got the purple sector. He's going a bit quicker, but he will have pole now because he's the only driver still out there. That's not good news for Emo Racing, by the way, who are down in 8th, with Centre Quattro up in 4th. There'll be work to do there in what will be a very interesting LMP2 class. Garcia goes over the line. He can't quite improve. But yeah, I think we are going to see more GTPs in the future. It's more likely to be from manufacturers themselves than these privateer entries like Van Wall or Glickenhaus, to be honest. I'd be gobsmacked, as I said last time, if Glickenhaus came. Although, then again, the Van Wall might be appearing in other places around around sim racing and so on. So I'm not entirely sure whether there's any truth to the privateer theory that I have or not. But yeah, we're more likely to see manufacturers, especially Porsche, who are indeed dealing them out to other real life teams as well to use in Le Mans a little bit later today.
No. Oof. Spice could be coming. Could be exciting. The way forward is there. Let's see what happens and see what we can get on with here, as some of the guys are going to be looking at coming out in the GTPs currently at the moment here. And before we get underway for their qualifying session, the GTP class, really between Reiter and Altitude, I think that's the situation, isn't it? And that's how it's been for most of the season, to be honest.
Yeah, very much has been between those two all season long. 9 points between them at the moment. Altitude have won the first and most recent races, whereas Reiter have won the two in the middle. Simtek have been second in a couple of those, but they've not scored any points in any other round other than when they've been on the podium, and I don't believe they're here. Oh no, they are here this time. Matthias Cernak is qualifying their car. As I mentioned, we've got quite a few more GTPs on the grid on this occasion than what we had at Sebring, which is a little bit disappointing, and it's how 2 LMP2s, I believe, ended up on the podium.
Definitely. Florist Harvestwood from TR Geeks Energy, João Delgado for Delta, Tom Dadswell for Altitude, Matik Cernek for Simtek, Leandro Mendez for Raycar, Martin Perez for Octopus Racing, Irvin Avina for Magic Arrow, and Dennis Robin Wolf for Reiter. I think this is where my most excitement comes for this class alone. I think between the guys at Reiter and Dadswell at Altitude, I think we could be in for an absolute barnstorming back and forth here today, with this very short, in conjunction with other rounds, of course, a short race. Going to be tough though, because as you say, traffic management and everything else all at the same time. So where's your money? Who would you say is going to come out on top? Putting you on the spot, of course.
Yeah, I think the form has been going with Reiter Engineering Esports, has to be said, throughout the season so far, until their incident at Sebring, which is of course much talked about. We saw them quite a long way in the lead and quite a lot faster than the rest as well. So I think the momentum is definitely with them. In terms of the championship though, you never know. There's 10 points between first and second, for example, at that final 12-hour race. That's a big disparity between 1 and 2. So I think either of these teams could win with a win at the next round, depending on what happens on this occasion. So it's going to be close, but I think Reiter will just about have enough to take it, as long as they keep things a little bit cleaner in this race than they did 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and that's where some of the obviously the conversation come from, and it was all very, very up and down, as Dadswell there just allows the Dennis Robin Wolf from Reiter to go through. I'm sure he's going to be looking and trying to stay with him, but I think Dennis Robin Wolf is currently on an absolute flying of a lap time, and we're going to see the first one come through very, very shortly, and you can basically guarantee that this is where it's going to be coming from. Reiter and Altitude, who's going to be able to stop who's going to take the victory, who's going to be doing the job. And well, it's currently Reiter Engineering 127.074, Altitude in third there as well. Yeah, I would say Dadswell took it a little bit easy on that one, wouldn't you?
He did, and that's why you saw him letting Reiter Engineering through there. Just finding himself a bit of track space, but still, even with 5 times on the board now, still second in front of the rest. Floris Harsford for TR Geeks Energy was briefly second. Now it's Simtek and Matthias Cernak who's up there now. 6 tenths away though, even at this stage. It does show that these cars are a little bit harder to drive. You can make up and lose a little bit more time over a shorter distance than you can in an LMP2, because there are just a few more dimensions to this car. It's a little bit more difficult to drive, especially on the brakes, which you're admittedly not using that much around here, but even so, they're difficult cars to get hold of on occasion, and so that's why you're seeing much bigger gaps here. The competitive times, 2.1 seconds separate the top 6.
Dennis Robin Wolf is going purple again. Dadswell is obviously green on his improvements from his last lap for the GTPs. And one that we can be able to see how he's going to do. Is he going to improve? Is he going to be able to move it up? He's obviously clearly going to be able to move it up, but it depends on how far he's going to be behind the end of Reiter Engineering here. And let's see what he can do as he goes around the final corner. Cross the line, he's going to go now. Second, 1:27.23, about half a second back from Reiter Engineering.
Yeah, well, yeah, you've got to put it in perspective, to be fair, for Altitude Esports, because that was their first flying lap at Dadswell. He was only 2 temps away from Reiter's first flying lap as well. Wolf has obviously gone on and gone 3 temps quicker again during this most recent one, but I think it's better to compare yourselves to that first lap for Reiter. We'll see if Dadswell does indeed do that, but I don't think he's quite going as quickly on this next lap, despite the fact he has gone green in the first sector.
Yep. Got green currently in sector 1. Leandro Mendez is also green. João Delgado as well for Delta Racing here. And let's see what we can get on and what happens within this qualifying session for these GTPs. They're going to be wanting to get out in front, right? You know, and I think that's the thing. Where are we looking at, do you reckon, lap times? Because we've seen it around about lap 3, lap 4, depending on the state of what happened within the GT3s. Are we looking at that area again? It's going to be sort of 3 to 5 laps before they start lapping the GT3s?
Well, it's kind of depends on how much space the GT3s give to the GTPs. Around this circuit, they're nearly 15 seconds a lap quicker around a circuit less than 90 seconds in length, so that makes it 6 laps if they started absolutely side by side, but they obviously don't do that, so it could well be less than 5 laps before we start seeing lap traffic. That's well less than 10 minutes, which is the normal marker. But it's just the pace difference around this circuit between the 2 categories, really. The prototypes with a lot of downforce that allow them to excel through these high-speed corners that there are so many of at Barcelona, whereas the GT3s don't have any of that aerodynamic downforce. They have to suffer through the corners, and they lose a lot of time as a result.
Yeah, they definitely do. The answer to that question is there a mix of GT3Rs and GT3 992s on track? No, it is just the same as it's been set. So it is currently which is the Porsche 911 GT3R Legacy. The new one is not in the series. So, and I can probably guarantee it might not be.
I can't believe, by the way, that they're already calling it Legacy, this GT3R, when I think it was released in about 2018. The car in real life, that is. Unbelievable. But anyway, that's what happens. I guess they need people to buy the new car, don't they?
Yeah, so they name it Legacy. But yeah, it is the same, and I think it's going to be locked, to be honest, till the season ending, because obviously, you know, they won't bring it in. It would be locked up and done. And that would be locked for the whole season, because obviously, you know, drivers picking their cars for the season, and I don't think it will be brought in for the final round. It will be for next season if it gets brought in at all, of course, with the GTP, LMP2, LMP3. What's going to happen? How are they going to work the series? All up in arms currently at the moment, so let's see what it has been. Now, I've been given some secret source of information here, and it's been given to me from an anonymous source regarding the LMDHs and tyres. Now, the LMDH has had a fuel tank size increase in the latest patch. It means that a set of tyres can't last a whole tank of fuel. In testing, it showed that the tyres would be at 0% with 4 laps of fuel remaining.
That's bizarre.
So there we go. So the LMDHs are going to have to change tyres every stint. And it looks like they're going to be, well, 4 laps of fuel remaining in the tank every single time.
Well, what will happen as well, though, is that they'll do about an hour now, the GTPs, because that's what they've been doing in real life. At the most recent 6-hour race for the WC, anyway, they did 5 stops. The best cars did 5 stops during that race, which is 6 1-hour stints, of course. So that does fall in line with real life, but the amount of tyre wear certainly does not fall in line with real life at all. And unless these guys have got setups that are completely out to murder tyres, and that's the only thing they're there for, then I almost can't believe that is the case. But maybe it is. Not entirely sure. Let's not forget that this is a really high load, high wear circuit anyway. The high speed corners I've been talking about, that doesn't help the tyres particularly at all.
Yeah, well, it's going to be an interesting one if that is what the situation is happening there as well. iRacing pushed that as an update. There's going to be rough at the end of each stint, says Mr. Hedgecock. I think it will be. I think it will be. How big of an effect is that going to have on their fuel strategy if they're going to be if they're still going to have fuel remaining if they've got to change tyres?
Well, it's going to mean that some people are going to nurse their tyres, you'd imagine, to the stint, and they're going to make it, and some aren't. So I think that's going to be the key, really. It's going to be about making it to the hour, as far as I can see, for GTP now, and for GT3 as well, which shouldn't be a huge problem for them, but for GTP it might well be. But if they're only running 50 to 55 minutes before running out of tyres, then it will be 6 stops, and we'll see where we go from there. But let's not forget that 7 50-minute stints does fit quite nicely into 6 hours, because well, not quite 50 minutes. You need to go a little bit longer than that. 7 times 50 is 350. It's a 360-minute race, so 52 minutes on a stint, and you'd be absolutely fine to make 6 stops. So it's not going to be a huge worry, I wouldn't imagine, but it could well be. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, okay. Right, regarding that issue with the timing tower, I have increased the size of it. Please let me know if that works out. YouTube contract pressure makes it hard to read. I do apologise there as well. It is going out in 1440. There's no upscaling there. So let's see. Hopefully you might be able to help, and that might be able to help you read it better. It is obviously a bit tough with the font size and stuff. Leandro Mendez from Raycar Esports there with Tom Dadswell behind him, in front of him. 127.33 for Raycar, and then we've got a 127. Well, they've got exactly the same lap time, Raycar and Simtech there.
Well, that doesn't happen very often. Oh, well, to be fair, as far as live timing goes, actually, the Racer Esports team have got 1,000th of a second over Simtech. I know that live timing doesn't always correlate quite to iRacing, does it? So I'm not sure which one to believe, but they're very, very close, put it that way. And it is fairly close in GTP qualifying. We've not seen too many of these types of sessions so far from this class, but the top 5 are all covered by 7/10 of a second, which, once again, at a circuit like this, is pretty impressive. 6th and 7th are separated by only half a tenth as well, with only a few more tenths back to Octopus Racing Team. So it's very encouraging so far this session.
Definitely is. Dadswell could not break in to the 126s there. Only got 127.035. So unfortunately for him, from altitude there, Ryder is still the only team in the 126.734. So let's see what they can do now as he heads back out onto the track. Floris Hazelwood for TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing LMDH out on a track currently at the moment is sitting down in 5th place. What are the other teams going to be looking at here within the GTPs, Ewan? You know, are they looking at it as the best of the rest? Is it we've just got to try and get as high as possible? You know, it's going to be tough for these guys, right? And the whole sort of mental preparation, when at times you probably can look back and say there's not a lot to fight for. Are they still going to be aiming to try and get as many points as possible and going for that 3rd place maybe? Because, as we say, Ryder and altitude are kind of got it wrapped up, really.
They do a little bit, but that doesn't mean that the other teams won't be motivated for results. It will be just single race results that they're looking for, really, now. But that's absolutely fine, I think. They'll definitely go for that. So still motivation for them, and it's obviously still a lot to learn for the GTP category as well, where it is still very new. There obviously will be a new car on the scene soon, but or now in this championship soon as well. But you can still learn a lot. You can still learn a lot from one of these races, even one as short as this. So they will still be motivated, but nobody will be getting near the top two. You wouldn't imagine. It will be about them making mistakes and trying to capitalise on that, as we saw at Sebring.
Definitely will be here as well. Let us know who you are fighting for or cheering for in the chat. We've got HW Racing, we've got Leo Racing Team, and then Bernardini's. But oh wait, no. As they are now just Racing Team 208. So there we go. Let us know who else you are having a cheer on for and who is your favourite team and who you're looking to take the victory here today. We've got 5 minutes left before we finish off, and Dennis Wolf is looking like he's setting another purple, goes 126.706. But he's just flying, isn't he really, Ewan? And it's going to be tough for everyone.
Yeah, it really is. Nobody else able to... Oh, dear. What's happened?
Platinum Racing Team Black have been disqualified from the race.
Wow. That's a big surprise. That was the car that didn't qualify. Nick Kirstens was at the wheel, but sat in pit lane.
Well, they're DQ'd from the race for not enough practice time.
Ah. Yeah, you do need to complete, what is it, 45 minutes
45
of practice in a free practice session. There's specifically organised free practice sessions.
Wow.
6 of them as well, so you do need to get the amount there.
How?
Sorry. Also, Racer Esports team are under investigation for that at the moment as well, I think.
That's the team of, right, Marnik Heister, Sven Merckx, Nick Kirsten, Martin Beers, Sophia Redpath are no longer in this race.
I believe so.
Right. Well.
Possibly so, anyway. And as I say, Racer Esports team, who have currently qualified 3rd overall, I believe are just under investigation for that at the moment as well. So hopefully they're not DQ'd as well, but it's possible for them too.
Right, well, let's see what happens here along this line. So, again, yeah. There we go. Simvision for Yao Reese. Hacken says, let's go Floris. And of course, he is in the TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing LMDH here. Let's see. They are checking. They are still checking. So let's see what Race Control come up with. And I'm sure they will let us know on who will be, won't be, and who's going to be, if anyone will be DQ'd. But at the moment, as far as we're aware, for the stewards, it is Platinum Racing Team Black. Wow.
Yeah, it's a shame for them. I'm not sure why they didn't qualify, because as far as I could see, they didn't have a qualifying ban or anything. But I'm not entirely sure. Maybe they thought the rules were that you just couldn't qualify, having not practiced, or I don't know. I don't want to speculate either, really. But yeah, for whatever reason, it doesn't look good for them.
No, it definitely does not. So yeah, tough for them guys, but hopefully they've got other plans that they will be able to do today if they were planning on just racing here today. So from their point of view, let's see. Raycar Esports as well are under investigation for not enough practice time. That's Leandro Mendez.
So yeah, they're saying now that maybe there's something wrong with their formula for calculating the times. of the amount of time they've done, because I'd imagine one of those teams has protested the fact that, we have done 45 minutes, but race control are saying that they didn't. So I think they're just looking into that at the moment, looking into all of that and seeing who's correct, because there's clearly two sides to that story there.
Yeah, there definitely is as well. So let's see what happens here. See how this one works out, unfortunately. Hopefully, Raycar won't be DQ'd, but let's be real about it. 30 seconds left here.
This is quite late for a time to be coming in from Danish Robin Wolf. I hope he didn't cross the line when the checkered flag was already out. He goes over the line again and doesn't improve, but he would have been pole anyway. Hopefully that doesn't result in a penalty for him, because I think that might have been a time set after the checkered flag had flown.
Today is Portugal National Day, so good luck to all the Portuguese teams.
Yeah, it's I guess national holiday as well. You'd say maybe, but it is a Saturday, so maybe they'd be off anyway. But yeah, apparently June 10th. I just googled it. It is indeed to celebrate when they gained independence from Spain. So there we are.
Nice.
Bit of history for you on a Saturday morning.
Why not? Got to bring it out every now and then, haven't we? I've got 4 hours to contend with, so yeah. I'm sure there's going to be more history as we go along, I'm not going to lie. But for a minute, we're just waiting for the qualifying results to come through, and then we'll be able to bring them up for you. So let's see what happens here, and bring you up the grid very, very shortly. Where are you lying? Who do you think GTP-wise is going to win? Is it going to be right? Is it going to be the altitude? What do you reckon, Ewan?
Yeah, I think it will be Writer Engineering Esports. They've been the fastest team for my money so far this season, but obviously a couple of incidents have set them back at important moments. To have 3 temps over the field is impressive, but they are going to be challenged over the course of the day by altitude. And Racer Esports team, Simtech aren't that far away, neither are TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing. All of those drivers within 7 tenths of a second of the pole sitters. So yeah, I'm not willing to count out many of them, to be honest. But let's see. It's certainly Writer Engineering's to lose, though, as far as I can see.
Oh. PRT Orange 369 drive-through qualifying driver not starting race due to race ban. Wow, not even got underway yet. And that's
in loads of penalties already.
Yeah, Chris Rowe, Chicane Online Racing Orange. Got a drive-through penalty. There we go. We're not even going anywhere. We've just finished practice and qualifying. So, well, if that's what they're doing already, how's it going to work out here through the race? Well, let's bring you up the grid. In the GTPs is Dennis Wolf, Tom Dadswell, Leandro Mendez, Martik Suranek, Floris Harverswood, Erin Avinar, João Delgado, and Martin Perez in your 8th place there. So for them guys, and then to go down into the LMP2s, Fran Garcia is on pole from Peaky Drivers LMP2, Alberto Gazzapo in the 2nd, Oliver Conart 3rd, Gianpaolo Cristini 4th, Gianni Peroni in 5th, Winston Eccles 6th, Ben Dutton 7th, Ivan Hernandez 8th, Vincente Lara 9th, Zachary Livingood is in 10th, Twan van der Belde in 11th, and then Nick Kirsten, of course, are DQ'd from that one. In the GT3 Pros, we've got Alicio Bonino, Fabio Ponta, Marcello Eusebio, Philip R.C. Beretta, Paolo Tadaloni, Cristiano Rocca, Jose Cazon, and Jamie Pounder round out your top 8. In 9th place, Cesar Carragel, Carlo Ferreira, Martin Hobson, Dave Ramos, Sergio Vieira from SR Technic, and Tim Penny from Prestonado. Down in last place, Christian Glamsey are there as well. In the GT3 AM, Sergio Redondo, Norbert Windholz, Cade Middleton, Chris Hindich, Rui Felipe Pinarero from SRT Technic, and Ruben Carapato in 6th from Protosim. Michael Saunier in 7th place. Jan Elk Zanders in 8th. Christopher Rowe in 9th. Pepper Carstens in 10th. Marcus Fullman in 11th. And Justin Cole from Team Upstate is in 12th place there as well. So we're going to be getting up and running underway as the drivers will have this, well, it's not really a pace lap, Ewan, is it, to be honest?
No. It's just the final sector. We'll grid up on the back straight and get things underway very, very quickly indeed, which helps the GTP drivers especially stay in the rhythm. Joe Ray's putting up a good point in the YouTube chat about time management, how we could see some surprises. I guess it sounds effectively like we've been giving Writer Engineering and Esports the race win already, 4 hours out from the finish, but obviously we're not trying to do that. And he's absolutely right. We could well see some surprises today with the new season of iRacing. We're now into season 3 of 2023, and there'll be quite a few changes in this race that have been thrown up by that.
And I definitely had here Robin Van Wall from right up is going to be your effective pace car very, very shortly. So let's wait for the pace car to go in. We'll be into the 4 hours of Barcelona very, very shortly. There they go, the guys on track. Right. Somebody else is being investigated there as well. Chris Racing Green to be investigated for not enough free practice time either. But we're going to be underway here very, very shortly with the Writer Engineering and also the Altitude. And they are underway. And it is Writer out in front. Tom Dadswell there with the Leandro Mendez from Raycar right up next to him as well. Is Dadwell going to lose his position down into turn 1? Raycar's gone and, he's gone and sent it. Dadwell's going to try and get the inside line for coming out, and currently is down in 3rd. In the LMP2s, it is Peaky Drivers leading us away here with a load of space behind him. Bazinga Motorsports and Central Cocho MRP are all battling away further back as well. And it is going to be, somebody's on the grass there. That's not good. Number 104. Unfortunately for them as well, but it is currently Fran Garcia, Peaky Drivers, Bazinga, Central Cocho, MRP behind them there. In the GT3s, this is where the mass of cars is going to come from. Here with Bonino from Racing Team 208, Punter from Racing Team 221, as they are now starting off as well. And they're coming down into turn 1 currently here as well. And it is Bonino in 208. Ponto's got 221 right behind him, Grow Racing right behind that as well. And Sim Vision in 4th place there, making gains as well. Everybody at the moment, I'm not going to lie, seems quite clean currently at the moment. Here, Ewan, and everybody made it through cleanly.
Yeah, it has been a clean start from everybody, which is good news, especially in the GT3s where there's so many cars to contend with as well. But it's been a nice start. The 2 racing team cars, 1 and 2, out here in the GT3s. But there was a big challenge for the lead into turn number 1. Overall, Writer Engineering Esports coming under threat, but it was in the end Leandro Mendez who went down the inside of Tom Dadswell to get up into 2nd, and over the course of the lap, Matej Cernak has got up into 3rd place as well. So already the championship leaders are down to 4th in the early going of this race.
Yeah, they are at the moment as well, and they're now chasing down. That's allowed Writer to get a 1.4 second gap out front at the moment. Dadswell there dropping down 2 places in class, and is now down in 4th place. Peaky Drivers, Central Cocho, Bazinga are your 1, 2, 3 in LMP2s. 208, 221 for the racing team are in 1st and 2nd, with Grow Racing in 3rd. Peaky Drivers, DMX MSI are in 1st place there. Peaky Drivers they've got nearly a 3-second gap already to City State Racing.
Yeah, this is
Which
as a
is
result
incredible.
of their qualifying. It's a result of their qualifying, and the fact that it was so good, it embedded them right within the pros. So when we started this race, they already had a bit of a head start over the rest, or quite a significant head start over the rest. So that's not too much of a surprise to me, but it does put them in a fantastic place in the early going of this race, as it's side by side between a few of them in towards turn number 1. Lots of Cars very close to one another here through turn 3, and there is a bit of contact.
Yeah, Jamie Pounder in the Chicane Online Racing Red was up the front there, and that was Cristiano Rocca from Protosim Esport. They were having a little bit of a door banging as well, and they're still swapping positions here in the 2 BMWs here with Davo Ramos and also Cristiano Rocca. And
Michael Sonia went off at turn 1, by the way, and he's been passed by all of the GTPs because of the gap between... Oh dear. Where did he come from? It looked like he was descending from the moon there. Let's see. Oh, well.
He's already
straight on. This is a little bit further back. Now,
this is where it all starts.
But he's had connection problems. And then... That's got to be a technical failure happening there for Sonia, because that was a very, very weird thing to happen there.
It definitely was.
Not entirely sure.
Not entirely sure, but that Mercedes, well, yeah, looks well beat up currently at the moment as well. And Altitude are now on the back of Simtex Motorsport LMDH here, as we keep an eye out for any more infringements coming with free practice time currently at the moment. As you saw, the last one there was Chris Racing Green are under investigation once more here as well. So there's been a lot of teams here. Lap 4, there we go. Lap 4, they've managed to come through on the GT3s.
Yeah, only 3 laps of quiet, and now it's going to get quite loud at the front. Writer Engineering just slot themselves into a nice gap here. It's a lot less of a nice gap in that battle for second place, it has to be said. It's quite calm for Dennis Robin Wolf. He's got all the time in the world, it feels like, to go round the outside of some of these drivers through turn 3, and then he'll look up the inside of 4, and he'll duck and weave around them all. He'll be outside of 4. Maybe he'll go for outside of 5 instead. No, it'll be outside of 4, inside of 5. Here he goes on the Lamborghini as well, late on the brakes, but he will be caught now by Racer Esports team, who have clearly been more aggressive. Leandro Mendes looking to catch up. Simcheck and Altitude here as well.
Yeah, it does look like that is... I'm not going to say he's taking it easy, but it didn't look like he was in a rush trying to make some of these moves. If we jump on board with him, did he? He almost was like, yeah, you know, come and have a go if you think you want to try and overtake me in traffic. That just...
He didn't look slow either, though.
No.
I've got to say, it just looked calm and composed, really. But maybe it was a little bit slower than what Mendes has done behind. Of course, we didn't see initially just how aggressive Mendes was being, so you don't really know. Up the inside into the penultimate corner, and then the final turn. This is where things could get tricky for the GT3s. They don't really know when to turn in. They do have to do it at some point through such a high-speed corner, especially. Now they'll be able to. Mendes just halted a little bit through there. Altitude and Tom Daswell really close now to Cernak, who's forced to go on the defensive. It'll be almost free wide towards turn 1, and Daswell realises there's not space. Oh my word, Cernak broke too late there. He very nearly got into Mendes, and Daswell will take advantage and move up to 3rd.
Definitely has here as well, and Tom Dadswell there with an absolutely stunning overtake on a mistake from Cernak, has now put himself into 3rd place in the class here, and is now trying to chase down the guys at Raycar who are just in front of him. You can see them there as well. Dadswell's gone up the inside. They're all going up the inside of that poor BMW.
Contact.
Yeah.
Got a bit more contact again. Cernak got just into Dadswell a little bit, and then Mendes got the brunt of that as well. They dive down the inside of another GT3 in towards turn 7. It's one of the slower speed corners, to be fair, so that's more expected. That wasn't quite so expected from the racing team car. They'll be flashing the lights probably. Oh no, they're not. That's
they are 2-2-1.
Spoke too soon. Through turn 9, which is a really high speed corner, and again the GT3s just don't have the aerodynamic downforce to hold on with that, but the prototypes are through. They've cleared the first bit of traffic.
Yeah, and then we're going to be jumping on to what is going to be Fran Garcia from Pinky Drivers LMP2. They are just starting their way through as well. This is where we can hopefully, we'll be able to jump on board and see how they get on there. There was no further investigation for Chris Racing Green there. They have managed the practice time reached, so no further investigation. Right, let's jump on board with the LMP2 of Fran Garcia as he is starting his way up through the GT3 field here. Are we going to see the fast flowing that we've just seen from Wolf, though? The Wolf just he didn't look like he was really. I don't know. It just looked so like like Sunday driving. I'm just going to go in and out of you, and I'm not going to panic. And he just looked like he had that LMDH planted on the floor there. It was amazing to watch.
Yeah, he didn't look under any pressure at all, and after all, he isn't really, because look at the gap he's got now. It's 3.5 seconds at the end of all that. Fran Garcia probably should do the same, but he's got a bit more pressure from Central Quattro, who qualified 4th, but have climbed the order to 2nd now. They're right on the back of Garcia, right on the back of this camera shot. Unfortunately, we don't have a rearview mirror in this car to see what's going on, but anyway, big traffic now going down towards turn 5. There's going to be a dive. He'll get as many as he can. He'll save the car as well, but he just broke a little bit too late there. I don't think he was trying to go down the inside of the Porsche, but just outbroke himself and then realised he needed to back out very quickly. And if you suddenly reapply more brakes than you were in Italy in one of these prototypes, you will slide on the rear brakes if you've got them set up like these guys will have through another group of cars. They'll go through turn 9, through this short straight. They'll took one side, then the other, and now Cristini will look. It'll be through the middle going in towards turn 10. There's barely the space for that. The GT3 goes out wide, but Cristini...
it's contact behind!
Attempts it, and there will be contact behind.
There was contact behind. Oh, Arapaho. He tried to block the inside line here. Once this happened, he tries to come across to the inside, but unfortunately the 222 from the Cabano was there and the BMW. So he tries to come back in, but he'd already lost that gap and that space, and it just wasn't there to go and do.
And one of the Porsches is off at the penultimate corner as well there. We just saw the back end off, so no idea what was going on there.
I think that was Justin Cole.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was Team Upstate. But there were multiple cars off the road in all kinds of weird places there. Maniti Racing Yellow indeed are quite a long way off the back of the pack at the moment as well, so no idea what's gone on back there in GT3 AM, but clearly something has. As Lithium Motorsports try and find their way into 9th, they won't be able to into turn 4.
Definitely not. Frank Garcia there as well. Still coming back through. And he's got the last near enough now. Just the GT3 Pros to try and work his way in. He's just gone and done that. Sent it through wide round turn 4. Tricky place. What about Cristini? Cristini managed to get through as well at the same time here. So from Gianpaolo Felipe Cristini's point of view, he's just trying to follow basically Garcia through, isn't he? That's what he's got to do. But that's where we were talking about, that leads into that. Oh, no! Oh!
That was unexpected. I think Cristini was expecting the Icky Drivers LMP2 to head down the inside there at the third last corner, but didn't. And it ended up being quite an awkward moment for them all. Now they'll all slow down through the final turn. It's a mistake from the Peaky Drivers car there. Frank Garcia just goes wide. Once again, he wasn't trying to go through on the Ferrari, I don't think, but just made a mistake. And through goes Centro Quattro, the championship leaders, now well in the lead. And Frank Garcia lifts off very, very early in towards turn 1, which is a smart choice. Just save a bit of fuel instead of getting yourself caught up behind this BMW.
Coming round at turn 2 and 3. Round the right-hander they go, the long looping right-hander as they come into turn 4. Well, first classes are past the traffic. There's still a little bit more to go here for Cristini's. He's got a few more cars currently in front of him from Barretto and Eusebio for 4th and 3rd in class as well, and there'll be 2 more after that. So everybody kind of seems to be making their way through quite nicely currently at the moment. Floris Harwood is into the pits. The TRG Energy.
You'd imagine with something, because yeah, otherwise you wouldn't usually see that. But yeah, don't know what's gone on there really. Final bit of traffic now for the LMP2s. They should be done with that pretty soon, and just as quickly the GTPs will be back into GT3 traffic again, pretty much right about now.
No, he's just entered the pit lane on his own.
Oh, that's a bizarre one.
Yeah, he literally just entered the pit lane on his own. So no real reason there, as we've got the Octopus Racing and the Delta Racing guys battling it out down for 6th and 7th in class here, with João Delgado from the Delta Racing trying to get through currently at the moment. The Grow Racing team red in the GT3 Pro are also battling away, and that's at the hands of Marcello Eusebio currently here as well, as they've got the LMP2s coming through on them. And so tough trying to go around a traffic field of this size, isn't it, Ewan? There's a lot to take into consideration, and we know the GT3s naturally drift, and we know they haven't got the aerodynamics of the hypercars as such, so they've got to be a little bit careful, right? And they've got to give him the room. I think that was one of the things that we were talking about from last time, is the room that was given from the LMP2s over the GT3s when we're going round corners at Sebring. They've got to give him the room to be able to make the corner, right? You can't go trying to squeeze somebody.
No, certainly not. I mean, it's been clean so far. It's been good so far. But this is once again the joy of multi-class racing. Why we like it so much, because of the challenge you have through traffic, and all of the interactions that we're seeing right now. It's wonderful to see. It's what makes these races what they are, and why this championship is so interesting to watch as well. But it is a nightmare for the drivers at some points as well, especially at a circuit like this. It's not the widest in the world. It hasn't got any room for error really either. It's a tricky one to negotiate on occasion, as we're seeing and have seen so far in this race. But thankfully the GTPs and LMP2s have negotiated the GT3s for the first time successfully. Now it's time for the GTPs to do it again, and before the LMP2s get round to doing it again, they'll be laps themselves.
Yeah, so it's all looking backwards and forwards here as well. And it's Dadswell chasing down from the altitude, chasing down Raykart here as well. And whoa! Well, that's about threading an eye and a needle, which you could possibly do it there. And let's see what Dadswell's currently looking at.
Oh, very close. And here's the run. Here's the run on the exit of the corner. That's what you can get from being brave in traffic. He'll now try and trap that car behind the Ferrari. Won't do it successfully, but it'll be side by side in towards turn one, and Dadswell with his nose in front should have the position, although he'll be fought quite hard for it by Mendes. Side by side between the two of them through turns 1 and 2. Great respect given between the two of them as well. Mendes around the outside of turn 3 is going to be a tall order, and Tom Dadswell will get into second place.
Yeah, he took his nose off coming off the corner exit there, did Dadswell. He let that open up that altitude car and let it run, and basically just took the nose off Leandro Mendes there as well. There was enough gap by literal inches from these guys. There was no contact. It was clean all the way around, which is absolutely amazing, as these guys are coming around now to lap the GT3s. There was somebody off track currently at the moment as well. That's 5th place, I believe.
Oh, it's Erwin Avener, actually, of the 55. That is who that is.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Not sure how that's ended up happening for Magic Arrow. It's down the inside. Oh dear. It's just an outbreaking yourself kind of moment there. It's when you're on the inside line there, going down towards any corner, but especially that one, downhill braking zone in towards turn 5, then it's very easy to miss your braking point because you're on the left-hand side of the road there. And your braking markers are on the right. Miss it easily. There was contact there though. Mendes with one of the BMWs, which has damage now. Cernak has to drive it at about 2 miles an hour for a couple of corners there to avoid another crash.
Cade Middleton was
Fury.
Yeah.
Oh well, this is separate. This is not the same one.
No, he goes round on his own there.
Oh, he's grabbed the wall hard there. That's big news in the GT3 AM Championship. Fury Simsport Academy into the pit lane as we speak.
Yep, and also there was quite a few involved in this incident. I've got one here with a massive car incident gap going on. Okay.
I'm not sure what's going on there, but
no, I'm not sure.
Having it confirmed, by the way, that there is damage to the 35 GTP, which has meant they've been in the pit lane for nearly 6 minutes now already.
Yeah, it is, unfortunately for them. And João Delgado from Delta is now in 6th place currently at the moment. Situation for Cade Middleton is not ideal, and neither is it for Chris Hindish, who was in the Chris Racing Blue. That was the one who got caught up initially. This is where he went off, I believe. That's where it started.
The second one.
Yeah. Can't quite get to the first one, unfortunately, unless I try and do it this way. Here we go. We might be able to catch it here.
Oh, we'll have to wait for a moment, but that's all right. Yeah, it's another tricky moment at the penultimate and final corner. He actually already makes a mistake down here, which can't help his cause. You don't wonder whether he was just looking in the mirrors, seeing the impending prototypes and wondering what was going to happen there. It was smart from Dadwell around the outside here, a little bit brave, but the
rate car
saw it
isn't
coming.
it?
And then there's another one down the inside. He loses it on his own. Well, he loses it on his own. His tyres must be overheated then rather than damaged, and then loses it again. So if if you've not set up quite well enough to preserve those rear tyres, they're going to overheat very quickly in conditions like these. And that's what we saw there in the final couple of corners.
Yeah, down into the GT3 Pro, we've got Sim Vision here as well with Ricardo Pereira. They're battling for 6th in class at the moment with Alex Torres behind him. So these guys are battling it out quite nicely here as well. We'll be able to see how these guys get on throughout the remainder of this lap as well. But there's been some, well, unfortunate incidents for some. There's damage for others. And it's all getting well, to be fair, it was fairly clean, wasn't it? It's been clean for the first 20 minutes. It's almost like that second go-around has kind of got them all a little bit loose there. And Chris Hindish, we've got literally Middleton, Pounder, Hindish in the pits already. Not ideal. I think Floris Harswood is out from Geeks Energy. I think he's out, isn't he? Racing Blue and Nick Kirstens are also out as well. Is David Martinez, Davide Marco, is still going in that Merc. So fair play to him for still having a go, but it's he's a long way down. He's 3 laps out of what is 11 for the leaders in the GT3 currently at the moment for Racing Team 208, who are just absolutely flying. Oliver Kodak from Bazinga has got Gazeppo from MRP Fields Academy behind him as well. So this is could be developing into a nice little tidy battle in the LMP2s. The GTPs are a bit more spread out. The GT3 AMs are also quite spread out here as well. As you can see the gaps on the bottom of your screen currently at the moment. So it's been a lot going on here as well. So let's see what happens. Oh, sweet. Okay, just at Castle Coombe. Yeah, up the road from me, Mr. Fletcher. Pop in for a coffee on your way back. Come and say hello. You're going to come do some commentating in real life, Mark. Just put on the headset and away you go. You'll be all right. There we go.
I didn't know Castle Coombe was down there, to be fair.
Yes.
I've never been to it because it's too far away, but I didn't know it was down there.
Yeah, 45 minutes away from me. It is in Chippenham.
Yeah, I don't know where that is. So.
It's basically down the M4. Down the M4 towards Bristol. It's there on the left-hand side. So, yeah. There we go.
Possibly the region of the UK where I'm least familiar with.
What, the southwest?
Well, England actually, not UK, because that includes places I've not been. But England, yeah, I've got no idea what's going on in the southwest. It's it seems like, a bit weird to me. But anyway,
what do you mean? Hold on a minute. What do you mean? It seems weird.
I just don't know it, and it's very. It is like visiting a different country sometimes, to me. But that's not good. Dear me, that's Bazinga Motorsport, isn't it? Just ahead of MRP.
Yeah,
in the battle for third place.
Kona and Gazappo there, weaving their way, doubling up on them 2 poor GT3s there, unfortunately. Didn't really have a lot of places to go. Shell Delgado for Delta Racing is still under attack from Magic Arrow. They've split that GT3, and I think the Magic Arrow is going to just about to go up to the inside of turn 4 and look at running him in there as well. He did get it through for Shell Delgado. So Delgado is down a place to Avanar there in the GTP. So there we go, up and place taken for them guys as well. Gazappo is still finding out in the LMP2s here behind Kona from man, that overtake from the LMP2s on them poor GT3s is quite scary at times like that. Look, they've split that GT3. He's got
there's the contact. This is what we mean by the aerodynamic downforce not being there on the GT3s. And there's another one, them off at the exit of turn 3 as well there.
Ruben
Not sure how he's ended up there. Whether this is a solo incident, it could well be actually. It is just going to be a slide on their own, and then just about missed by one of the LMP2s who did well to avoid in the end. But we've seen a lot of solo spins so far. It does show you how close to the edge these drivers and teams are setting these cars up, and over the course of a race distance, that's going to be difficult to control.
Yeah, it definitely is as well. Hold on, Mr. Hedgecock. You're right, Ewan. They are an odd bunch down that way, clotting their cream and drinking cider.
I didn't say the people were odd, to be fair, but I didn't say the place was.
No, you're right. You didn't say the people were odd. I'm not from down here originally. I'm down. You know what I mean? My partner was down here, and this is where I am. So, at the end of the day, I'm not. I'm not from down here. I don't go clotting me cream, or wearing wellies, or playing with the sheep, or anything like that. That's the farmers' jobs. But there are quite a lot of them down here as well in the southwest of England. So, there you go. Picking on us there, Mr. Hedgecock. How rude. Here in the southwest, just because you lot are from up there somewhere, you know what I mean, doesn't mean we're odd.
Up there. No, the only thing that really spins me is the fact that you said I went up to London, which is which really messes with me, because no one should have to go up to get to London. That seems crazy.
We do. We have to go. Well, all right, maybe not complete. We don't go up. We go. What do we do?
Across.
Yeah, we go across 20 degrees. Across England to get to London. So there we go. Southwest.
That's only a conversation that really people from England will quite understand. So maybe we should move away with an audience of people who are not from England as well. We've seen the GTPs now involving the LMP2s actually in what's going to be one of the busiest moments in traffic of any part of the race. Really, I think that's the overall leader, isn't it? Just in front of these guys. And it's, Writer Engineering, they don't know where to go. They'll weave through the middle. Tom Dadwell's really closing in as a result as well now.
Yeah, the HW Racing LMP2 is in there as well at the hands of Gianni Perrone. He doesn't really know what to do now. He's now stuck. He got blocked in from Dadswell behind the GT3. Dadswell's trying to make it up to the front of a Writer, who are now only less than a second up the road. But poor Gianni Perrone here doesn't really know where he's going to go or what he's going to do. I would just try and follow the GTP through, I think, at this point. Oh, I thought he was coming over.
Yeah, I didn't know where that BMW was going to end up for a moment there, but thankfully it was all fine. Tom Dadswell's doing a really good job in traffic now, though. He's really gained on Writer Engineering, and we could well have a battle for the race lead now with just less than half an hour gone. It's been a really conservative run through traffic from Dennis Robin Wolf so far. It's paying off for him. It will do in the long term, but in a short race like this, it does mean that he's being caught now by not only altitude, but Racer Esports as well.
Yeah, they're all closing up now as well. You saw Dadswell. I thought Dadswell was going to look up the inside there. He didn't. Unfortunately for Writer, that car behind was coming across. There was nowhere for him to go. They're going to split. Oh, I thought they were going to split the Platinum BMW. God, these onboards definitely give you a realisation of what these drivers are trying to go through there as well, aren't they? Because there's so much going on. Traffic in and out all around, and they had LMP2s there, GT3s, they were splitting everything. It was just, that onboard shot, I think, just shows what these drivers have got to contend with, because what we see on board is what they're seeing. So from their point of view as well, it's got to be tough here, trying to get through all of this traffic as safely as you could possibly can there. And you're going to have Writer, Altitude and Raycar now is literally 1.2 seconds between the three of them at the moment. And now it's going to be lap after lap, I think, now, Ewan, for traffic, because they are so spread out across the track.
It pretty much will be, because by the time that they've got through this GT3 and LMP2 run through, I think even before that maybe, the LMP2s will start to come into the pit lane, and that scatters them all over the place. And so, yeah, it will be pretty much every lap after that. Now James Robin Wolf has got some pressure on from behind, though. He'll break down the inside here of a few GT3s and just manage himself through here. He'll have to go around the outside of around the outside of 3, excuse me, and that's absolutely fine. Dadwell will do that as well, as will the Racer Esports team as well of Mendes, who's just in behind them. So the 3 will remain close on this 19th lap of the race. It's been flying past so far, only half an hour gone. But it's been an interesting one, and we've still got a nice battle for the lead between the top three.
Yeah, there's still going on. There's more traffic in front here. How's he going to contend with this? He's got to be sweeping. I think he's going to be up the inside. He is on that run out of 3, up through 4. I'm sorry, that's down into 9 actually, where they are currently on track. And at the moment, they're all staying close together and following each other through the traffic. Gazapo from MRP is still chasing down the Bazinga Motorsports. Marcus Foreman from Austrian Sim Racers Blue in the Porsche. He's got Norbert Windows trying to close up to the back of him as well. And he's got Cristiano Rocca in the BMW in front of him. In all of this, we've got a GTP coming through here as well. Nowhere to go, trying to ride round the outside. Oh, is he going to get squeezed out there? Oh, it's all getting very close here in the middle.
Yes, now the LMP2 will get through there without too many problems. That's put him on a really narrow line there in the Protosim car, and he might well get overtaken in towards turn 1, in fact. But the 3 leaders are still right together. Wolf not as brave through traffic, or not as willing to take risks as maybe a couple of the others behind have. Maybe that's what they've learned from the Sebring round. Let's be a little bit calmer in traffic. Let's make sure that we get through this one, because when we're in clean air, we have the best chance to win. It's clear that they do have the fastest car, maybe. They certainly have the fastest driver in Dennis Robin Wolf.
Yeah, they definitely do that as well, and that's no disrespect to Dadswell, of course. Mr. Hedge, I'm from the worst place in Europe, literally 5 minutes from Luton. What are we saying?
Milton Keynes.
Milton Keynes. It's got to be, isn't it? With the roundabouts designed by a guy who drives a bicycle. Look at that one.
Drives a bicycle. Yeah. Interesting.
The guy that designed the Milton Keynes roundabout never drove a car. He drove a bicycle.
To be fair, I haven't noticed them that bad, to be fair, when I've been driving around there. I don't go right in the centre, though, to be fair, so maybe that's where I'm going wrong. Still absolutely locked together here, aren't they? And traffic not getting any less thick. The LMP2s are mostly through the GT3s now, but these guys still do have a few more to negotiate. It's mainly those top drivers in the Pro GT3 standing. So, yeah, 1, 2, 3 and 4 to negotiate.
And they're definitely out, and they're trying to come through. And it is Dadswell still following through. The writer engineering of Dennis Robin Wolf here. Cernak is in to the pits. He's just got in on his own. That's half an hour in here as these guys sweep around the outside of that Grow Racing Team red BMW. And then on the inside after that as well of Racing Team 221, who of course is sitting second in class at the moment here as well. So but these guys, they're managing this traffic really well. It is just going to be lap after lap after lap now, just because of the field spread. You can see it on the track map in the right-hand side. Well, you can't actually see much of the track map. You can see more little dots than you can on the track map. But it is going to be every single lap. So let's start working on as well. Live time and description link is down in the description below. So you can click on that and have a look and see what's going on in the race there as well. 3:28 on the clock. So here we go. And lap 21, that's well. Oh, that was a bit of a squeeze, but he put that car in between him and that Raycar car.
Yeah, he's giving himself a little bit of breathing space now to try and make the moves at his pace. There's a little bit of free track space as well here, which it doesn't bode too well for them. We've said many times, of course, that the Reiter car is just that little bit quicker, so I don't think Dadswell is going to be able to make a move on this next lap. By the end of it, they should be back on the LMP2s all over again, and those LMP2s will be onto the GT3s, and as I said earlier, it's going to be pretty much a constant cycle from this point on. I can't see any stage in the race now where they won't have to overtake at least one car on any given lap.
Yeah, well, here with Tadaloni and Redondo in the AMs, of course, for Peaky Drivers. The leading AM sitting 6th overall in the GT3s here. And Redondo doing an absolutely stellar job here, Ewan, for the Peaky Drivers GT3. Leading class, and he's leading by about nearly 9 seconds currently at the moment. So he's had a safe race so far, manages to survive all the traffic coming through, and is now trying to make a position over Tadalini from Wire Sim Sport. It gives us that conversation of the AMs and pros. Does he need to? Does he want to? Does he, you know, I suppose it's more bragging rights overtaking a pro than it is actually making a difference to your standings.
Yeah, it won't make a difference to them in the slightest, but they won't want to get held up by one of these drivers, of course. Gap is a big one, back to second place now in the standings. Marcus Fahlmann in the Austrian Sim Racers blue Porsche. It's quite a long way back, even at this early stage. So, to say, well, it doesn't matter actually for position. It does matter for track position. And if they get through, they might be able to go that a little bit quicker. But for the moment, they won't be able to find a way through anyway, whether they want to go through or not.
Yeah, definitely on that one. So, and we've got the GTPs and the LMP2s coming through as well here. Give them a wide berth, Redondo. Good job. No need to get yourself caught up in the middle of that one. Racing Team 221 are under pressure from Marcello Eusebio from the Grow Racing Team Red here. But it is, if you have a look on your left-hand side, the leaders of the GTPs are fighting it out once more here. And it is now literally but near enough below 2 temps currently.
Absolutely nose to tail on the way down towards turn 5. And they're right in with the LMP2s all over again here. And some GT3s as well. So Mercedes is running a little bit further down the order there. Wolf will not go down the inside at 9. Datswell will close in as a result and will be able to go a little bit quicker off the corner. Well, he would have done maybe if he'd have used all the road, but decided to stay behind Wolf. He'll end up at the outside down towards turn 10. It's a long way around here, but he might be able to do it. It's going to just run him out of road, I think, Wolf is, and Datswell won't be able to get through. He will stay behind and look for that opportunity, probably into turn 1 now.
Yeah, he's got to try and take that run, isn't he, as best as he possibly can. We've got LMP2s in the mix as well here. XPD, Emerald just up the road. There's a GT3 in there as well. Don't get yourself blocked in. It looks like he's got to run off that final corner. Is he going to be able to make it through down into turn 1? Dadswell on the right. He's going to cut in front of the Ray car. They're going to be 3 wide down into turn 1 now. Dadswell's going to swing it round the outside. That's got down and go round. Oh.
Wow. Contact between the two championship rivals in a battle for 1 and 2. Writer Engineering Esports and Altitude Esports coming together at turn 1. Let's hope neither of them have damage, because these cars are very sensitive to it, but Datswell has gone from a possible lead now to 3rd place.
And this is how.
Oh, that's a difficult one for Writer Engineering to look at, I think, there.
Yeah, because...
Or is it?
Was he alongside?
I think he was just about... That's a difficult one to call there. Really difficult to call. I wouldn't know where to go with that.
No, and I wouldn't like to have a think about where to go with that one either, because it looked like at one point he was alongside him. Was he long enough alongside? That's going to be the question. So
and Mendes has gone off at turn 9. Dadswell has certainly got damage now. What's gone on with him? Tom Dadswell has certainly got damage. Mendes has as well. He's back to pit lane. There's been a huge crash. Oh dear me. And Dadswell has smashed into Mendes there, who had a spin on the exit of 7 and 8. Writer Engineering Esports got into them as well. And here comes Dadswell, unsighted by the smoke, straight into them. And Dennis Robin Wolf's in the pit lane. Tom Dadswell will have to come in as well. Octopus Racing Team are going to be leading this race.
Yeah, the Perez for Octopus Racing there as well. Robin Wolf is in the pits. He's on his way in now. Dadswell's going to be looking at coming in as well. So it's all going to be getting very busy in that pit lane with the top guys currently at the moment. Leandro Mendes is through as well. So let's see what they're going to be able to do now. Zachary Livingood is fighting it out here as well, as battling down in the LMP2 class. But Robin Wolf, Dadswell in the pits. And it is Martin Perez from Octopus Racing leading the way currently at the moment. What?
Well, what a surprise this is. Only 3 teams so far, over half an hour in, nearly 40 minutes in, have not made a pit stop. We've seen TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing, unfortunately, out of this race. I believe we've got SimTech Motorsport also out of this race as well. Let's hope that the other 3 teams who have just come in will make it out again, but all of them have got quite big damage.
Yeah, there seems to be something going on here currently at the moment. Bear with as I deal with wonderful technical issues as well. hopefully that will settle things down and we'll be able to get back to actually watching the racing. Just bear with.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get that fixed, but yeah, at the moment, big drama at the front of GTP. The three leaders, Right to Engineering Esports, Altitude Esports and Racer Esports team, all coming together, all receiving big damage, and now we've got a huge situation in the championship. Coming into today, Altitude have 9 points over Reiter, and the difference, if they finish down the order, would be really next to nothing, actually, in the championship standings. So it would all come down to the final race, the 12-hour at the end of the season. So it's a very, very important one, and important to see who gets out first as a result of damage. All of them now have been in the pit lane for more than 2 minutes, and that indicates severe damage. But there we did see severe damage for Dadswell and for Mendes, who's actually swapped out of the car for Federico Ferrero, who will step in there. And now, all of a sudden, in overall 4th position will be Fran Garcia of the Peaky Drivers LMP2 team. Real turn up for the books there as Alberto Gazapo comes into the pit lane for MRP. That's about on schedule for an LMP2, just around 40 minutes. Means they'll be doing 6 stints today and 5 pit stops over the course of the day as well. It's only a 4-hour race. That has to be factored in. As one of the LMP2s makes their way down the inside of 2 battling GT3s, going side by side through turns 1 and 2. Hard to tell which ones at the moment, but could be Ponta and Eusebio, maybe. No, it isn't. It isn't those two at all. It's a couple of cars battling in. Oh dear, and there's one of them off actually. The Pro car. So it was a Pro versus Am battle. The Pro to Sim 2 car, Cristiano Roca, has gone off the road for a spin. And this is the battle for the Pro position that we were just talking about. Or I was just talking about, even. Fabio Ponta and Marcelo Eusebio making their way over the line themselves. Oh, what a surprise over the course of the last 5 minutes or so. João Delgado now up to 3rd. Now you can see the Delta Racing GTP. This race all of a sudden looks very, very different to what we saw even 5 minutes ago. Well, does look like we're looking pretty stable at the moment. Well, I shouldn't have said anything. Sorry. I'll be quiet on that front. But hopefully we will have that soon. Aaron Avenir comes into the pit lane as well for Magic Arrow now. Seeing multiple pit stops in LMP2. Christini actually came in after only 21 laps, which would be worrying for Central Quattro in terms of fuel. They might have to make a 6th stop of the race. Bazinga Motorsport and Platinum Racing Blue both in now. That'll be a normal stop for them as well. Even some GT3 teams decided to come in, although most of the stops down there have been the cars spending many minutes in pit lane, including Fury Simsport Academy, who are down in 12th. And at the moment, they'd be losing their championship lead to Maniti Racing, based on what we're seeing at the moment. Dennis Robin Wolf is currently on his way out. The Writer Engineering Esports driver has made his repairs, and after 5.5 minutes, is back out onto the circuit again.
Right, bear with us guys, I have never seen this before. We are trying to resolve this in the background currently at the moment, so please bear with us. I know it has been a bit of a nightmare, not entirely sure where the process is lying. I've been fighting with it to try and see what I can do in the background, so bear with us. We are trying to deal with the technical issues as well. as I say, never seen it before. Streaming races, me neither. This is my first time where this has caused me a problem, and it is for whatever reason doing this. And just bear with us, because I am still trying to fight in the background here as well, as we've got a lot of people into the pits. Peaky Drivers, 505 Endurance, and HW Racing there as well, which does currently at the moment mean that on the left hand side you can see XBD, Central Cocho, Peaky Drivers are really leading the LMP2s. There is nothing you can do, James, just got to let it ride it out. Wonderful. Thanks, mate. Says Adam Hedgecock. Yeah, not entirely sure what that situation was or why all of a sudden it started developing there, Ewan. Thank you so much for talking to yourself for a few minutes while trying to resolve it. But clearly, as Mr. Hedgecock says, there's nothing I can do about it.
Oh, apparently not, but it has been a common theme over this season, actually. It has happened a couple of times, but yeah, don't know the reasons for it either, to be honest. But there we are. Hopefully they're all over. Yeah, Racer Engineering Esports are back out there again. Altitude and Racer Esports remain in the pit lane, but at the moment it's not good news for Altitude Esports, who will be losing some of their championship lead. They would still be leaders going into the final race, but it wouldn't be by much, and with a race win, either of them could take the championship at the final race. So it's still all remaining very close, as it is in GT3 Pro as well, where we're seeing this battle for second place.
Yeah, Michele Eusebio and Fabio Ponta battling away in the GT3s. Ponta's looking at trying to go up the inside of turn 4 there currently at the moment. Is he going to be able to make it through? He's not. That BMW does manage to hold on back to the line. That one incident with all of them cars, though, has spread everybody out in that GTP. You know, Martin Perez is currently leading the way with João Delgado, 5.5 seconds back. Magic Arrow are nearly 58 seconds back. And then in the overalls, we've got the LMP2s before we even hit 4th place GTP, which currently we are looking at Dennis Robin Wolf from Riker Engineering, and he's 2 laps behind the LMP2s and a further 3 laps behind the GTP. So he's got a bit of a mountain on his hands currently at the moment as well.
Yeah, no, it's just not the time in the race really for making this kind of margin up. They're going to have to hope for issues for some of those in front, but as we've seen already in this race, these cars are very sensitive to damage, and so if something happens here, I can see Reister ending up on the podium once again in this race. I certainly can. The only problem they have is that they'd only gained 1 more point for 1 position. They've gained 4 for 2 and 8 for 3, so the benefits of them getting on the podium are quite large, but where they are right now, they're not really gaining anything. The only positive for them is that they're now 2.5 laps ahead of Altitude, who are still not out of the pit lane after 9 minutes.
Yeah, they're not at the moment with Grey Racing Team Red and Battling Racing Team 221 here further down the order. We've also got Ingersoll Brand Ineos battling away. He's got Tadlini in front of him from the Sim Sport. So they're trying to battle out as well at the same time. So let's just see. Hopefully now everything should settle down. There's been a few people. There's a lot of people was in the pits. There's a few people out currently at the moment as well. We have lost some drivers here with Eddie Torres, who's just gone past Tadlini for the Sim Sport team. And that's 5th and 6th place as they're trying to sweep round that LMP2, trying to go around the outside there. Car number 104 currently, which is the Central Quattro team, has gone past the both of them here as well. So these guys still battling it out further down the order. The other closest battle is obviously the one we were looking at earlier on, Grey Racing Team Red and the Racing Team 220 here as well. And it looks like Grey Racing Team has got past Fabio Ponta here this time around, so we can have a quick look and see what Michele Eusebio has been up to. I think got up the inside. He has. Job done there. The 221 run a little bit wide, and the Grey Racing Team Red says thank you very much. So there we go. Most of the time it's fine, but every so often there'll be a part of the car that falls off and gets stuck somewhere, causing an insane amount of calculations that causes the flickering, which is why it always seems to fix itself when the car's picked for repairs as parts get reset, but with their damage multipliers applied. So there we go. I'm glad there. I thought my computer was on the brink, which was an ideal moment. But thank you very much, Mr. Hedgecock, for clearing that up for everybody there. That moment of incidents that had people flying all around the place with Raykar, Reiter, and Tom Dadswell. And then the flickering commenced after that as well. So Jan Alexanders for Maniti Racing Yellow, for Justin Caleb battling away for Team Upspate here as well. And it is the Maniti Racing has just gone past Justin Colio there as well. So down for Team Upstate GT3, dropped down into 6th place in class there as well. And everybody else is quite spread out, apart from Simvision battling away here with Octopus Racing Team in the GT3 Pros there, Ewan. So that one incident seemed to have spread out the field. It was really bizarre. That one incident happened, and then everybody else got quite spread out around it. It was quite a bizarre moment.
It was, but it was probably happening before the incident, to be fair. We were just so focused on what we were watching that stuff was happening that we weren't seeing, obviously. So not really sure, but yeah, it's settling in now. 4 hours of a race and nearly an hour gone now. I'm not too far away from an hour gone. So it's running smoothly so far. We've not seen too many incidents, in fact, but most of them, the ones that we have seen, have been solo car, which has been somewhat bizarre. We've had a couple of non-starters here today, and we've already got one of the LMP2s out and a couple of GTPs out of the race as well. But I'm glad to say that Tom Dadswell has re-emerged on the circuit. He's 4 laps behind Reiter Engineering after 11.5 minutes in pit lane, after he made big contact with the Racer Esports team car. So GTP is going to remain very spread out for the remainder of the race because of that incident now.
Yeah, Swank Racing have been given a drive-through for moving under braking. So that's, well, they're not in the session anymore, if I'm not mistaken, for the LMP.
No, not anymore.
No, so that's not going to really make a difference to them. They're not in the session, so yeah, that's not going to make a difference to them whatsoever. There. Will it get applied to the next one if they take part?
Maybe. I'm not sure entirely how it works, actually, whether because, to be fair, that they've had quite a lot of punishment in this race by not finishing, obviously, or whatever. So maybe they'll decide that, you know, it's no point carrying this one forward. But I'm not entirely sure whether you have to serve them for races you haven't completed, as that's a BMW off at turn 4. You'd imagine they got some help to get there.
Yeah, Cristiano Rocker, I think. Oh, that was already Oliver Kona.
Well, it's Connor down the inside here and making contact. He's still not in camera shot. It'll be very, very late. Oh, well, no, it won't. It'll be a solo incident. And then Oliver Connor has... How has he done that? Well, it just seems as if he drove into him there.
Yeah, I don't know if he actually saw him. Did he?
Must have done. It's not a blind corner, or he wasn't far enough around for it to be a blind corner.
So we can see him go round.
Spin. He's spun now.
Oh, was he?
He's just driven into him.
Now, the problem with that is what we've seen previously on that as well is the car that spun has gone backwards. So unless Konat was anticipating that he was going to go backwards there and went for the inside line. Now, I can say that that is a thing safely because I've done that myself. But then again, I'm no expert. Where you expect the car spins and then it goes back and then you look at ducking up the inside. And maybe that's what Konat was possibly thinking there, which led to where they are currently at the moment. I'm just saying that could be a thing.
Yeah, 2 things before I make it sound like I'm blaming him loads. He was sliding anyway, so that's something to factor in. There's a lot of dirt down there now, and he was sliding on the way through there, so didn't have full control anyway. But second of all, sometimes advice is that you actually, as the car's spinning, you drive out the car, because by the time you're there, it won't be, ideally. But obviously if that doesn't work out, then you do just drive straight into them and make yourself look a little bit silly. So I'm not saying that's what he did do there, but that is another theory, I suppose. I do find, though, it's never a great idea to aim for where they are now in the hope they'll move, because that can easily go wrong.
Definitely can. We've got the 2 BMWs down here of Octopus Racing and Sim Vision 2.0 having a battle away with Pereira from Sim Vision in front of him. BMWs here are working hard currently in their GT3. see in the rear view on the right-hand corner, they're just below the battle box. You can see what is coming up behind them currently at the moment as well. But they're having a nice little tidy battle for 5th and 6th in class, and have done for a good few laps currently here as well. So yeah. Okay, realistically, I want to touch on something. Are they now more realistically going to be able to take the victory for Delta Racing?
I think all of those who haven't been involved in incidents so far have got a great chance of winning now because of the main contenders, I would say, the fastest 3 teams. And now, at the very least, 2.5 laps back in the case of... excuse me, it's more than that, isn't it, for Writer Engineering? They're more than 3 laps back, in fact, from those behind. So I think anyone who's not had an incident so far is in a great position. What I would say about Delta Racing, though, is that they've been able to go comfortably longest on fuel. I've got severe question marks about Magic Arrow making this even on 6 stops. I've got bigger question marks about... the biggest ones about Magic Arrow. Some question marks about Optimus Racing Team making it on 6 stops, but I've got no worries about Delta Racing. They've done nearly 54 minutes now, and if they do that 6 times, then they will be absolutely fine for the race. Although I say all that, I may have made my calculations wrong, to be fair. I think, actually, Magic Arrow will be the only ones worrying. Only a little bit, though. Optimus should be fine. Because after all you need is 50 minutes of a stint, isn't it? Because this race is 240 minutes, isn't it? Not 360.
No, it's not 6 hours. It's only a 4-hour one here as well. So
it'll be 5 stints, wouldn't it? 5 stints for 50 minutes will be give you 10 minutes extra as well.
Yep. There we go. Got there in the end, dear sir. But
yeah, I'm slightly embarrassed that nobody picked me up on that about an hour and a half ago when I said that first time.
Yeah, I don't know why, to be honest. Maybe we just didn't want to say anything, Ewan, and we thought maybe he might be talking sense, but no.
Don't let me live in this fanciful land where 6-hour races have become 4 hours and the opposite way.
Well, you know, what are we supposed to do? We just let you get on with it. It's fine. Talk away, mate. That's your job. That's what we're here to do. Just talk. So, and that's what we let you get on with there as well. But Algie from the Ingersoll Rand Ineos and Marcus Spellman are battling out. This is a mixture of 3rd in pros and 2nd in AMS. And I'd like to point out for the Austrian sim racers, they are currently up 27 positions. Now, I bet they were not expecting that coming out of qualifying.
No, maybe not. It's been impressive so far, but then again, some teams just are a lot better in the race. They will get down the inside of Ingersoll now and up another place. There's been a lot of pit stops in Pro, which means Ingersoll Rand are now up to 3rd in the standings, just by only being 3.5 seconds, 3 seconds ahead of previous race leaders, Racing Team 208, who were pitted a bit early, well short of the hour, and so they'll be making 4 stops today, as well as the GTPs, which is somewhat bizarre, but a few more in the AMS have been able to go a bit further now. 4 of them have. Oh dear.
Al Torres is off on the bottom. Is that Delta?
It is. They slid themselves first of all, and Delta had nowhere to go. Since Delgado was so close anyway, there was no way he could actually recover that. Let's see if he does actually spin here, because that's what it looked like. Yeah,
he hit the curb, didn't he? He hit the sausage curb on the exit there, and unfortunately for him, Delta was behind him, and that's where he ended up going after Delta made contact. Not entirely sure what could actually go on there, apart from the fact that you were already sliding under your own fruition before the contact was made. So from their point of view, for Delta, I wouldn't really feel guilty about it. Unfortunately, the young gentleman was already sliding there as well. As we go on Dave Ramos from Octopus and Sim Vision here. Ramos is not... He's kind of been in that position for a while here, Ewan. He hasn't, still not really, oh no.
Oh, that's contact. There was a small space to go down, but he absolutely just widened it a little bit. Now he'll get through in towards turn 3, and he'll run away. But that was aggressive shutting of the door as well on the outside, to be fair. And now a flash of the lights. I can't understand quite what he can be so displeased about, if I'm honest with you.
No, you had the door open and you left it open, and then all of a sudden you decided you wanted to close it. It's not ideal there, mate, unfortunately. you know, you close it when the rain begins. You don't close it when all of a sudden your feet get wet. So, you know, let's think about it there on that one first before you go and flashing your lights in anger at people there. Not an ideal scenario, as we got Justin Cole down for Team Upstate GT3 as well, battling away down with Maniti Racing Yellow. We've got Delta Racing in the middle. Delta are probably going to be a little bit more conservative than they would have been earlier on in the race, due to the fact that they are actually leading this stop and go hold for Altitude Eastbourne, not slowing down for a crash, causing massive damage.
Well, it's fair enough. It's the one where they smashed into Mendes there at the exit of 7 and 8. Now Leandro Mendes has actually got back out there on the circuit again, by the way, as far as I can see. Although he's stopped, is he? No, he's going. He's fine. But yeah, clearly the stewards have adjudged Dazro to have, you know, seen the incident happening in front of him, but just not slowed down for it, which is, I think, a fair penalty. Fair enough. Magic Arrow have also got a penalty. That's a big one for the overall lead.
Hunting off a GT3 off track.
I don't remember that. Do I? I don't think I remember that at all. I'll say it didn't happen, but I don't remember it.
No, I haven't got it myself either on that one. So unfortunately for them as well. There we go. And it is Ben Dutton here chasing down Winston Eckel in the LMP2s. So let's see what can happen here between these guys as well, as they go battling away on the hour mark. 3 hours remaining. So let's see what will develop after this. There's been a lot of incidents in the meantime. There's a lot of people out currently. We've lost Simtech LMDH, Swank Racing, TR Geeks Energy, Chris Racing Blue, Platinum Racing Team Red here. I think the last runner is Davide De Marcos in CMX MSI Gaming GT3, and he's currently down in 41st place currently at the moment.
I've got Fury Simsport behind them, actually.
Oh, they're still running. Kate Middleton.
They are still running, yeah. They need the points. They really need the points. It doesn't matter whether they're going to finish last or not. I don't think they will, by the way, but they're not going to overtake anyone on circuit, you would imagine, being a lap and a half behind the Mercedes you just showed. But they need the points, and you can't just start the race and not finish it, but and still expect to get points. You've got to complete a significant portion of the race. I think it's 50% to get points, although I do this every single race. I forget and have to check. Oh, 90%.
90%. I thought,
wow.
Somebody did tell me it was 90%.
That's quite tight around here. It's 25. If you have a 25-minute stop, then you won't be able to do it. I mean, Bury have already used a third of that, and Racer Esports team have been in the pit lane for 22 minutes in that last stop, so they're really close to not making the 90% rule.
Yeah, Dadswell's in the pits. It's going to be the stop and hold.
I thought it was a drive-through. Stop and hold.
He had a stop and hold.
Okay.
That's more severe for him. So, there we go for Tom Dadswell from altitude. Unfortunately, penalty given.
Say that he's just been unlapped. He's now 5 laps down instead of 6 on the car ahead of him. The car behind him has unlapped themselves to be 5 laps behind. So I don't think it's a particular worry at the moment.
Sanders here from Maniti Racing Yellow chasing down Cole from Upstate GT3. This is the battle down in 5th and 6th place currently. So these guys hopefully being nice and clean and going about their business. Under the 3 hour mark now, 2 hours 58 minutes remaining. And well, we've got this battle here, and we've also got the LMP2 of Winston Eckel and Ben Dutton from 505. They are currently the closest battles on track at the moment. The track is well spread out, as you can see there as well. We had a flurry of moments where there was incidents all over the place, and a GTP incident that involved literally Reiter, Raycar and Altitude all involved at the same time there as well. And yeah, it got very messy for a brief period of time there, Ewan, didn't it?
Speaking of messy, that was a little bit in the penultimate corner there, but it all sorted out. Yeah, we've had some incidents so far during this race. I think that's fair to say, but the drama now very much behind us, and we'll see now what can go on in the remainder here. Magic Arrow were leading there after taking that over from Octopus Racing Team. But now they're into the pit lane to serve their drive-through penalty.
Magic Arrow coming out the other side. Job done. Stefan Severio Lario Hergo is going to take the lead for the Octopus Racing Team. And Delta are down now in 3rd place here from what was inheriting the lead of the GTP class due to the incidents previously towards them. So there we go. Finally, the closest battle on track is this Maniti Yellow Upstate GT3 battle for 5th and 6th in class. Octopus Racing, Magic Arrow, Delta, 1, 2, 3 in GTP. Pinky Drivers, MRP, Platinum Racing Team Blue in LMP2. And then GT3 Pro, you've got Grow Racing Team Red, Racing Team, Octopus Racing Team are your 1, 2, 3. And then in AMS, it's Austrian Sim Racers, Chicane Online Racing Orange have just gone into the pits. Upstate GT3 and Maniti Racing Yellow are going to come away and take the last spots here as well as they go past the guys that have pitted. There we go. Mr. Hedge, that penalty sounds very, very harsh. Mark Hutchinson, it was Dadswell was braking, trying to avoid it, but had nowhere to go as LMP2 on the other side. Loins in protested now, but penalty had to be served, nevertheless, of a risk of eek. So they are appealing.
Fair, I know what he's arguing, but I didn't see much evidence of Dadswell braking there, although we didn't see the onboard, to be fair, so maybe I can't comment, but I guess what the organisers want is people to see an incident in front, and instead of doing the pure sim racing thing, which we do so often, which is almost what's the word for it? Almost glorify not lifting in these situations, and actually lift off, think about it, brake, avoid the incident, and carry on. But I'm not sure. We didn't see Dadswell's onboard from that incident, so it's hard to tell whether he did slow down sufficiently or whether that penalty was severe or not. But from the helicopter shot we saw, he went flying into it.
Yeah, did on that one. Unfortunately, we didn't see right behind him. It was at that moment when bits were flying off all over the place and causing a bit of an issue. But I will try and see if we can go back that far and see, hopefully, if we can see what actually, from Dadswell's point of view. Just give me 2 seconds.
We'll try and get
a long way back, I think, wasn't it?
It happened a while ago now, doesn't it? I mean, Mendes served a more than 20-minute pit stop as a result of the incident, and he's been back out there for a while now, so it's got more than half an hour ago. And let's not forget as well that the damage that Dadswell inflicted did cause that, pretty much all of the damage actually, to that car, more than 20 minutes. So when you think about a stop and hold in reaction to that, it's pretty small, and at the end of the day, it hasn't cost Dadswell the possibility of gaining any other positions, or indeed hasn't cost him any places realistically in the field either. So it's not too severe, I wouldn't say.
No, I'm just going to see if this one was it. I don't think it was. No. Okay, I think we're going to be too far back on that one to be able to find where that one was, unfortunately. So, but we'll let them argue it out in the stewards' booth, Ewan, and see how they get on, I think, with that. And we'll wait for the... well, I'm not really sure. They've had to serve the penalty, so in an ideal kind of scenario, I'm not really sure what can be done about it now.
Well, nothing, I think. And that's what they were saying that's what Mark Hutchinson anyway was saying in the YouTube chat. It doesn't really matter because they've served the penalty now, so there's almost no point in arguing about it, but they will make their point to Race Control about their case for innocence. But as I say, I think those complaints will fall on deaf ears by this point.
Yeah, I think so as well. So let's see what happens. But to say, they've had to do it. They've had to serve the penalty, so not really a whole lot they can go on here and complain about as we're looking at this LMP2 battle here with the Central Quattro team. And with the Platinum Racing, that is HW in front of them and 505 Endurance behind them.
Yeah, it's all very close on the run up towards turn 1. Still single file between them though. Interesting that Centro Quattro have taken on this strategy now, because they've already made 2 stops in this race, and we're only just over an hour in, so maybe they're doing something a little bit different, but they're through on 505 Endurance of Ben Dutton. And back up to 4th again. They're not even that far away from the lead of Fran Garcia, to be fair. Only around 25 seconds or so. And they've got a bit of catching up to do, though. They have to come from behind and do what they did at Sebring, which is have a qualifying ban and win the race anyway. Admittedly, that was a 10-hour race, and this is less than half of that, but even so, they've got a good chance to do so. And at the moment, 4th place with a differing strategy as well. I wonder if they're going to pit every half an hour instead of trying to make it to 40 minutes each time. They're going to push a little bit harder throughout their stints instead of holding something back, which we've been hearing a lot that these drivers and teams have had to do because of the tyre wear.
Yeah,
maybe. Sorry.
I wonder how they would able to deal with that. Would they look at the half an hour, you think, or would they look at sort of tyre saving as best as they can?
This is what I was going to say, is that maybe 1 hour 20 is too far, as in 2 40-minute stints, but maybe 1 hour is fine, which will be 2 half-hour stints. So maybe they're still going for double stints, but only half-hour stints. Maybe they would be able to cope with that a little bit better.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
It's very close. Yeah, Fury Simsport there on the outside, of course, around the GT3s. So 505 and Sergio Cocho still mixing it up here in the LMP2. There's a battle out front as well. Stefan Saveria and also Magic Arrow are in this mix of cars here. The Octopus Racing Team and Magic Arrow fighting it out for 1st and 2nd. They're trying to make their way through at the same time here through traffic. Magic Arrow being a little bit more careful. Not losing too much time there, Ewan, but probably doing the right thing, I think. Careful is a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. It's much better to be careful and stay alive in this race rather than getting caught up in incidents or whatever, though outside at turn 9 is fairly brave through on that occasion, and now really closing in for the race lead. Octopus Racing Team got back in front because Magic Arrow had that drive through to serve, but it does seem that Aaron Avenant is a little bit quicker than those around him at the moment, and he's got a fantastic chance to win a race here. We've not seen anybody other than Writer Engineering Esports or Altitude Esports win a race in the GTP category all season long, but I think this is the best chance we'll have all season now for seeing a different race winner.
Yeah, absolutely here as well. And Dan, we can give you a quick rundown of the standings. Say it is Octopus Racing out in front currently at the moment in the GTP class. We've talked about the Writer Raycar Altitude Esports incident long enough. In second place is Magic Arrow, and then in third we got João Delgado from Delta Racing. In the LMP2s, we've got Peaky Drivers out in front by 14 seconds at the hands of Fran Garcia over Alberto Gasapo from MRP by Fields Academy in second place. Winston Eckel from Platinum Racing Team Blue in third. In the GT3 Pro class, Racing Team 208 going about their business again here as well over their partners, Racing Team 221, and then behind that we've got Grow Racing Team Red. They are currently in third. In the GT3 AMS, we've got Peaky Drivers GT3s who sit in fourth overall currently here, and with Austrian Sim Racers behind them with the hands at there in the Porsche in basically about 33 seconds back currently. And then we've got Sissy State in 20, they are third in class and they're further back as well. So unfortunately for them, there are a lot of gaps back from the leaders to their respective classes. 56 seconds back in third place, 2 laps for Writer, 7 laps for Altitude, 12 laps for Raycar. There, unfortunately for them in class. So it is getting a little bit, it's been a little bit busy, should we say. So, and there we go, but that is your current 1, 2, 3 in all of your standings. And we've got the YS Simsport still under attack from João Reis from the Sim Vision there, Ewan.
Yeah, it's a good battle here between these two. Interesting to note as well the different times that when these guys came in. Grow Racing Team Red were the ones who ran longest of the front runners. They'll probably be able to do this on only 3 stops today, but these guys might be doing 4. Joao Race might be able to do it on 3 as well, but it was quite tight. Oh, we're only just over 10 minutes after the hour mark now, and he came in 6 laps ago. So they're pretty close, and they'll need a little bit more fuel saving. But I think that's what it's going to take to beat Racing Team 208 here. They're leading by quite some distance. And let's not forget as well, that with a 9th place or better finish here, Racing Team 208 would clinch this championship with 1 round to go.
So there we go. As well, 105 have requested Stewards to look at the incident with 104. The 105 is HW Racing, of course. Let's see what happens out of that one. And 104 is Central Quattro.
Yes, so Central Quattro have made an early stop, as I was talking about a few moments ago, and HW Racing are all of a sudden down in the pit lane for minutes on end. It's nearly 3 minutes down on pit lane now for them. So you can imagine that is the reason why, and so that's why there's going to be a stewards investigation there. Could be pretty big news for the championship leaders in LMP2.
Yeah, it could definitely be it as well. And let's see what happens and what the stewards say about it as well. And we'll wait patiently for the outcome here. Winston Eccles still from the Platinum Racing Team Blues. Now got the Central Quattro 104 behind him, chasing him down for 3rd place here, Ewan. And this again could be an interesting battle. It's tough, right, with Central Quattro. You know, we know what they've got to do. But what we think they're going to do in the LMP2 category and what they are going to want to do is a completely different rule, right? We know where they need to finish. Are they going to be pushing, you think, as much as they can to try and score as many points as they can to have it wrapped up today, you reckon?
Well, to be fair, they don't need to... they don't have a finishing position that will guarantee them anything, actually. It's the Emerald car that can stop them from winning the title today. And with a top 6, which is exactly where they are now, Emerald Racing would prevent Central Quattro from winning the title today no matter what happens. So they do know a little bit about they can win the championship today or whatever, but it's not all in their hands by any means. They will want to get every point they can, though, and Winston Eccles is going to do a good job to defend from these guys at this point. It's probably not going to happen, I wouldn't imagine. Outside line for the 104. They'll brake late. It'll give you the inside for turn 2. There's just enough space for them there as well, but they're going to have to give the same respect on the exit of 2. And the outside through the longer turn 3 isn't going to work for them, so they'll hang back and then they'll power through the corner on the exit. Big squeeze out on the grass, and it's going to be inside line for turn 4. That was a very well executed pass, and Central Quattro are up to 3rd place.
Yeah, and then just for the joys of that for PRT, they've got the GTP leader from the Octopus Racing Team coming through here as well. So that battle that they were hoping to resume, we'd have to go on a bit of a back burner here, Ewan, because obviously the leader is coming through. However, for the Octopus Racing Team, it's not overly aggressive considering how close Magic Arrow are. Magic Arrow are literally 2 cars back at the moment, and we've got all classes on track in that one shot currently. So, does Stefan need to be a little bit more aggressive here? Because he's not really gaining with the speed of the BMW. He's not really making the moves through traffic. Is he being a little bit more overly cautious?
Well, it's a fine balance between being cautious and overly cautious. And I think 2 people would look at the same bit of driving and say that they're one or the other. That's the drive down the inside that you wouldn't often see, to be fair. So he is making the moves when he wants to, but also doesn't want to risk the car at this point. After all, he's in a fantastic position, and without any damage, I think they can get a podium here today. Whether they can get the race win or not, I think the jury's very much still out on that. But for the moment, he can definitely get a podium here without receiving any more damage today, because he's still got 2.5 laps over Dennis Robin Wolf, and that's not a gap I think he can close with this amount of time remaining.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I was just going to talk about earlier on as well. Can, realistically, Ryder get involved in this front battle? Are we counting them out before we really know whether or not they're going to be able to? Now, 2 laps down, we've seen anything can happen. We've still got 2 hours 42 left on the clock. Can they? Can't they? What is the overall general consensus here, Ewan? Do we think Ryder can get involved, or do we think that pretty much 4th place is where all they're going to be able to take?
Yeah, I think it's going to be 4th at a maximum. in terms of pace, there's just not the amount of time to actually catch up at this stage. If you think about their last lap was a 30.2. That was a good 3 seconds quicker than some of those up the front. But if you think about 2.5 laps, that's 4 minutes to catch up. And admittedly, that might be possible at that rate of closing, but I don't think that's going to remain the same throughout. They've got just over 2 laps to even get on the podium, so I think it's going to take damage for one of the top 3 for Reiter to get back on the podium. But in the same breath, damage is very possible to get in the GTP now. It's really sensitive to damage, and so any bit of contact could induce that, and so I think we can't count them out just yet, but I don't think that's going to be on raw pace, but it's going to be on incidents that may or may not happen in front.
Definitely there as well. And this is still 9th and 8th and 9th down in the GT3 Pros. Sim Vision, Octopus Racing, once again, still together, battling out. And then they got Platinum Racing Team Orange in front of them there as well. And then Tadalini, Wire, Sim Sport and Sim Vision battling it out once more as well. The GT3 is giving us a little bit of the action here, as everything in the GTPs and also in the LMP2s has gone a little bit quiet for this mid part of the race. We know this is this mid part of the race, so let's they generally end up coming back together again, don't they? It's a difficult one. If you haven't ever watched endurance racing here before, you'll know you have the insane start, then you have the first round of pit stops, then you get a little bit more insane, and then you have a lull. And I think we're in that little bit of a lull period where the LMPs and the GTPs are just a little bit further back, and then they all start coming back together again at the end. Towards the end, the last hour normally provides a lot of the action here, Ewan, with the fact that they've all started coming back together.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to know where to put this race, I think, because, well, we are nearly halfway through, I suppose. There's only 2 hours 40 remaining. That's still quite a long way. So it's hard to know where to quite put this one. But for now, and in terms of writing people off, especially as we've been doing a little bit in the GTP category, but yeah, for whatever reason, it feels like that weird middle ground at the moment where there's somewhat a long way to go, but also not really in the context of this season. But it's a difficult race nevertheless with this circuit and the leg for the race combination, and we're still seeing, thankfully, some good battling going on up and down. It does mean, though, that we're now in another LMP2 pit stop phase. We've seen Persinger Motorsport and MRP both come into the pit lane, and Central Quattro are now into second place.
Yeah, they definitely are. Central Quattro now as MRP goes into the pits. This is a battle down with Sim Vision, Platinum Racing Team Orange and Octopus Racing behind that. Chicane Online Racing Red are down in 12th. I know a couple of laps back, but these guys there as well are going to make it through. It looked like Brian Hobson is struggling off the exit there, and unfortunately lost that place to Sim Vision. And now Octopus Racing trying to get through at the same time as well. You can flash him as much as you want, but you can't get him out of the way. He's battling you for position, that dear sir, unfortunately. So you're going to have to go round him on that one without trying to put him off with your light flashing, which probably is a lot to Martin Hobson anyway. And once more, Hobson holds on to that position. Further up in the field in the LMP2s, we've got Winston Eckel with Ben Dutton still battling away here as well for this, what is currently 3rd and 4th, the last podium position, and that's probably not going to help Ben Dutton if that keeps happening with Winston Eckel.
Probably not. I mean, it does seem like Eckel has been falling backwards in towards Dutton a little bit over the course of the latter portion of this stint. 9/10 of a second gained by Dutton on the last lap, and they're pretty close together now, so the difference between them in terms of lap time is going to be reduced anyway. But I would expect the 505 endurance car to be able to make its move at some point in the near future, although he's going to have to do it quickly, because I think either at the end of this lap or the end of the next one, Winston Eckel will be making his way down onto the pit lane. This will be his 26th lap of the stint, which is exactly what he managed during the previous stint as well. So we might not even see a battle between these two. Eckel will just get caught behind this little bit of lap traffic in towards 7 and 8. He'll go round the outside through 8, and he'll make it work. Dutton will get caught behind, though, and that will surely end any move now.
Yeah, Altitude Esports there as well, go past him. Currently as well, still driven by Tom Dadswell. He's making his way, trying to make his way back through the field, of course. He's a long way down from the leaders. As you can see, top left, he's currently 7 laps down. Ben Dutton is slowly edging past these cars, getting past a group here currently at the moment. Dadswell's just slipped up the inside of Fury Simsport. Job done there. And Robin Rodriguez from MRP, Cabano are also into the pits as well. And Winston Eckel does not go in this time around here, Ewan, but it means he's still in third place. What do we reckon? Next lap, Winston Eckel probably into the pits?
I think it's got to be next lap, yeah. The only reason he didn't come in this time was because his 26-lap stint from the first part of this race probably came as a result of the formation little bit that we had at the start. Now that you're fully underway, it's a lot easier to save that little bit of fuel, that little bit extra for that one extra lap, and you can get into the rhythm of things and go one lap longer. So it will have to be this time for Eckel, surely. Although we have seen demonstrated from the likes of even Hernandez in the first stint that you can actually do 28 laps on a stint. That seems to be the limit for the LMP2. So maybe it is possible for Eckel to go another one after this, or maybe one after that as well.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how Winston Eckel gets on and what he's going to be able to do. However, whatever he is going to be able to do, Ben Dutton is looking like he's trying to follow him as well. Zhao Reese down in 5th currently for SimVision, still chasing down YS Simsport. These guys seem to be attached at the bumper here, Ewan, and not really letting anyone get away at the moment. So these guys for SimVision and YS Simsport still battling quite nicely for 4th and 5th in class. It's good to see the GT3s battling away, and 2 BMW as well. So yeah, quite a nice little tidy battle going on here.
Yeah, the BMWs aren't uncommon in the pro standings. They make up the whole of the top 10 as João Reis finally makes his way down the inside of Tudleone. Now he'll be through. Yep, he will be in towards turn 7. That was a nice dive at turn 5 and eventually sealed it into the next braking zone. He'll try and move away at this stage from that driver behind, and you wouldn't expect him to have any trouble in doing so because he's been tailing him for quite some time. I got the feeling actually that they were running similar pace, and so he didn't actually want to go through, but clearly he does, and he has gone through now, which has given him this little bit of space to get away now, because he does look, now that he's in front, he does look a little bit quicker in fact.
He does. He's opening up a little bit of a gap here for João Reis. 6 tenths almost already over Tudleone, and I'm expecting that to extend a little bit further down. Octopus Racing here in the GT3 Pro category, all the way down trying to get Martin Hobson in front, of course. These guys down in 7th, 8th here as well. So this nice little battle further down the order, battling away quite nicely all at the same time. Dodswell's just cleared Ferrara in front. Tom Dadswell still on his march back through the GT3s here currently at the moment, all settling down on the side of the race in front with this battle, your closest battle currently on track. 2 hours 34 minutes, where, nearly coming up to halfway. Is this now parts of it where teams are just crunching the numbers to see what they've got to do towards the end of the race here, Ewan, regarding laps, pit stops and all of that, just to make sure that they're, as Mr. Hedgecock says, are on target?
I think it's one of those races that's so short that you can actually plan it out from start to finish, and even it's not inconceivable that some of these teams would have actually tested a race distance, because it's such a short one. If you've got really, if this is a championship that you're mainly focused on, if this is a real priority, then it's certainly possible to not only do just stint practice, which all of them will have done, you'd imagine, but you can even do race practice at ones such as short as this one. So it's I think they'll know exactly what they're doing from start to finish. Obviously things can get thrown off with a bit of damage, and a lot of that's happened in GTP, but especially for these GT3 teams, I think they'll know exactly what they're doing almost to the lap at this stage, and nothing will be a surprise for them, which is another thing that really changes with a 4-hour race as opposed to the 12-hour we're going to have at the end of the season in 4 weeks' time. You won't probably plan it out entirely, not as meticulously as you'd plan this race anyway.
Yeah, Vincent Lossoms has taken over the car for the PRT Blue here, and Dennis Choi in the Cho in the 505. So both teams have swapped drivers, both went in on lap 54. And both teams now are still back out again and right near each other once again for the PRT Blue and the 505. So they've done their stop. We're looking at about 26 to 28 laps, I think it was, wasn't it, for these guys?
It was 28 laps at a maximum, yeah, and 26 sort of minimum kind of range. We've still not even seen Ivan Hernandez into the pit lane, actually. He came in at lap 28, as I mentioned. This will be another 28 lap stint if he were to come in at the end of this one.
Warning popped up on screen there for an unsafe rejoin from the Ran Ineos team. So they're going to have to be careful. The stewards will be paying attention to everything that you do after that. To be a bit careful there, gentlemen. And Peter Herschel from HW has just cleared Martin Hobson there from the PRT, and he's now moved up into 23rd overall. Of course, if you're wondering why they're all out of sync, it's because there was an incident earlier on, and HW did unfortunately get 5 minutes of repairs. So for them ones, they did have 5 minutes of repairs. As you can see, Writer Engineering behind them as well, who had lengthy repairs after a big incident earlier on. And Jan Eik Zanders from Maniti Racing Yellow chasing down the Sissy State Punk car, which I believe is actually GT3 Pro in front. Oh, punting an NDH off the track, warning for Sergio Cotro.
Oh, that's not the incident I was expecting, actually. That wasn't the one at all. Because the 105 team you just talked about, HW Racing, who've just re-emerged from the pit lane after 5 minutes of damage, did report Sergio Cotro for their incident, so I thought that was it. But clearly, the championship leaders in LMP2 have been involved in something else on top of that.
It looks like they have here, unfortunately for them. And it's a warning for them. I wonder if the incoming after that would be from, obviously, the incident with the HW Racing team. I'm wondering if that's being looked at. It obviously depends on how busy the stewards currently are at this moment in time here. So these guys are probably quite busy and looking through them one at a time here as well. So, yeah, nice little battles developing throughout the field, and one that we can all start to look forward to as we're coming into the last 2.5 hours of this race here, Ewan. And what an opening hour and a half it's been.
It's been entertaining so far. We expected this from Barcelona, to be fair, but it has been a good race as of so far. Still a long way to go, though. Still more than half of this race remaining. And plenty to play out. We've seen a lot of drama, especially in GTP. The top three were all battling over the lead. Writer Engineering Esports with Altitude Esports and Racer Esports team as well. They all made contact. They've all had long stops. And now it's between Octopus Racing Team, Delta Racing and Magic Arrow for the race win. And indeed, we've already seen Magic Arrow make their second scheduled pit stop of the day. And Norbert Frank has got to the wheel of the third place car.
Yeah, they have at the moment as well. And one that I think we'll see how that one pans out here for them as well. Just give me 2 seconds. Going to correct something there as well, and that is all done and dusted. And Martin Hobson is still battling away down here with Octopus Racing Team there as well. So GT3s are probably closer than the rest of the field currently at the moment, Ewan, here. And is that something that we would expect throughout the race, or would we say that the LMPHs and the GTPs would have been a little bit closer?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, whether it's sort of luck, isn't it, which way round it ends up falling more than anything else. But different races spark up at different times, and at the moment it does seem that it's GT3. Martin Hobson very much on the defensive here in GT3 Pro. That's Yosilu Otero just behind for Octopus. He got a fantastic run out the final corner, but couldn't do anything with it. Whether he's got a little bit too much downforce on that car, so he's very quick through the corners, not quick enough on the straights, as this is a Pro versus Am battle. Yannick Zanders up positions here for Maniti Racing, up to 5th place, I believe, and that's important for the championship there, of course, because their rivals are down in last.
Yeah, they are. There they are currently in there. The Maniti Racing Yellow in 4th now in class. So they're doing an absolutely stellar job of keeping it out of here. And Kiki Lizelle from the Cabano has just gone past them, who is 11th in class there as well. So, yep. And something else that we're going to keep an eye on here throughout this moment here is Christini is now in to the pits, and as is Bazinga Motorsports with Oliver Kona as well. They're into the pits here. And Ivan Hernandez from XBD. And Dennis Robin Wolf, of course, different classes are starting. He's come up to the back here as well. Still laps down on the leaders in the GTP. So he's still got a bit of time to go there for Dennis Robin Wolf. We have said possibly fourth could be his ceiling, but we never say never. So let's see how that one happens here as well.
It's only his ceiling if the guys in front don't make any mistakes and don't get any damage. Then all of a sudden he might have the opportunity to move on forward a little bit further than that. So we'll wait and see whether that will become the case or not. But for now, I think fourth very much is the limit for them. But as I say, still a long way to go. We're just looking at the Austrian sim racers. Porsche here, that's in second place in the GT3 AM standings, just ahead of another one of the Porsches, Team Upstate, who just went wide through the final corner, just ran through the grass and the gravel briefly, but they're back on and continue in third place. So 2 Porsches on the podium in GT3 AM at the moment.
Yeah, battling away nicely there as well. I'm just trying to correct the what has come up with. I'm not quite sure why it's all of a sudden put him into a legacy category here. So bear with us for 2 seconds while I try and correct that situation as well. So I'm not quite sure why he's gone into the legacy category there, Ewan. That wasn't literally on.
Well, it's not the only Porsche either, so if it's going to be any of them, then I guess unless Team Upstate aren't using the 992, are they? They're also using the same car. So if iRacing's going to do that, then why did it only do it to half of the category?
I know, and that's the thing that I'm just trying to look at here as well, as to why it only did it for some and has not done it for others. I am solving this issue currently as we speak, so bear with us for 2 seconds as well. Not entirely sure why it wanted to put him into something completely different. And the Austrian sim racers, they're 375 in the GT3, and hopefully that should throw him where he needs to be and not completely on his own category. There we go, job done for him.
Yeah, so they're running quite well actually, Austrian sim racers, up in second place at the moment in GT3 AM. They've not had the best season so far though, unfortunately, only down in 9th in the standings. Their best result has come at the last round at Sebring, where they were second. It's too late to make a championship charge at this point, but they could well get up to the top 5 in those standings, which would be nice for them, or search for some individual race results as well. But still, that win has eluded them over the last couple of weeks. And it looks like it might well do again here, as this is a strangely timed pit stop for Martin Hobson.
He's gone into the pits there, unfortunately. 2 hours, 24 minutes in. Well, this would be why. He's off the side of the circuit. Actually, it started probably about here, to be fair. No, he's already off.
It's taken him ages to get back on here.
Oh, there we go. On in now.
Oh, he's on his own. Entirely on his own. It's another GT3 losing it on the rear. I wonder if he's going to get hit. Oh,
that was his own teammate.
Yeah, it was. So how does he gets going again here. How does he end up in the AstroTurf on the left-hand side for a second time?
There.
Oh, he lose. Oh, dearie me. Martin Hobson has lost it on the power. And straight into one of the prototypes that will surely have damage as well.
Zachary Livingood here.
Is it? It's Lithium Motorsports. Oh, dear.
Wow.
They'll be really unhappy about that.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's going to go down too well.
No, it's not. I mean, these GT3s do have traction control, but if that's a case that it never, or it doesn't always save you, then that's exactly it. Obviously, I understand the GT3s getting frustrated at prototypes quite often throughout these races, but they've caused their fair share here today, I've got to say.
Yes.
Sorry, but they have.
Oh dear, Kiki Lascelles for Cabano Esports there, moving swiftly on. All DMs to Ewan O'Leary, just to let you know.
People don't want to. Yeah, people don't want to hear that. I'm sorry, but it's true. I mean, it speaks a lot to the conditions of the tyres around this circuit, doesn't it? Because they're under such wear, they're overheating anyway, and the fact that it's the middle of summer and the temperatures are probably edging towards as high as they're ever going to be. So all of these things are compounding and making it very slippery, especially for the GT3s. But with the added aerodynamic downforce that they've had, the prototypes have had an easier time of things today, certainly than they had 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, they definitely have as well, which is always good. We haven't seen the likes of Sebring going on here this afternoon, I should say. So as we go into the last 2 hours, 20 minutes. Tom Stanley from Prestonada Nomad is up 18 places, mind you, but they did have a quali ban and started at the back of the field, so great job from them. And then Sissy State Punk are behind the Cabano Esports, Kiki Lascelles behind that as well. So that is for 8th and 9th in class, and then it's for 4th for Sissy State, just to basically hold on to these guys currently here as well. Marcello Eusebio has got the HW behind him, which is, I'm pretty sure, going to come whizzing through any minute. Oh, okay. That was Central Quattro 104 going past both of them. Being a little bit more aggressive than the HW car was, clearly, at that moment in time, Ewan.
Central Quattro, yeah, have been in for their 3rd stop already here, so they're clearly doing half-an-hour stints here. I'm doing 7 stops as opposed to the 5 that you do otherwise. So at half distance, they will have made one more stop than the others, and they need to be in front, but they're at 4 seconds behind Frank Garcia, although it'll be less now because Garcia, I believe, just went off.
Has he? He has.
It was brief. It was brief, but yeah, I think that might be it, in fact.
Yeah, that was it. Round the outside.
Well, because of the reason of the track, I thought he was off in the gravel at turn 4, actually, but he was fine. Indeed, it was one of the GT3s that nearly went off into the gravel there, but yeah, certainly going to be under pressure here is Garcia, because this is the legitimate race now. So if you think about Central Quattro having to make more stops and how are they going to make that time up, well, it's now is when...
you did it! You did it on your own!
What?
What did you go and try and test for that one?
I wasn't even talking about that.
No,
that's not my fault at all.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying watch this.
I was looking at the timing screen trying to explain all that, but Writer Engineering Esports in the wall.
And that's Dennis Cho, who's just been whipped out of the position he was in, all because of this moment there.
It's a small tap, isn't it? But it's had big consequences.
Was there a need?
Well, there was space on the left-hand side there as well.
There was a lot more.
I don't know if there was net cone involved, but...
wasn't there? Look.
Yeah, well... There was space to be had on the outside line there, but got a bit too close. And I'm afraid Writer Engineering Esports have ended their chances of finishing 4th place in this race, I would imagine, unless they can get that car repaired within 4 laps.
Joe's going to get his done now. I'm... Poor Writer. I don't know if I agree with that on that one.
What do you mean?
Well, I get that they've obviously had an incident. I'm... Okay. There was a gap there, right? So Central Quattro got a drive-through, punting off an LMDH off a track. Warning has been moved to a drive-through after... I missed the end of that. It didn't come up long enough there. What was it? After close investigation. So they've got a drive-through now as well. But Central Quattro.
That's big news.
Yeah, big news for
the
them.
leaders in LMP2.
Yeah. I understand Writer's situation, but what I'm trying to put into perspective was... Like, could it have been avoided? Do we think it could have been avoided? I'm just going to put it that
definitely.
way. So he could have made changes to his line, or he could have just lifted, or, you know, braked a little bit, right? Before contacting.
You don't need to brake. You don't need to brake. You just
lift.
need to give space. It's fine.
Give space on lift. No need to be that close. plenty of room all around there. Thank you, Mr. Hedgecott. That's probably how I should have said it in the first place.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we're agreeing on that. To be fair, I don't think you need to lift. That's a bit extreme.
No, but you know what I
space.
mean. Yeah, just
There's
space.
space there to do that. To be fair, in his defence, Jan Cobb's defence, I think he thought that he was given enough space as it was, which is fair enough, I suppose. It looked like a misjudgment really, rather than something that was, not on or whatever. So it looked like a misjudgment more than anything. But even so, it's had big consequences. Ryder Engineering Esports have now been in for nearly 90 seconds, and Altitude have got the chance to go through and gain back some more points. So for the second race in a row, Ryder have been the fastest team in my opinion, but may well have lost points to their rivals.
Yeah, and now it's also put Dennis Cho from 505 in the pits, and he's been in the pits for 2 minutes already. So that incident, that one incident of getting too close to a car when there was space all around you, has now just lost 505 the possibility of a podium in the LMP2 class. And Izzy Pop, what are Ryder doing? I can't answer that question, unfortunately. We don't have that ability to answer that question. It just... I don't know.
It's a shame really that that has forced everyone into the pit lane, but that's what's happened, unfortunately. Centre Quattro have now been in to serve their drive-through, by the way. They're still out in second, but have now made their job of catching picky drivers a little bit more difficult in that battle in LMP2.
They have it there as well. Bonini's got Mark Hutchinson, who's going to go sweep round the outside like he was stood still. So Mark Hutchinson now into 13th place here. The Zanders and the Sissy State car are battling out quite nicely here as well in the two Ferraris. And well, it's not a Ferrari, it's a Lamborghini actually, sorry, my mistake. And he lets through the GT3 of Marcello Eusebio, who is hoping...
Putting a lap on them.
Yeah, he's put a lap on them, and hopefully he's going to allow Sissy State are going to let him through as well, because obviously he's putting a lap on them currently at the moment. Octopus Racing are back in the pits here as well. So they're back into the pits currently at the moment. We've got 3 of the categories all in your picture there, Pro-Ams and LMP2s. And he does there as well. So well done to Sissy State. That's allowed Marcello Eusebio to get on his bike a little bit and get past him and move up here as well. LMP2s now to Platinum Racing Team Blue. Are going to go sweep round the outside of turn 4. Job done for him. So there we go. They are all spread out. We've got pit lane of Jan Corbs is in the pits from Ryder Engineering. Dennis Cho, 505 after they had a coming together that could have been avoided. Martin Perez has taken over the Octopus Racing Team car and is now out on track in 3rd place there. Mark Hutchinson has the opportunity of jumping Ryder here, Ewan, and getting into that 4th place spot.
He does, as long as Ryder stay in the pit lane for at least another lap and a half here, which is going to be 2.5 minutes or so. But the pit stop time is already up to 4 minutes. I think Ryder could well be out ahead of Altitude here. But yeah, that's
it depends what the damage time was. That looked quite a hefty hit.
Yeah, it did, but I'm comparing it to the last bit of damage they had. I'm thinking it might be less than that, although that could also not be true. So so maybe they will indeed stay in the pit lane for long enough for Altitude to go ahead, and it would be big news for Altitude Esports as well. They come in with a 9-point advantage in the championship. If they finish ahead of Ryder, then they need to finish in the top 2 at the final race, and they would be champions no matter where Ryder finish. So yeah, it's been a difficult second half of the season for Ryder here, because as I say, I believe they've been the fastest team, but they've had the most incidents, unfortunately.
They have, unfortunately for them as well, and probably cost himself another. Well, yeah, it's part of their own undoing, unfortunately for them. Not an ideal scenario. Peter Herschel's just going up past the racing team 208, who go in to the pits 2 hours 13 minutes. Herschel is slowly moving back onto the back. He's got an opportunity of getting Dennis Cho from the 505 Endurance. Currently 2 laps back from that as well, so another couple of minutes here and it could be job done. And also I think Mark Hutchinson might have the opportunity here of taking this position away from Ryder here as well. Only got about half a lap before he's on the same lap as Reiter Engineering. So it's possible that now Mark Hutchinson will put that car into 5th place there, Ewan. And that's what we said. Anything can happen. Nothing was sewn up until the checkered flag, and it's just proved with Reiter Engineering now.
Yeah, it's not over until it's over. So we've got to keep watching till the very end to see what on earth is going to go on, because you just never know. Over 6 minutes in pit lane now for Reiter. They'll need to get out quickly to be near Altitude Esports. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen, does it? It looks like Altitude will be back in front, and at the moment would gain 1 singular point on Reiter, which is doesn't sound like a lot, but it would benefit them heavily in the case of
going into
next round.
Yeah.
There's Hutchinson. He knows he's gaining a position, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Weaving around. Well, clearly very pleased about that.
Yeah,
well,
he does.
I guess why wouldn't you be?
Well, you gained a position on your people second in the championship. He's put himself into, into an incident there as well. And it says they caused an accident that wiped them and an LMP2 out. So, a Reiter engine, it's that speed versus consistency scenario. You might have the speed, but if you're not very consistent and get yourself caught up in incidents, because there was literally no reason to yank up speed that close, right? Lift off, whatever, move over. There was plenty of space to the right. You could have given him all the space in the world, to be fair. So it's the story of their own undoing, isn't it? And that's what's caused them to be in that position where they are now. They're back in the pits. They're in there for 7.5 minutes already. Mark Hutchinson has just gone back past him. As you say, it is only a point, but a point to point, and it doesn't really matter how many points you get as long as you're making that difference. And they are making that difference. Altitude was obviously penalty induced. There was obviously that incident as well with Raykar where he ended up going right out the back end of him. Whether we didn't see he's on board, so if he was braking, fair play. If he wasn't, whatever, the stewards have decided it's all done and dusted, really. But their undoing has been more penalty-based than they have incident-based for the Altitude, where Reiter has been more incident-based than it has been penalty-based.
Yeah, it certainly has. We saw us at Sebring, obviously, with Reiter, and here again now at Barcelona. So yeah, that's where they've lost out a lot. And as I say, it's about that toss-up between speed and consistency, but not only consistency, but just being calm and safe in the traffic as well. This is where I thought that Reiter would do well today. We saw how Dennis Robin Wolf was behaving in the first run through traffic there, really calm, smooth and composed. And I thought, that's the sign of a race-winning team, certainly a race-winning driver. But even he had the incidents towards the end of his stint there. Now that with a second driver into the car, they've had incidents as well. And it's dropped them down to 5th place. They've got another 4 laps until they're overtaken for that 5th place. So I think they can don't have to worry about that too much. But even so, we've seen pit stops take more than 20 minutes so far today. The absolute worst thing in the world was for it to take half an hour, because then they actually wouldn't be classified anymore. And so that would be really bad news. So that's pretty bad news for Hutchinson.
Yeah, went in hot. Man of your own undoing. Come on, Mark. Do better than that, son. Keep it on track. You don't want to be going down the start-finish straight, weaving, and then flashing your lights, and then all of a sudden go and put it in a gravel trap, mate. Doesn't look good.
No,
Little bit,
not particularly.
No, a little bit overly confident there.
This is what I mentioned earlier about being on the wrong side of the road as you go into the corner. Obviously, you've got to do that to make moves, but your braking boards are often on the other side of the road, and you can't quite see them as clearly. And it means that you can just outbrake yourself on that tighter line, which is exactly what Hutchinson did there, but he's recovered himself and he's still going. Obviously, it doesn't matter too much because there's laps and laps between them and cars in front and behind.
Yeah, there is. There's already 2 laps over Reiter Engineering here as well. Now, I want to have a quick chat about this young gentleman from Peaky Drivers GT3. Now, if we overrule the timing standings, he is currently sitting 3rd in class, up 10 places, and it's 3rd in class. It's 3rd in, it's not really class because the GT3 AMS is class, but it's 3rd in group of the GT3s. He's doing an absolute stellar job for this Peaky Drivers GT3 team.
Yeah, I think it's less reflective on the team, but more on the driver. In fact, that we've seen such a dominant display so far. We do sometimes get this in the AM categories, where one driver is particularly strong, especially at the start of a race. But we see how they fall away over the course of the rest of the race. I mean, they've got such a big lead that it might not matter anyway, the drivers they've got coming up. However, it might well do, even still. We'll have to see, but they could even keep this pace up for the entirety of the race. But yeah, it's been a really, really strong performance from them so far. As you say, Fabio Ponta's very close to them at the moment. Joe Ray's not too far away either. He will come into the pit lane now. But yeah, a very big lead is what they're holding on to at the moment.
Yeah, there's almost a 40-odd second gap there for Redondo, who's in. Drive-through penalty for PRT Orange, getting on the gas too early. It was easily avoidable. Well, yes, that's where he was into, unfortunately, the incident earlier on with Martin Hobson that we watched there, and him going around and then getting onto the power and then spinning it back in front of the LMP2. So, yeah, not an ideal scenario, but penalty is penalty. Take it, and there you go. Dennis Cho is back out for 5:05, so their repairs are not quite as long as Jan Korb's. And I'm not going to lie here, Raycar's still running. Korb's is still in the pits here, and has been in the pits for 12.5 minutes. Now, in 2 laps' time, if he's still in there in a couple of minutes' time, Raycar are going to overtake him as well here, Ewan.
That would be a real disaster, because that's another point lost as well for that team. Nearly quarter of an hour they've been in there now, and they've got to really worry about the 90% mark as well, because it's approaching on them very quickly. They will have to be very careful of that, because you need to finish within 90% of the race winner in your class to be classified and get points. If you don't get points from this race here for Reiter, it's a complete disaster. It won't be over in terms of the championship, but it very nearly will be. And you'd have a huge job on your hands at the final race.
Yeah, definitely for them. It's going to be something that we'll keep an eye on here with the Raycar guys. They are coming to the end of 61. And it's basically about 2 laps to go before they can get near the Reiter Engineering boys here as well. But in the GT3 AM battle, Trackside Esports and Chicane Online Racing Orange, there they both are on track at exactly the same moment. They're battling it out down here for 6th and 7th in class of the GT3s, and are currently doing an absolutely stellar job with 2 hours 5 minutes to go. Reiter Engineering drive-through, punting an LMP2 off. There was enough space. Can't argue with that.
I don't think so. Well, neither of us are going to, certainly.
No.
Because
we're not.
Reasonable to me, given what we saw.
Yeah, not going to argue with that one for them.
No, not at all. But it's still a shame. And it does indeed look like they'll lose 5th place. They're not showing any signs of movement here in the next few moments. I think in 2 or 3 laps they might be outside of the 90% as well, which would be a real disaster.
And they've got a drive-through to contend with.
Exactly, yeah.
And that's not going to help them either. And Jan Korbs for Reiter Engineering has got to feel a little bit responsible for that incident, and that has now cost his team 15 minutes in the pits as of now, plus a drive-through penalty as well. And the guys from Raycar are just on their way down into turn 10, and they will be overtaking Reiter Engineering this time around. So Reiter Engineering will now go down into 6th in class. And how close do we think they are to this 90% here, Ewan? Because obviously they're currently 12 laps down.
Yes, I am just working that out at the moment. But live maths obviously is difficult. I think they'll need to complete 139 laps, which is, on current estimations, 15 laps off the class winner. And at the moment, they are about to go 13 laps down. So, in my books, they've got 2 more laps before they're in trouble.
Right, and they're in trouble now because Raycar have just cleared them. So there we go. Job done.
It's nothing like the trouble like they would be in if they
they
drop
didn't
below
score
9%.
any. Yep.
Yep. Really not encouraging news for them at all in this race, unfortunately. And that's, I guess, the worry that the likes of Fury Simsport would have been having earlier. Actually, that they're 13 laps down themselves, 12 laps down themselves. So they're in a similar situation. They can't afford another crash, and Wright won't be able to afford another crash when they come out either.
Well, the question is whether or not they're actually going to get out, because they're now 16 and a half minutes and they're still in here. As we can see, Trackside Esports and Team Upstate. Trackside are going to be trying to go through on the chicane online racing. Sorry, Orange of Christopher Rowe goes through Pepe Kirstens from Trackside Esports. And that is Trackside down into 7th, chicane online racing Orange up into 6th. And I'm expecting that gap to grow as it has done already. Nearly 9 attempts currently at the moment. So that BMW seems to be well planted there for the chicane online racing Orange team. I'm still keeping an eye on Reiter, and they are still in the pits. They are currently 13 laps down. Where is Magic Arrow? He's coming round turn 10. Currently here as well at the moment. This is going to be number 14 unless they get out pretty sharpish. And they're not looking or showing signs of moving here, Ewan, and this is going to be a tough one.
It is. Of course, that's only very rough maths I'm basing this on at the moment, but about to go 14 laps down. They can only afford to be 15, so they can only afford one more lap around, 2 more laps around, and they're below the 90% that they need. So, they're on the way out now. So, just as they go 14 laps down, Jan Kortz makes his way out. He might just about be all right, but it's pretty close, and they absolutely can't afford another crash.
And they got a drive-through to do.
Yeah, thankfully that's not going to cost them 2 laps, but even so.
Yep, it's still putting them under pressure there as well. As we're coming to the top of the hour, we are going to be bringing in Mr. Daan Pepels, who's going to be finishing off the last couple of hours with myself here. Ewan's going to duck out for the rest of the day as well. But let's bring Dan in to the booth. Dan, you here?
Yes, I am, and I'm excited to be here. What have I missed, guys?
Well, loads.
What haven't I missed?
Well, yeah, exactly. You haven't missed the fact that Reiter Engineering are nearly outside of the 90% mark as well. They've got about another 2 laps to hang on here. If they have one more incident, let's put them down into 6th. I believe it was 90%, Ewan, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's 90% that you need. I'm calculating that to be about 15 laps is all you can be behind. Well, to be fair, I'm not sure whether 15 laps is the first lap that you won't be scored anymore, or the first lap, or the last lap that you still will count. I don't know, but anyway, it's around that mark, and they're very, very, very close at the moment. So that's a worrying thing for them. But then again, their rivals Altitude Esports were involved in a crash with them as well at the same time. So it's I guess doesn't matter too much at the moment. They're only losing a couple of points, but it could easily go a lot worse for them with another incident, which is not inconceivable in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, no, of course not. And if I look at the leaderboards at the top of the GTP class, it's been, I think, a difficult one for the GTPs. It was always expected at a track like this, especially with that last sector, which has been widened a bit, of course, with that new turn 9, I think, and the new last corner. So it has been made a bit easier, but still, that remains such a tight and twisty section. But yeah, 7 laps behind for P4 in the GTP class. That tells you that it has been quite a difficult one for them.
We were having this discussion earlier about that last sector, actually. Do you know that it's been widened slightly to make things a little bit safer? Because I thought that chicane had been put in the first place because it was unsafe, that final corner. But we were discussing earlier on about what's changed to make it safe again. Is it just a little bit wider now?
I think so. Turn 10, which I previously called turn 9, so I stand to be corrected there. But especially that corner, it was a very tight left-hand hairpin, you could almost call it. So the fact that has been widened, as we can see the traffic working here. Leonard Ziegler catching up one of the GT3s going into turn 8 and 9. And I think the quick corners make it so difficult to overtake, especially around this track. Of course, the LMDHs have it easier because they have more downforce, as we see the 104 of Gianpolo Filippo Cristini duck into pit lane. But that makes it easier. Before the LMP2s, it makes it more difficult because they don't have as much downforce. And yeah, it's just such a difficult track to multi-class race on. And you see it every year when the ELMS comes to this track. And it always has a lot of DNFs, cars that have been in the wars a lot. So yeah, just a difficult track in general to multi-class race on.
And as we're hearing in the YouTube chat, it's very, very hot out there today as well. We are into summer, of course, and it is Spain. So it's very, very hot down there on the circuit. That's going to make things even more difficult. And just to compound all of what you're saying there, Dan, is the fact that we've got these GTPs especially really under pressure for tyre wear here today. The corners are so high load that we were hearing earlier on that some of the GTPs might not even be able to make it a full fuel stint, which is really unusual. Partly because the fuel tanks have been made a bit bigger now in the GTPs to reflect what we have in real life. However, even so, it's a real worry for these teams about how much tyre wear there is at the circuit with the corners so high stress as they are. Yeah, and I think what that was down to, I've read some of the patch files from the new patch, of course, Season 3 of 2023 now. So, yeah, well, the thing with that is, I think that the tires just don't stretch long enough. But then again, that might see, for the first time, actually, in a season, we might see some strategy games, because the tires and the fuel were done at the same time. Of course, as it is in real life, I think in the Le Mans 24 hours, you can do fuel and tires at the same time. But that kind of took the strategy game away, because you could always change tires. It didn't really matter. Now, I do know that some teams at the Nürburgring 24 hours didn't change tires, because then you don't have that heat cycle where the first 2 laps the car is really good, and then the 3 or 4 laps after the car is just the tires are too hot, and then they come back to you once the car gets a bit lighter. Then you miss that kind of grading phase of the tire. So that was a tactic some teams used, but most of the time that was just useless, because you won so much time in that first 2 laps of your stint. So for the first time, I think today we might see some strategy play. It's Magic Arrow at the moment at the top, which I don't think we've seen at the top a lot. No, we haven't seen too much of them at the front. They're third in the standings, though. They're doing all right for themselves. They were second at the opening round of the season, but that's their only podium that they've had so far, despite being on the podium in the season as a whole. There they are, just ahead of Octopus Racing Team. 17 seconds behind, and then about the same distance back to Delta Racing inside the top 3. We were talking about this not so long ago, but with more than 6 laps between them and the leaders, it looks like Altitude Esports, even from 4th, are too far back to do anything on pace. We believe anyway that it's going to be incidents only, which mean that they can get involved, or Writer indeed, or Racer indeed either. It's really between those front 3, and we've seen quite a lot of cautiousness actually from those top 3, because they've realised that not many of those teams end up on the podium very often, and as long as they don't have a crash in the final 2 hours, then they will end up there, we'd imagine.
Yeah, and I think the fact that we have a GT car at the moment in P13 overall further tells you how difficult it is really for the prototypes in this race. Now, of course, we have a bit of traffic in the way there for Mark Hutchison. He's trying to get through the LMP2 field. For himself, he's about 7 laps down on the leaders. In that XBD Emerald car is the 158 that we see on the screen. Even Hernandez, as we get a drive through for the 381 Crips Racing Blue. Multiple dangerous driving incidents, and I don't think that's the first one we've seen.
No, it certainly isn't. The penalties are just ramping up towards the end of this season as we see this, but But yeah, we've seen plenty of drive-throughs so far today, has to be said, and plenty of penalties as well. A few arguments about them as well, but that's all fine. I think in recent times, to be fair, me and James have been all right in terms of agreeing on penalties.
Yes.
I can't remember the last time when we disagreed on now, actually, in this race. So it's going.
Start
going
talking
well.
about back markers, and you'll disagree in like 5 seconds.
Well, this is also true. Give me blue flags and you're in trouble. But I think to be fair, me and Ewan have done quite well. We've agreed on pretty much all of the incidents that have taken place here. So overall,
I think Ewan doesn't dare to disagree anymore. That's it.
No, he puts his point forward.
I disagree.
Yeah, we do a lot more series together, so we have had our fair share of little no, yes, maybe. But overall, it's not been too bad here as well. Ewan, you're nipping off now. Thank you so much for joining us. And it's been a pleasure having you and spending the first few hours here as well with you in the booth. But thank you so much for joining us, bud. And go and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks very much. I'll keep an eye on the remainder of this race, and I'll see you in 4 weeks' time at the final race.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
looking forward to it.
Yeah, we are. It should be a good one here as well. So now you've got myself, James Parfitt and Daan Pepels in the booth for the last hour and 51 minutes here of this race. The cars are very spread out currently, Dan, and it seems to be the general trend in this 2-hour mark where these guys are all spread out across the field.
I don't know what has happened in the GT3 AM class. I don't know if the inexperience of the drivers, of course, that's what their AM's for, drivers that are fairly new to iRacing. I don't know if just the sheer inexperience of the drivers makes it so that, of course, traffic is a bit more difficult for them, but it seems like even P3 managed Racing Yellow, which throughout the rest of the season really have been performing well and have been close to the top. They're all a lap down, and I think P2, Peaky Drivers GT3, is almost a lap down on the Austrian Sim Racers Blue, the driver that we have in the car right now, and a relative, well, for me, someone I know relatively well, Kevin Ketzero. I've commentated with him on the W12 series, the series that Mirko Bortolotti does, and that I think a few months ago did a prologue with PRL and PAC. So we know him very well, and good to see him at the top of GT3 AM. I kind of lost talking to him a bit, but yeah, good to see him back driving.
Yeah, they've done a great job, his Austrian Sim Racers Blue, currently at the moment as well, and currently just got second place to the Peaky Drivers GT3, who has done an absolutely stellar job. We were talking about him earlier on, he's 4th overall out of the GT3s, as we can just see Oliveira go up the inside of Lascelles there from Cabano, and Oliveira now is 6th in class. Cabano Mercedes is down in 7th here currently at the moment, but Fran Reza has got the car at the moment and is driving along quite nicely. He's got about a 40-second gap over the Austrian Sim Racers, if not more. It will be by the time obviously the pit stop has finished. So overall, this car has done an absolutely stellar job. We touched on it earlier on, and it's done incredible to be basically where he is at the moment. He's 5th overall in the whole of the GT3s, and that is once again amazing. Now, I heard you touch on earlier on over Alessio Bernardino about being 13th in the whole field here currently as well. So he's doing an absolutely stellar job, and it just goes to show that this track, even though it's nothing like Sebring, it's more smoother. There's more,
it's tighter.
Yeah, there's more room, and yet there's been more accidents than Sebring. It's spread the field out quite a lot.
Well, I think the trend that we've seen, I think Sebring was actually a cleaner race than this one, to be honest. Yeah.
Considering the track and considering the conditions of what Barcelona is compared to Sebring, you would have thought Sebring would have had more than Barcelona, but it seems like this Catalunya circuit has thrown up the right old spanner there as we got Stefan Severia in chat. Hello guys, the temperature of the track is so hot, and he drives for the Octopus team as well. Nick Kirstens, they got 2 drive-throughs back to back there. So I wonder what I've missed on that one and who you're talking about as Chicane Online Racing Orange. I've had a solo spin, which is again what we've seen quite a lot of here as well.
Oh, just that back end just starts to go round on him, and he hits the wall actually.
Yeah, but watch his rejoin.
Yeah, that's what I was more worried about. Oi, oi, oi. I don't know who that was going past.
I think that was one of the racing guys on either the 208
leader of the race.
Yeah, it was either 208 or 221. I think it was the 221 because that's Chicane Online Racing, the orange behind them. So it could have been possibly 221 there as well. But yeah, not an ideal situation for Christopher Rowe. Hope that car is performing as it should. Let's have a look and see what he's got on the wheel. Going on to a little straight. We might be able to get some. No. Left hand down a little bit.
Yeah, I would say so. That LMDH, by passing, locked up all the way up into the corner. That's not going to do his tyres any good, since they have to take care of them anyways.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tom Weston from Sim Racing Community there, and thank you so much for joining us for the hour, which will be the last hour and 46 minutes here as well. We'll give you a brief rundown of the standings. You can see them on your left hand side there. Octopus Racing Team LMDH is out in front with Delta Racing in second, Magic Arrow in third, Altitude Esports fourth, Raycar Engineering is in fifth, Writer Engineering down in sixth. The two protagonists are 6 and 13 laps down here as well. Peaky Drivers LMP2 with Central Cocho, the leader of the championship, is in second, XPD in third. Racing Team 208 and 221 share the GT3 Pro standings with Grow Racing Team Red behind them, and then the GT3 AMS. You've got Peaky Drivers GT3, Austrian Sim Racers Blue, and Maniti Racing Yellow behind that as well. So that is your top three out of the whole of the championship currently at the moment here. And well, it's been a very interesting first few hours, and I'm expecting this last hour and 46 to be just as interesting. But the cars have got gaps here, Dan. They should be able to cope now, surely, shouldn't they?
Yes, but still, you said it. 1 hour 45 minutes to go, and usually in the sprint races 20 minutes stuff goes wrong and you drop all the way back. That can happen, especially when you have like 5 or 6 times that distance. Now, something that I want to touch on, because some people might miss them, and no, they haven't gone from the championship. Leo Racing Team 208 and Leo Racing Team 221 have changed their name. So at the core, it is still the same team, but their name has just changed to Racing Team 208 and Racing Team 221. Now, the same has happened for Leo Racing Team LMP2. That team name is now 104. So I have a feeling that is literally 04 in Spanish.
Yeah, it's 104 in Spanish.
Yeah, 104 in Spanish, and then they have the hashtag 104 behind that. So the team hasn't gone, it has just changed names. So at the core, all teams that I just named, still the same teams, but have just changed names.
Yes, Central Cocho is 104 in Spanish currently as well. Norbert Frank has been off track. Norbert there third in the Magic Arrow. Oh, contact with the Team Fury. Sim Sport there going around the last corner. And that was...
Now, whose fault was that?
Well, come on. You're really going to blame the GT3 for that one?
No, I'm just seeing if you thought the same as I thought, because...
Yeah, he shouldn't have been there. He's just trying to dive a gap that in there. And I'm sorry, Norbert Frank. I know you're probably not going to agree with me, and you're probably going to tell me that the GT3 closed the door. But unfortunately, sir, you shouldn't have been trying to stick your nose up, especially as you've got a big, long straight to contend with after. So... Well, you know,
what you said at the beginning, I think, was correct. But then again, Norbert Frank saw a gap. But as a racing driver, you have to know that that gap that you see at that point is always going to close.
Yes.
That gap is not going to be there once you get to the apex of the corner. And Norbert Frank thought that room was going to be left for him. So I think in some way miscommunication, but also in some way just too eager to get past, just wanting to get past too quick.
And the Chicane Online Racing Orange have had another incident with Chris Rowe.
That might have to do with that first incident, though.
Yeah, to be fair, they're going to keep out of the wall. Just another tap on the front on the front there for the Chicane Online Racing Orange. Does he get back on cleanly? I should say.
Just leaving his signature around the track, really. I think.
Yeah, dropping bits of black paint.
I think he's got a pit here, James. What do you think? Because it's only that spin.
Yeah, it makes more sense. It makes more sense to go in, I think. and getting whatever is wrong with the car, depending on how much the repairs, how long they are, of course, is a situation that, again, he's going to have to contend with. So, you know, for him, it's going to be an interesting one, and I think go in, get it done, and have done with it. That will do. I don't think you need to be performing pirouettes on the racetrack any longer than you have to be blatantly honest here. But, you know, hey, we're not in the car. He may think it might be all right, but clearly something isn't okay with that car.
I wonder if we can go on board with him, see if there's some steering rack damage. There we go. We have her on immediately.
It makes no difference. He's gone in. We can have a look in his cockpit. He's dead straight, but clearly he's got problems for that car and is now taking it into the pits. Paolo Anisto Tadolini from YS Sim Sport.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah, it is a little bit. He's got Fran Raza behind him for the Peaky Drivers GT3, about a second and a half back currently at the moment here. And then we've got Tim Penny from Pestronada Nomad. And he has got Jean-Elk Zanders in front of him from the Maniti Racing yellow team. So we've got BMW and a Ferrari. They are close together on track, as you can see it there currently on your screen. And I'd be interested to see if he's going to make that turn, make that move down into turn one. Is he going to be close enough? Slip out behind the LMP2, sir? No? Because you've got the other one coming in. Now do it. A bit late. No, he's not going to make the move through either.
Well, it's been... I touched on this with you earlier on, James. What is your opinion on it? Because I know you have a strong opinion about back markers and stuff like that, but it's been a difficult race for the LMDHs and, well, just the hypercars and
all right, if you're going to do
prototypes in general.
Right, hold on.
Yes. What just happened is a perfect example.
Yes, if you're going to be sticking your nose in the inside and expecting the car on the outside to Houdini off the racetrack, you have got more hope of winning the Euro lottery, right? I'm not going to be lying here, Norbert. You should have learned probably from your first mistake where you tried to go up the inside of the last corner of somebody. It's not going to happen, dear sir. They are GT3s. They will take an apex and they will drift naturally wide. They have to go in that little tight line to be able to make it through. And if you're going to go and stick your nose in there, you're going to need a plastic surgeon, sir, because they will chop it off. You cannot be trying to go up the inside at certain parts, right? And that's what we were touching on earlier on. The LMDHs, a lot of their own, a lot of positions of where they're in currently has been their own undoing, right? Writer engineering Jan Korbs got involved with 505, endurance from the LMP2s. No reason to be that close. They discussed it in YouTube chat, and basically he ended up taking out the 505. That was it.
Mind you, he has got a lap back, so he has like 3 laps to play with now.
Well, he might have a lap back, but they can only sit back and say it was on their own undoing, right?
Yeah.
And Altitude Esports, of course, had that damage where they went into the career and into the back of Ray car. They again got a penalty for not being on the brakes. Well, couldn't go back far enough to have a look whether or not he was or was he not. It was discussed in getting YouTube. He was on the brakes. It, you know, whatever. They had to serve the penalty. Job done. It was a stop and hold. Finished off, right? But if they're going to put themselves into positions that literally causes them to be in accidents, dive cars, that's on you. I've got to be honest. Suck it up. Admit it was your fault and have done with it. Don't be sticking your nose up the inside. GT3s cannot magically disappear. Doesn't work. Just doesn't happen.
But what do you think that this track has caused more crashes than all of the others? Because I can't really see any problems. Are there more corners where it's just risky to overtake in general, but it does pay off if you do it? Or what's the case with that? Because as we see another drive through the 555 Magic Aero, the car that we are looking at, punting a GT3 off with a dive bomb. Yeah. There we go, and I think that was for that incident we saw at this exact corner.
Yeah, and you got to drive through for it. That's the thing. You're undoing yourself. You've got so much time in the first, second, and third place, right? You've got to look at what you're doing. Magic Arrow now, realistically, are not going to get second. They're 27 seconds up the road, unless there's an incident, okay? But that's probably the only thing. So therefore, settle for what you've got. You don't need to jeopardize this. You're on for a nice little points haul. You're on to still score some points in the championship. Don't be going to jeopardize what you already got. It doesn't make sense. You're not going to gain out of it. And the only thing he's gained out of punting off Fury Simsport is a drive-through. It's not even a position. It's not even a place. It's not even points. It's a penalty. It doesn't make sense. I can't grasp it. And, you know, maybe I'll come in and do the driver briefing next time. That would be an interesting one.
Please do stream that, because I want to hear that.
I don't know if Marnix will let me in there or a driver briefing, but you never know. Might be worth an ask. But, you know, come on. You've got to look at the situation yourself.
Yeah,
if you're laps down, or if you're laps ahead, or if you've got, you know, you're not even on the lead lap, don't put yourself in a position that's going to ruin your race because you want to try and get a little bit further on. Sometimes I can understand with the guys here with Jan Korbs, because obviously he has to now stay within the distance, right? We've said this. He's got about 15 laps. But again, he's got to keep it clean. You can't get them 15 laps to be in that 90% range if you go and dive a GT3 or go and punt off somebody or go and put yourself in a wall. It doesn't happen. You've got to drive your race, but do it sensibly. It ain't hard to do it sensibly. Yes, winning is everything. Woo! Yay! Take the full points. That's great. But you can't win if you're sat in the pits for 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen, you know, and I don't know. Maybe this is why I'm not a racing driver. Who knows? Let me know what you think in chat, right? And maybe tell me I'm wrong or whatever. And, you know, I've seen hundreds of races, and
if you find a multi-class race, a multi-class endurance race, where they haven't had this chat, well, yeah, you have bragging rights. That's all you can get. But I can tell you one thing, you're not going to find it. This is a discussion that you'll have everywhere where multi-class racing is. Just you know, some drivers handle traffic in a different way than others, and sometimes that causes stuff to happen. Some drivers are just impatient when they go through traffic. Now, let's be honest, James, not everything that has happened today is because of multi-class racing or drivers. Sometimes it's just miscommunication. A driver just going around the outside, the GT3 not seeing him, and the GT3 just understeering into him or something like that. It happens easily, and you can't say, if you catch up to an LMP, always stick behind, because that's not how it's going to go. If you do that, you're never going to win.
No, I completely understand. And Nick Kerson's, to finish first, you have to finish. If you're going to go round the outside line of a GT3, right, and you know from experience that GT3 is going to drift wide, right? It's inevitable. Is it better for you to ride alongside him without a gap, or to give him room? And a lot of the issues has been today, they have not given room. Yeah. And they need to learn that room is imperative to these cars. They are not hypercars. They are not high downforce W12s or W13s. Give them room. If you're going to do this, if you're going to do that every single time, be aware at some point you're going to end up in a wall. And I'm not trying to doubt anything here that people are doing. I'm saying from a sensible point of view, give the car room. You can't finish first if you're in the pits. Can't finish first if you're going to stick your nose up the inside and expect a house brick on wheels to magically Houdini off the racetrack. It doesn't happen. And nobody can sit back and argue about certain things today that have happened, because sometimes you need to go back. I know. And look at the replay. That's what I mean. Look at the replay for yourself and realise, if I'm the Raycar car here and I'm going to try and spin it around the outside, I've got to look at the fact that give that GT3 room. You know he's going to drift wide, go up the inside, give him more room than that. You've got a whole track. You know, it's a mixture of your own undoings, and I'm sure drivers aren't going to agree with me, and I'm sure people are going to DM me and all this other, wonderful, funky stuff that happens. But go back and look at a replay before you even remotely blame any of the GT3 drivers. And this is the problem I have with multi-class racing. It isn't the fact that these guys can't drive, right? These are top drivers, and I fully respect for them what they're doing. But sometimes there's a little bit of mind racecraft that doesn't come into the scenario, and definitely need to look back at yourself at what you're doing and why you ended up in that incident. Jan Korps can go back for the Reiter team and look back at what he's doing and say, oh no, he's just literally just tapped him there in that Ferrari as well for Zanders, and I mean, racing yellow over the Cabano Esports. He literally just got them there. But Delta Racing here, one is fine, but you have just dived him. Wait. Now go to the left. You don't even have to be nowhere near him. There we go. Job's a good one. Well done you. Hi go Oliveira. Stunning job. That's a way to try and deal with it. But if you are going to dive people, suck it up. Accept responsibility. You know what I mean?
Well,
you can't not.
He's either listening because he's going to the complete other sides of the road. Now this is good. What he did there is he did dive him, but he gave the GT3 enough time to know, and he was clear in what he was going to do. That GT3 knew way before they went into the braking zone that he was going to go to the inside there. So then the GT3 can leave him room.
Exactly. But
was that a spin?
Yeah,
I heard that in the background.
That was Matthew Luxini and the Fury Simsport. He's just let the GT3 cars go at the LMP2s and then does that, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame there, sir. You're not, you didn't have that downforce, unfortunately, but yeah. But it is a
lot that we've seen so far is just very slow spins for these GT3s, and that's just the rear through these quick corners getting extremely hot. And then once that rear starts going, there's just no catching it anymore.
No, and you look at the track temp currently.
Oh.
46 degrees.
Yeah.
That's like roasting. Give me an egg.
Yeah.
You can go and cook it there at the moment. It's that hot. So they have got all of this as well. And then you got the added extra, what we were talking about earlier on with you and with the LMDHs, have had an increased fuel tank added in this update, which is great. But the tyres run out before they hit the pit stops. So the tyre can't go for a full fuel stint.
Yeah.
Because they end up at zero before they get to the end. So they've got to try and conserve tyres as well. So there's a lot going on in here at the moment. And as you can see here with the Centre Quattro team and the Peaky Drivers LMP2 as well, battling it out. You want to get through and you want to get past, but don't jeopardise yourself here for the 104. There's no need. There really isn't any need for you whatsoever to jeopardise your race going past people just because you want to stay within touching distance. So, well, there we go.
It doesn't matter if you're within touching distance now. You just have to make sure that you're within like 10, 20 seconds. And then if something happens to the car ahead, you're always there to pick up the pieces. So once you make sure that like the last 10 minutes you are within touching distance, then you're fine. And that's technically, even during the last 10 minutes, something can happen to the 122 ahead, to the Peaky Drivers LMP2 car. And you'll still pick up that first place. So I think for the Centre Quattro 104, it's just make sure you stay where you are and you're there at the end of the race. It doesn't matter where you are now, really.
Yep.
You're not going to get any points by being first 1 minute before the finish and then finish last.
No, and Adam Hedgecock is in chat. The best multi-class racers understand all of the classes they are racing against. Unfortunately, a lot of drivers don't take that time and expect to just be let past. A predictable GT3 car will always do the same thing, understand what they do, and you pass them much, much safer and ultimately quicker. And that's the problem. You haven't got drivers from these cars sometimes that have gone in a multi-class raced in a GT3. Multi-class against the LM2. I've done all of this I've done it all, and yeah, don't get me wrong, I'm not the quickest, but I at least survived the race because I'm not stupid at the end of the day, especially if you're in an official, which is a completely different picture to it as being in a league. But
there's a good battle going on for P4, I think, in the GT3 Pro class between SimVision and Wire SimSports Pack.
Yeah, that's right. Barella and Tandolini are about half a second. Well, he's just opened up about a second gap, give or take, at the moment as well. This is the battle for the lead in the LMP2s here as well. And these drivers need to go out and experience the GT3s. They need to go out and experience the LMP, the LMDHs. Go and do your multi-classing, understanding what they've got to do, and you'll survive a race a lot more than you will. Yeah, your speed will come, but you don't have to be so aggressive with it. You don't have to be trying to dive because, as I say, stop points are better than no points.
Oh, was that Centro Quattro going into pit lane? Yes, indeed. Centro Quattro into pits. And that is going to be interesting because 1 hour, 27 minutes to go. That'll mean...
2 more.
Yes. And if Peaky... No, that might even be 3
40 minutes. Give or take 40 minutes. The Centro Quattro team have roughly been around about the half an hour mark, give or take, every single time. So it's possible that they still might have 2 more to go after this one. One at 5 past, one at 25-2, and then they should be finished. But we'll have to see what happens with them.
Drivers can go on for what, like 6-7 minutes longer? Then, you know, that'll make sure that Centro Quattro will need to overtake them and need to open up a gap where a pit stop fits in, using traffic to get past. Smart. Also from the 314 behind that, or the 373, excuse me, to let them pass. That is front Realta.
And that's the thing
that's not a fight you want to fight in, really, is it?
No, but you've got to be careful. Razza is entitled to be there. He's quick. You know, you've got the Beretta in front of him, and he's got a right to race him. And that's the thing that he's got. The HW racing is going to come through. No, don't do that. I don't get that. You know, I understand taking your line, but I don't understand cutting back in front of a car that you just took your line from, and then going on from there after. I don't get this. Anyway, so let's just see how they get on once more and see how these guys go through the traffic with the Magic Arrow. Just gone round the outside currently at the moment there, Dan. So, you know, it's all...
What Adam said was a really good thing. And I want to touch on that a bit further and explain to the people what you gain by doing that. Because I've done the LMDH. I did the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the Audi R18. Now, that car is a bit quicker than these LMDHs are, but it comes down to the same thing. About the same amount of downforce in these cars as in the Audi R18. So... What you gain by doing it in the LMP2, the hypercar and the GT3 is that you know where the car ahead of you that you are going to overtake, if it's the LMP2 or GT3, you know where it can and you know what it can't do, and you know where it can and you know where it can't go. A GT3, once it has decided a line into a corner, it can't change that line anymore.
No.
Because it is committed, and it doesn't have the downforce nor the grip to change their line through the corner. So you know that once he has committed to a line, you can't either go to the inside or outside. So if he's committed to his normal line, you know he's going to wash out wide, you know he's going to use all of the track, so you try and cut back on the exit of the corner, try and get the best exit. That's how you go about it. You try, if you're held up at the entry, you try and compromise your entry yourself to get the best exit, so you gain time back on the exit of the corner, instead of taking your normal line through the corner. For the LMP2, that's the same. You know what an LMP or what an LMDH behind you can do, so you know kind of where to leave the door open if you know that he's going to be close enough to make that dive, or when he shows you that he wants that inside. Sometimes it's better to just, you know, compromise your own line a bit, let him through, because you know who the driver is and you know how they're going to act. For some drivers, just take this as an example. This is not what is happening, but let's say Octopus Racing Team, there's a driver in that car that you know is going to dive at every opportunity. So if you're in the Racing Team 208 car and you see him coming up behind you and you see him flashing his lights, then and he pulls to the inside, then just leave that door open. You know he's going to dive. It might be ridiculous, but you know it's going to happen. So it's better for you then to kind of know that and leave that door open than both crash.
Yeah, but you can't sit there expecting the GT3s to jump out the way as if we're running F1 rules. You know, people have had a go at me before because obviously I've watched a lot of F1 and the rules for blue flags and F1s are, you know, you just got to get out of the way. And you can't expect to say to me 1 minute like, oh, but James, the blue flags are only advisory in iRacing, they don't have to move. And then say, well, if you see him coming, flashing his lights frantically, leave the door open. Well, you can't.
No, you don't have to.
Oh.
We had an example almost there.
Yeah.
But you don't have to, but just smart drivers will know who's coming up behind them and if they do or don't have to leave that gap.
Yeah, you just can't. From that point of view, for Delta Racing, right at that point, right, didn't have to get that close. Didn't have to get that close. If that GT3 started spinning, he's going to hit his brakes to try and stop it. What's going to happen? Bang. Straight up behind him. Off he goes. See you later. Penalty for you because you punted him off. You know, you're just... I can see why drivers do what they do. And I can see the aggression as to why they do it. But I also can't see why, being 12, 13 laps down, you're going to go and stick your nose on the inside of somebody and get it taken off. It just doesn't physically make sense. And from, you know, points of view for Norbert Frank, he's in the lead now. Is he going to act the same way as what he was earlier on when he nearly got his nose cut off on the inside? And, you know, you've got to think of what the situation is. And, you know, we love the racing, we love the drivers, we love commentating on it. But I sit here so frustrated.
The only thing I would say with that is that sometimes, like I said, you know which driver is coming up behind you. And that experience you gain by just driving in the championship. If you go into, let's say, an official 24 hours of Spa in iRacing, you don't know who you're up against, so you have to learn quickly throughout the race. Of course, that race is not multi-class, but still, when a quicker driver comes up behind, you know, you kind of let him through, you kind of facilitate the pass because you know he's first, I'm in 37th or whatever, and he's there for a reason. Yeah. So,
but it's also got to be on
I can't see why. Yeah, it's something that we can talk about for days and days on end.
Yeah, but it's got to be. It's like Hedgecock says there. It has to be said. We are very lucky to be able to just hop in whatever car we want, whenever you want, embrace it, right? I'm a big fan of losing a tenth or two on a straight to let people pass on a straight, so I avoid any confusion at the apex. Yeah, that is where this facilitate this pass thing becomes what is known as one sketchy grey area, and it's only sketchy because certain GT3 drivers, and I'm not saying all of them in this series, so please don't all you GT3 drivers go out and send me 50 DMs, do not facilitate the pass. If you see an LMP2 approaching you at a rapid rate and you're not even at the apex yet, I'm with Adam Hedgecock. Lift off, let him go through, let him take the apex, done. If you are going to run that LMP2 like that, you know he's coming out wide. If you're going to run that LMP2 or GTP down into the apex, and then you're on the lights moaning, oh, he dived me, he dived me, he dived me, well, suck it up, son. You had a whole straight to let him past. You know, sensibility across all classes has got to be looked at, and the GT3 drivers are no different. You know, you've got to lift, let him go through. You don't have to run him down into the apex. He's 7/10ths back, which is nothing for you to lift off a pedal and just let him go through.
7/10 is a lot. That's a lot of racing, James.
No, but not when you're laps down and you're not racing anyone, or you know what you do, the next driver's got to do as well in front of you. So it doesn't matter if you've got a second gap to the guy in front. He's got to do exactly the same thing that you have done, but he might do it differently. The time you saved letting him through on the straight, the guy in front might try and run him into a corner, and then you're going to pull that gap back. And you've done it safely. It ain't hard. Yeah. It ain't rocket science. I'm not asking people to put a man on the moon with a blinking microlight here. I'm asking people just to drive around a track and sensibly and stop moaning when people dive you. So it works out both ways. GT3 drivers facilitate, lift off, let them go. LMP2s, LMDHs, well, if you're going to stick your nose up the inside of somebody, you can always see a door closing. Suck it up. Don't moan about it. So there we go. That's it. I'm done now. Okay.
Then again, though, if the LMP2 does punch him off, and the door was not just, viciously closed on him when he was on the apex, as we're going to see here.
He's been up to something. Oh, HW. Oh, see? You're not even in the fight. You're 7 laps down. Dare I even need to say any more? Daan Pepels. Dare I need to say it?
Sadly,
why be that close?
For me, I couldn't see it. For me, I couldn't see it, sadly. So I'm going to have to wait for the stream to catch up to it. But, yeah, I mean... What? I'm just seeing it, yeah. Okay, I'm just seeing it now, and I'm going to leave it where it is.
Right, thank you.
Okay.
Why? And then that's what he says, right? Adam Hedgecock, I love it. Going to blow minds here, you lose less time overall by lifting on a straight than having an accident in an apex. Thank you very much. I love you. I'll send you flowers tomorrow. See?
Now I want to see Adam getting sent flowers. Now I want to see it.
This is what we mean.
Prove it.
All right, I'll send it to him. It'll have to be Monday. I think the shop's shut on Sunday. But that's what I mean. He's got the point made there, isn't he?
Yeah.
And from HW's point of view, it doesn't need to be that close. And whatever has gone on here, and I can see a GT3 and a P2 here, and I've got a funny feeling there's going to be a move. Really? You're leading the LMP2 class in a 4-hour race, and what do you think's going to come out of that, Mr. Alejandro Lalenza? Probably a penalty.
Wow.
I give up.
Speechless.
Speechless. What was that over the last 2 times we've just sat and watched?
Speechless, really.
Don't go for the Cabano. You're not going to get him.
He's leading that class by over a minute at the time.
I know. And what's he going to cop out of it? The stewards are going to jump on him, and he's probably going to end up with a drive-through because he's just gone and torpedoed a GT3 off track, which just doesn't make sense.
Now I can see where he came from, because we have seen passes made on that particular area of the track. But that GT3 was in the middle of the road. That GT3 indicated to him that I can and I will not let you pass in this corner. Yep. And he still went for it. And that is what I sometimes miss from some drivers. Not only drivers here, but just drivers in general that are in quicker classes. Reading the body language of the car ahead. And he completely failed there.
And even Mr. Hedgecock, after all we've just been sat here talking about that, and that move happens, you can't write this stuff. You literally cannot write it. It's commentator's curse, but yet we didn't curse anybody. He went and did what we were talking about not to do. Oh, dear me.
It was in the script. I have the script here in front of me, and that was in the script. So he did what he was still no joking.
I don't know. I can't answer this question anymore. Raykar, go round the outside, but give him loads of room. Good boy. Well done. I'm proud of you. But yeah, never mind. Onwards and upwards, and now the Central Cocha team are in the pits. Mark Hutchinson from obviously Altitude are in the pits as well. Lalenza is still in pole position, but that 1.5-minute gap he had is now down to 40 seconds. So, if you're going to jeopardise your lead, you might as well do it and by hitting somebody at the specific time of the broadcast.
Why? I would rather him having spin off on himself instead of taking another driver with him.
I know. But there we go. What you just can't do anything about it. And Barrett over here as well in the GT3 Pros, chasing down Gil Afonso from Grove Racing Team Red. They've had their own little battles as this series goes on. Please go round the outside. Now what you want to do is sweep onto the grey stuff on the left. There we go. Well done, Mr. PRT Blue. Textbook
overtake. And I think the thing that I've just realised something here, James.
What's that? What have you realised?
this might be completely ridiculous, but
Possibly.
I've just realized that everyone that I've talked to has different opinions about this overtaking.
What?
And that is the issue.
Yeah, but
There
what?
is no one-way thing of this is how you overtake and this is how you don't.
Well, it's
And everyone has
easy.
different opinions about it, so no one knows what to expect from each other.
It's
And that's
no-
where the issue lies, I think.
It's not a complicated process. You overtake without taking the car out. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to say, like, as I say, I'm not asking you to put a round circle in a square hole here. I'm asking you to overtake a car without hitting another one.
But then there are multiple ways to do that. There are ways that are more riskier to take yourself and the car ahead out, but it still sometimes works out. And then there are ways, you know, just stick behind and be sensible. But not everyone takes that sensible route.
No, he's
Most of the
now
time.
going to put himself in a position. He made that GT3.
Oh, no, don't
So-
overtake him into that corner.
He's going to do it here with a straight at the end of the corner. Pish posh push. That's all I'm going to say now.
Well, in that situation, what he probably thought was, I want to get that gap to Octopus Racing Team. He succeeded in doing that, but with that, put himself in such a risky situation, you know, and that is also what I've learned being a GT3 driver, because I've loved driving the GT3s recently, is when you see in your relative a car coming up behind you that is in a battle with a car behind him, you and this is gonna once again separate people with their opinions, but you have to be sensible and see, okay, he's in a battle. What's the chances he's gonna dive me?
Yeah, but that's not the. This is where
It
this
shouldn't be that way.
No, but this
you
is
know
where
that
all
in the
of
heat
this-
of the moment of the battle,
Yeah.
he is gonna do it. He
Yeah.
wants that gap.
Yeah, but-
So as a GT3, you then have to think about that too.
I understand.
It is the most difficult thing on earth, I would say,
But
driving multi-class.
you're
because-
then going against the blue flag rules that everybody preaches at me. The car shouldn't have to jump out the way. It's the leading faster car's prerogative to get past the car cleanly, and it's got to be facilitated. Facilitated ain't jumping out the way. So it really, I think,
No.
to be honest, this whole conversation really is just dependent on basically what the scenario is and how.
Yeah.
How. What? Okay, so no, it doesn't even depend on the scenario, right? It depends on what is going through the driver's head at the moment they go and try and overtake somebody. That's it. There you go.
Yeah.
Job done.
Well, let's jump off this topic now, because we can be here for the rest of the race, and we want to cover some of the action too. The battle for the lead, a second in it at the minute. We saw that Octopus Racing Team took a risk once again through the last two corners. It hasn't really paid off. They actually lost time in doing so. That's a good pass. The 242 allowing the magic arrow through. Is now the Octopus Racing Team GT3 car going to do the same. This is going to be awkward. Now the Octopus Racing Team LMDH car is going to be stuck behind its own GT3 car. Or is it? It's going to dive up the inside. No way.
Yeah, he's going to let him through. He gave him more room than he needed.
Good.
He let him
Yeah,
through.
good.
There's no way the lead car's going to hold up the other one. Not a hope. And they're sensible, the Octopus Racing guys, so that's fine. They are sensible, so give it that.
How would you go about overtaking your own teammates though in another class? If you see your quicker car coming up behind you, are you going to jump out of the way just because it's your teammate, or are you going to treat them just like anyone else?
If I'm in a
How
slow,
would you do that?
if I'm
Because
in-
I would just jump out of the way.
yeah, if I'm in a slower car, so I'm going to move. I'll move at the earliest convenience I've got. If we're all in voice chat together, I'll say, give me 2 seconds, let me get off this corner, and I'll move out the way for you. Can't do nothing more
Yeah.
than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would say the same.
You know, I can't.
Now, I do appreciate everyone who is here. I know that the start of the 24 hours of Le Mans is bound to happen. I think it is. It was at like 4:30 or like 4. I think it was 4. 16 Central European time, so 16 local time in France. So I appreciate all of you being here. This, of course, is the way more exciting race than the 24 hours of Le Mans is, of course. Magic Arrow. 6 tenths in between it. Where do you see this? I don't think we're going to see this. A
it's got a
drive-through.
drive-through.
There we go.
And that was what we were talking about. You didn't have to be that close, HW, and you did, and you was, and you punted off to Central Quattro. There we go. Drive through penalty.
This is the 105 though.
Yeah, well, that's the HW. Basically, HW tried to report the Central Cocho team earlier on. Not entirely sure what the outcome was, if there was actually any. And obviously, Central Cocho just reported HW for the incident that we saw where he went up right behind him a few laps down and punted him off track. So,
But it said punting an LMP2 off.
yeah, he did. He punted off Central Cocho, remember?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, yes.
It was right at the moment where we were talking about not punting off somebody when your lap's down. And well,
Yeah, that was the crash you didn't see.
Yeah.
That I saw in the replay.
Yes.
Yeah.
As we can see there, Magic Arrow into the pits. Stefan Savaria, Laria Hugo has taken the lead there. Give him lots of room. Thank you very much. Anybody that's watched any JPB broadcast should know how Mr. James Parfitt feels about blue flags. And,
Don't start, because then you're going to be in, what, like half an hour of a chat?
Exactly.
Now, James, quickly, before we start with the Le Mans 24 Hours, who's going to win it? Hypercar class only. Just one manufacturer.
One manufacturer.
This is going to be Ferrari, Toyota, Glickenhaus, Porsche.
Okay, I'm going to go with one manufacturer. Stop and hold for peaky drivers. Dive bombing the GT3 car unnecessarily causing a massive damage for the GT3. Well, that was the one that we saw where he torpedoed him out of the middle of the track. So,
Yeah.
you know, well, and all you've done there is now jeopardise where you are in the LMP2.
They were leading by a minute.
They were leading, and they're in the pits. So Frank Garcia is in the pits, and you were leading by a minute. You're now in third place. So, and you dived at the point that we were talking. So, you know, I reckon. Okay, I haven't seen any driver lineups or anything like this, so bear with me. I'd love to see, in a weird way, right? And I know that they've been sucking in Formula One at this moment in time. I'm not going to lie. I'd love to see a Ferrari.
Yeah. Well, Ferrari has won the 24 hour of the Nürburgring, so.
Yeah, so I reckon a Ferrari might have a good old go. As I say, I know they've been not doing too well in Formula One, but then again,
Looked at the front row, so.
So hopefully they might do it.
I'm going with a Cadillac.
Ooh, yeah, that's not a bad
The
shout.
underdog story from the Cadillac.
That's not a bad shout, that.
I would love to see a Peugeot window. That car is.
The Peugeot
even if
looks
it's not the quickest-
incredible, doesn't it?
Yeah, one of the most incredible cars that I've seen in terms of looks. But then again, it hasn't really worked very well so far.
No.
LeBron James, by the way, is waving the starting flag, the tricolor, the France tricolor. So there we go.
Oh, is he?
Just some fun facts about the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But back to the action. Like you said, that peaky drivers on the P2 car, 57 seconds behind the lead of XBD Emerald Racing. That has completely opened up that LMP2 class again, though, for the lead.
Yeah, it has. I was just, I'm really interested now. Oh, it's Ferrari with Antonio Giovinazzi. Yeah, that might not be so successful. Right.
There we go. James roasting Antonio Giovinazzi live on the JPB Broadcasting channel.
Yeah,
there we go.
I'm sorry, Antonio, but you know, give it up. Right, Gil Alfonso has been off track and has now gone and unfortunately punted himself. So has somebody else sat in a wall there. That was Cristiano Rocca, who's done that himself, but I'm not entirely sure what Gil Alfonso did there. He just looks like he ran in too hot. And what about Cristiano Rocca? He's come around and buried it in the wall. He's not had a good race, I'm not going to lie.
Has he just gone...
No, he's hit the
Oh,
curb.
that's going to spin on him. That's going to spin on him. That slow spin I was talking about, he has it too. Ow, 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 ow.
Wasn't so slow for him though, was it?
Well, the spin itself was slow, but the speed that he spun at was very quick. But once again, that backhand just slowly breaking out, and there was just no way of getting it back for him. And he just went through that quick turn 10, then you have the quick turn 11, and you have those quick last two corners coming up. So the rear tires here just get no rest at all. So
I'm not going to lie,
Yeah.
right? I've been looking really the Peugeot X8 lineup of Paul Di Resta, Jean-Eric Verne and Mikael Jensen. That could be quite strong in the X8.
yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Gonna have to have a look back at the start of the race, of course. since we're doing this. 1 hour, 3 minutes left, so I'll miss about an hour of the start. But yeah.
Yeah, he'll be all right. But there, now all the cars are slightly more spread out than they were the last time after that flurry of incidents. And for Gil Alfonso and Cristiano Rocca, Alfonso is in the pits, jumped to the pits there as well, and Christian Rocca is also in the pits. And Beniti Racing Yellow are still third in the GT3 AMS. Kiki Lascelles from Cabano is just coming out of the pits. That's still a job. We've got about an hour and 2 minutes remaining here, Dan. Can anyone, first off, catch Octopus up front?
I would say if they keep doing what they're doing, no, not really, because they've been so quick, and yeah, I don't think anyone is going to be able to catch them if they just keep doing what they're doing. Delta Racing was there with them at the front, but they pitted earlier, so I would say that in terms of strategy, Octopus has the upper hand too, so no, I don't think so.
Okay.
Simple as that. But then they have to stay safe, and they can't be doing these crazy dive bombs that they've been doing so far.
Yes.
Not only them, has been doing it, I think, at the front.
No. And what's interesting is in this space of a circuit, with 5 seconds here, we've got an AM, a Pro, an LMP2 and a GTP, all in the same area of track. So, well done, guys. Stellar job. And well done to all of you. They're all a little bit more spread out currently at the moment. If people are wondering what happened to Altitude and what happened to Reiter and what happened to Raycar, well, they all had a coming together. Let's just put it that way. That involved people, well, ended up in the pits and in penalties and in repairs. So there we go. Let's see what happens there with them. One Octopus Racing Team are leading the GTPs with Delta Racing in second, Magic Arrow third. XPD are now leading the LMP2s, our Platinum Racing Team and Peaky Drivers who've just got a drive through. And Central Quattro, who are in fourth place. GT3 Pro Racing Team 208, 20221 are still first and second with Sim Vision in third. Austrian Sim Racers Blue in first place with Peaky Drivers GT3 in second. So there you go, that's your top rundown currently at the moment here as well. So, yeah. Overall, it's been a good race, but now it's started getting into that area. We're in that last hour down where pit stops may come into play, but the field's pretty spread out at the moment.
Yeah, and I would say that the most exciting class so far, with about an hour on the clock, is the LMP2 class. Because even though it looks spread out, it's actually quite open with that penalty for peaky drivers. So, I don't know really. Spread out, but still very close. You're the leader. I just said it, don't do it.
I know.
James, help.
I'm not. The problem is the GT3 ran wide, which is what the GT3 will do, and then didn't anticipate the fact that the GT3 was going into the pits. So, unfortunately, he nearly come a cropper of that one. SR Technic is in front.
Oh yeah, I can see that now. What if the SimVision 2.0 pulled into the pit lane there when the LMP2 was overtaking him?
Yeah. And
that could have been an issue.
Yeah, it could have been, but it also would have been resolving in the fact that obviously, you know, he was going into the pits. So there we go. Let's see how it all gets on here, and should be an exciting one as we're coming towards the end with Federico Faria from the Raycar team still trying to move forward here as well, trying to score points, should we say, get points on the board, because that's what they need currently at the moment here in the GTP2 class, and this is all getting very, very close there. Okay. Concalco Ferreira from SimVision 2.0 chasing down the SR Technic, and now also Mario Dragoni is just about to be passed by Joan Rodon from the Reiter Engineering team, and the PRT Blue on the left-hand side there, who are currently leading the LMP2 class. So it's really the LMP2 class, Dan, that's hotted up here.
Yeah, just like I said, like a minute or two ago, like it's the LMP2 class that is interesting here, because with that penalty that has thrown it completely open. You can see coming out of the pits, XBD Emerald was like 7-8 tenths ahead of Peaky Drivers and MP2. So that stop and hold has done their head right in. And that means that now that battle is completely open again. But XBD Emerald will have a shorter last pit stop. So I think XBD Emerald here, it's theirs to lose right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I fully agree. I think it's XBD, maybe Peaky Drivers. They have come together on track, which is what was expected here, these two guys. Peaky Drivers there.
They pitted about 10 minutes ago, I think.
Yeah, both for Peaky Drivers went in a little bit earlier on lap 108. So, and he's got 117 currently at the moment. XBD weaving there. Oh, look how close he's getting to him. Now he's going to try and go around the outside of turn 10. There's going to be contact. Oh, there's lots of contact. Wow, more contact.
Chopped his nose right off there.
Yeah, now this ain't going to end well, because he's going to try and spin around the outside now, and he's going to send it out the inside, and there's going to be no room left.
They're giving each other respect, though. You have to say that.
They're inside each other. As they go running down side by side down into turn 1. Here we go. How's this one going to work out? XBD, Peaky Drivers. Oh, XBD.
Staying ahead.
Yeah, he stayed ahead. He got out of turn 1 quicker, and then just basically Peaky Drivers had nowhere to go there. So, stellar job from XBD. Managed to keep it clean now. Use that GT3. Well done. Proud of you. You went round him without punting him off the racetrack. Stellar job. So, yeah, this is going to be the closest battle.
Well done.
Yeah, don't flash him, bro. You know what I mean? Get past him on track. Not going to work. Light flashing drives me crazy, but that's a different conversation altogether.
Well, at this point, I'm wondering what doesn't drive James crazy. That is part of multi-class and endurance racing.
Yeah, but light flashing the guy in front of you ain't part of multi-class and endurance racing. That's just you.
Sometimes it's just kind of communicating with the car ahead, though.
Really? What does it mean? 1 flash means oi, and then 2 flash means good overtake?
No.
Okay.
Sometimes when you flash when you're behind and you just want to say, okay, I'm coming through.
Mm-hmm.
When you know that you're going to make the pass, but it's not going to be, you know, a pass without risk on a straight. There's always going to be a bit of risk involved with a pass, so you kind of indicate to him, okay, I'm coming through, and you do it that way. That's usually what the flashing is used for, or just, and at that part I agree with it, to annoy the driver ahead.
Yeah.
But then what some leagues do is they introduce a maximum amount of flashes on a lap, or just when you're behind someone.
I don't understand how you can monitor the maximum amount of flashing. Don't get me wrong, I did a series and there was one guy flashing continuously and it was driving me mad. And he was literally every 2 seconds, flash, 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 flash. And he actually got a penalty for over flashing, which
yeah, good. That's how it should be.
Yeah, understandable, because it was annoying. It was almost like it was adapted to his brake pedal. And every time he hit the pedal, it was just flashing, and it was just like, oh, it was just driving me crazy.
Well, it might have been.
Well, it might have been.
Every time you press the
accelerator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it before, but he ended up getting a penalty. I just think if you're going to overtake somebody, overtake them. You don't need to flash. If you're that good, if you're that much of an expert, then you can go and overtake them on track. You don't need to be flashing. It's like Max Verstappen waving his hands out the window of that Red Bull when he's trying to go past a Ferrari or something. Woo, look at me, look at me!
Yeah,
you know what I
mean?
Yeah, 200 miles an hour. It's just, there's no need. He ain't going to do it. He's going to go round you. So there we go. Knock it off, boys. Stop flashing.
Peaky Drivers in again. So at this point, Peaky Drivers will have the shorter stop, but
they have been in the pits for over a minute and a half already, which is longer than a pit stop. I'd like to point that out.
So I don't know if we can get a look at that car.
Possibly.
Because I have a feeling it's been in the wars, because they've also been overtaken by Centro Quattro, and they're still in. That rear wing angle doesn't look quite right for me.
But is that their penalty?
No, I don't think it is.
Well, that one. Remember the stop and hold?
Oh.
Surely,
Well,
though,
for
they
how
would have.
long was it?
Yeah, they would have done that though already. I would have thought, but they have been in there for
Yeah.
quite a while currently at the
Usually
moment.
it's within 3 laps that you have to serve it.
Yeah, so I got a feeling they would have done that. I'm not entirely sure what that situation was there, as I haven't had anything to notify me that they've had an incident. I will try and have a look back. Who is currently in the car? Fran Garcia. Right, off I go on the hunt. So let me see what they've been up to, if anything, here. No, Alfonso Rocca, that's where they went into the pits. That was Caleb Koski. Went off track on his own for Chris Racing Blue. And that's what he did. Luigi Nespolino is... No, you've just taken out literally second place in class. You have literally just taken out second place, and that was a Maniti yellow Ferrari. Well, if there's ever a penalty more slam dunk than that, I'm sure we will see it.
And if that isn't the stop and hold, then I'm questioning the stop and hold, of course, for
oh, here we go.
for the peaky
Oh
drivers.
no, yeah, that's the Ray car. Actually, that's not them at all.
Yeah, they're in the pits for, I think. Did they have a normal pit stop? I think they did actually.
Were in the pits for 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
No, yeah.
So I don't think that was a normal one. I'll be interested to see what's going to come about there from the 221, who have just been taken out by the Maniti Racing Yellow at that specific moment. And that's not an ideal scenario. Not going to lie. I don't think people are going to be too happy about that. So onwards and upwards we go, my dear.
Well then, 51 minutes remaining. Getting to crunch point now, I would say, as long as you're within, what, like 10, 15 seconds by like 20 minutes remaining, you have a chance. But you want to make sure you're there. So it's getting to crunch point now. I think Delta Racing and Magic Arrow, as we see another penalty come. Well, there we go. Drive 3 for the 378 Manatee Racing yellow car.
But taking out second place in the GT3 category.
Yes.
Please don't appeal that. And Eva, just go through the pits. As we can see here, Sergio Ferreira from the SR Technic is under pressure from Ferreira there. Ferreira's going to make it through as the XPD boys go round as well. Here comes the leader of the race. Not entirely sure I'd want to be free wide at that specific moment, but there we go. They have made it through. Sergio Ferreira has gone through there as well. And that is also Alexander Alicio Bernardini, who's leading the... Don't take him out. The GT3 class. Now,
Who does he have ahead of him, though?
who, Bernardini? Nobody. He's in the lead.
Fran Garth... well, no. Eric Hausler, I think.
Yeah, but Eric Hauser's a different class. Isn't he? He's GT3. Oh, he's a GT3 AM. Gerard Sarnane Sites has had a little bit of a ta-ta-ta here for Cabano. That's Delta gone through. That's going to be a solo down in... No, please don't hit him. Oh, nearly.
Okay, I thought for a second he was going to rejoin right in the part of the leader of the race.
Yeah. Luigi Nespolino has just been overtaken by the Writer Engineering, who are coming back through the field. 49 minutes on the clock, and this is currently your closest battle on track with the SR Technic and the Sim Vision 2.0, with the Ray car. They're going to go on the outside. Even room. Go. Good job. And he goes through as well. So everybody cleanly at the moment. We have come in to the last 49 minutes here, guys, of what has been a truly eventful 4 hours of Barcelona, and one that I think we can all look back at and see that some people may need to have a word with themselves. Some people may need to look back at a replay before they proceed with anything else as well. And some people can sit back and go, well, I've had a good race. So there we go. Overall speaking...
Well, how many are that, you think? How many people have been staying out of the wars?
Well, not Yomi Scott, clearly, for the Chicane Online Racing Orange, who has been off track. I've got a funny feeling... That it? Is that what you've done? Or have you done?
Okay, so what's going to happen here then? Seems like
nothing. I think he touched it. Yeah, he touched it outside.
Was that an off track maybe on the entry of that corner?
Yeah, I think that's possibly there. I'll watch him through this one, but I think it was literally the last incident we just saw. So Yeah, Yowie Scott is all good currently at the moment. Delta Racing, I've got a 1.1 second gap over Magic Arrow. So this is the GTP battle heating up into the last 48 minutes as well. So we've got a nice little tidy couple of battles that we could keep an eye on as we're coming towards the end of the race here, guys.
And I think battles like skewing up everywhere. Platinum Racing Team Blue at the front of the LMP2 field now, 4 seconds only out of the XPD Racing LMP2.
Yeah.
So that's gonna prove to be a fight in what, like 2-3 laps time. But I think Platinum Racing Team Blue waiting for the 40-minute mark to make their last pit stop. The last pit stop for XPD Emerald will be a bit shorter. If I look at XPD Emerald, they pitted on lap 114. So they pitted about 8 laps after Platinum Racing Team Blue. So that's going to be a considerably shorter pit stop for them. Perry Oosterveer in the 117.
Who's sitting 4th overall.
Almost on the podium overall. Look at that.
Oh no.
Unbelievable.
One more incident for any of the guys for Magic Arrow or Delta and the Platinum Racing team.
I don't think he'll get anything for it.
The gap's considered it's only a 4-hour race are insane. Yes. It's been a very eventful evening or afternoon, morning of racing, shall we say. And drivers sometimes have put themselves in very questionable positions, Mr. Zach Sweeney, that have driven me completely and utterly crazy throughout this 4-hour race. So, yeah, there's a lot of people that need to be sitting back and looking back at them. XPD and LMP2 coming full blast to Platinum LMP2. XPD in LMP2 coming full blast to Platinum LMP2. Yes, they are currently, but they do have 2.75 seconds of a gap here until they can get up to them. So, yeah, not many people left on a lead lap in their class. Let's just put it that way.
Now, I know that Perry Oosterveer is not one of the quickest drivers in that LMP2 car, but he's one of the drivers that you can trust to bring it home safely. I think at one crash at the Nürburgring, and that was due to a fault on, or an error on his steering wheel that just switched the steering wheel off, and we know that when iRacing doesn't identify his steering wheel anymore, it just goes full blast throttle and full blast to the left. So he smashed into the wall.
Up the inside, Mr. XPD. Good boy. There we go. Stellar job from them. And yeah, 45 minutes on the clock here. And it is XPD closing down on Platinum, and it is Delta Racing being closed down by Magic Arrow. You can see them on track now here. This is Aaron Avinia and Delta Racing's Higo Oliveira are going to be in the battle for the last minutes, last few minutes, I should say. 45 minutes left of the race here, Dan.
Well, for the last 45, a little bit less minutes, what I'm expecting is, of course, people to make their last pit stop. The later you make that pit stop, the shorter it'll be. For the LMP2s, they're still waiting for about another 5, maybe 7 minutes, just to be sure, just for that extra lap, before they make their pit stop. However, I do think XPD Emerald might overtake Platinum Racing Team Blue before they actually go into the pits. 2.5 seconds that gap. We'll see. We'll see when they need to pit. Platinum Racing Team Blue pitted last on lap 106. And I know that it's staying this, about 22, 23 laps here for the LMP, so it's going to be close for them. However, I think they're going to be perfectly fine. Perry Oosterveer, a driver that knows how to fuel safe. Like I said earlier on, not the quickest, but knows what he's doing in that car and brings it home safely and always gives it to the other drivers in the state that they gave it into him. Now, of course, something can happen to every driver. We're humans, all of us. Something always can happen, but he always minimizes the risk that he takes. And that is, I think, one of the reasons why they're up there in first. Haven't won a race, Platinum Racing Team Blue. They haven't done that in the GT3s last season. They haven't done that in the LMP2 the first 2 seasons. So, yeah, this would be their first. And I think the first Platinum Racing team to win a race. So there's a lot on the line for that team.
Yeah, definitely. And they've got to try and hold the gap. It's now down to 1.3 seconds for Osterweert. And you can see the XPD car behind him currently.
He's not going to be bothered. He's not going to be bothered by what's coming up behind him. He knows that he just has to bring that car back in a normal state to the driver that is going to replace him. And then that driver will take care of the gap. So he just knows that he has to bring that car back in a safe state.
Who's going to be taking over, do we think?
I think it's either going to be Vincent Ossens or Winston Eckel, which have been the drivers that have been driving with him. But I think it's going to be Winston Eckel who's going to do the last laps here for that car, the last stint.
Yeah. Let's see how he gets on. Can he close the gap up here once more? Can he get past the Platinum Racing Team Blue? And let's see how he gets on as well, as long as he don't put himself in any dangerous positions. He did avoid that GT3, so I'm proud of him for that. But it's going to be tricky.
As with everything really today, none of the drivers have had it easy. So yeah, it's kind of it's been a race of attrition. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, it definitely has. Some have survived and some haven't. And you know,
well, that's what
the people who haven't survived. Oh, looking back at the replay.
People have, some people haven't.
Well, they haven't,
There
have
we
they?
go.
It's not like I'm telling you anything different. I'm telling you the truth. They haven't.
Put it on.
Look at the gaps. There's literally one team on the lead lap in GT3 Pro. There's probably
It's always the case in LMP2.
Yeah, exactly. And there's literally only 3 teams on the lead lap in GTP. So, you
I don't know
know.
what the case is in the GT3 AM class. Those drivers, it says to me, are like literally alongside.
Yeah, no, they're not. Not entirely sure why it's not picking up the fact
It is
that there
close, though, but I think they are a lap
2.56 seconds there, and Bernardini's just
they're a
been
lap
done.
behind, I think.
Yeah, as
Almost.
well. Yeah, the second place man is there. He's 44 seconds back. So yeah, there you go. But Osterweert has now got Luis Martinez behind him, and he is literally below a second. So it's not going to be long, I think, before this XPD car gets past him. Just saying.
No, and well, Perry will know that. Perry will not. He will try and keep him behind him for as long as he can. But if he goes for the move, Perry will not fight it. So I know all 3 of the drivers in that car really well. I've raced with them. Vincent really quick. Winston really quick, really safe. I still know the first season they had a chance of actually winning a race. Winston was the one who blew it that time. It was still the case that they could, well, fuel save by pulling the clutch, which is something that you can't do anymore. This is Mauro Dragoni for the YS City Sports Pack car, but it's something that you can't do anymore. So Winston won't have to be worried that he's going to do that. But yeah, they had their chance. Winston blew it, and yeah, they're looking for revenge here at the circuit Catalunya Barcelona.
Well, let's see how they get on. 39 minutes remaining. Oh, there was almost contact. Oh, is he going to make it through? He is. Now unfortunately, he's got a back marker. Oh, don't take it wide. XPD is going to settle in behind him and try and follow him through there, Dan, but that could have been close.
Yeah, it's the MRP involved in it too. They're putting a lap on the MRP car. That car has been proving to be very, very quick. 2 laps behind now. Perry Osterweert is going to hold the inside here, is he not? He leaves it open. Is he going to be burgled though? He's not. Now there's going to be a GT3 car in the mix. This might prove to be the nail in the coffin for Perry. He's not going to focus on exit. This is the inexperience of Perry coming in. And is he going to fight it? Is he going to put it up the inside? He is. But like I said, Perry knows when to fight it and when not to.
Well,
and he's got to do that now. The outside now. This is a tricky move though for Perry. Give him enough room. He will. And he will get the better drive out of the corner. But that corner is so long. And I think this is job done for XBD.
Yeah, I think they have taken that position away now. They're in first place here with 38 minutes remaining. So let's see what Perry Ostavira is going to be able to do here. Is he going to be able to come back at him here? XPD moving along the other side of the track. Perry not following him, which is quite a surprise, Dan.
Well, like I said, Perry will know. The only thing Perry will do now is keep that gap as close as possible, try and follow the XPD through. And maybe if he's under pressure, he will let the MRP through as well. But I don't think that's going to be the case, because the MRP knows it itself that if it doesn't have the overspeed, the only thing it's going to do is hold the 117 up.
Yeah.
However, the Peaky Drivers LMP2, the one that was in the lead earlier on, is down in 6th, 2 laps down.
Yeah. But that was his own doing.
Their last pit stop, 2 minutes and 44 seconds.
Ostavir there has lost that position once more. Sangali from the Central Kocha team chasing down Bazinga Motorsport as well. So they're also coming in to a nice little battle here as well as they go past the Peaky Drivers GT. Yes, no, he's going to drift out.
Oh.
There we go, you're through. The Central Kocha getting onto the back of Bazinga.
Well, with all the risk, of course. Yeah, it's just this track, I think, James, that just makes it so tricky for the quicker cars to overtake, and that's, I think, why we've seen so many tricky moves for these cars. However,
I don't think you can blame the track completely. You can't blame the whole of Catalonia completely.
No, of course not. There are just moves that that you say at every circuit, whenever at whatever corner you do it, this is not on. But yeah, something tells me that this circuit just makes it 10 times more harder to pass. Perry Ostavir really under pressure from the MRP. The MRP doesn't want to waste any time.
Well, the MRP is trying to be passed here by the...
It's going to be blocked in, it's going to be blocked in, it's going to be blocked in, and that's a pass using the traffic for the Peaky Drivers LMP2. And that is what smart drivers will do. Still on the outside, though, is the Peaky Drivers LMP2.
Yeah, the MRP is still there.
Yeah, the MRP, excuse me. I have to say. But he's let him go there.
Yeah, and Ostavir is now in between a rock and an hard place here because he's in front of these guys, and he's in front of them by quite a few laps. So he's got to make a choice.
One lap now.
He either fights them, he either fights them or he lets them go. And in hindsight, he doesn't have to let him go because he is the lead car.
He doesn't have to, but it might be smarter for him if he does, because it's putting pressure on himself now, and he might make more mistakes because of it, or he will do something like that. Don't do that, Perry. I just thought how good you were through the traffic and managing the risk, but you can see once in the heat of the moment, even drivers who are very good at it are going to start taking risks that they don't really want to take, and the only thing it's doing now is losing in time to the XPD Emerald racing car.
Yeah, but XB, believe it or not, XPD are now 3rd overall. Look.
Oh wow, what has happened? That is the Delta racing car.
Yep. He went into the pits. Delta Racing.
Oh well.
He's back out on yeah,
their last pit stop 3 minutes 26, so it was not a normal pit stop.
No, but they are going to be, as you can see, you've got 2 LMP2s in 3rd and 4th there for XPD and Platinum Racing Blue currently in a moment. Martin Ray for the MRP by field, still chasing down Peaky Drivers. And in front of that is the Platinum Racing Blue car currently at the moment.
They're not going to keep that,
though. Perry, you just... Oh my God, Fury Simsport nearly had a bit of a nightmare there.
Just let him pass. Just let him pass, I would say. Yeah, and he's going to do that. Finally, he's going to do what I said. Maybe the smart thing to do here. Like I said, they're going to push him, and they don't want that. So, yeah, I think his teammates also on the radio, like, let them pass, let them pass. There's no need to fight.
No, they were obviously quicker than him in the first place, so he didn't have a lot of choice on that one, to be honest.
He did, but...
Well, he did, but he was saying there's no point fighting.
Then also you have to give it to the PK drivers and the MRP for not absolutely sending it, because it's easy at that point to just get frustrated with the 117 of Perry Oosterveer and just absolutely send it up the inside from the PK drivers' perspective. So also you have to give it to them that they didn't do that, but then again, that's part of what makes a good driver.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's the thing that he's got to look out for as well from Perry. He's ahead, sitting in second in class. He's up 10 places. There's no need to be basically jeopardising the end of the race purely because you want to try and stay ahead. Not when you've got Martin Ray from MRP by Fields and Fran Garcia from Peaky Drivers all sitting there at the same time, tucked up right behind him, who are clearly, obviously quicker. It's like Leonard Ziegler here from Bazinga has got the Sergio Coccio, Michel Sengali. He doesn't. The worst thing he can do is jeopardise his race to be into attack by the Peaky Drivers.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. However, they are still drivers. We not only say this is sprint events, but try to tell a driver to slow down.
Yeah, you're never going to.
You're not always going to be successful.
No, you're never going to. You're never going to be able to do that. But you've just got to look at the bigger scenario and realise what's in front of you. You know, Sancho Coccio, we know, are quick. They're leading the championship. They know what they can be able to do. They're going to be going into Daytona in complete and utter happiness because they know for the fact that they're going to be able to come out and win the championship. And that's the thing. The same here as well. Perry's gone into the pits now and is in the pits. Not stopped yet, but this third and fourth car are coming, but they are lapped down at the moment. But they will have to go past Perry one more time before they can even be in that position to take the position away. But now he's going to try and go round. Sancho Coccio's going to follow him through. Does do. There. And they're still sitting currently with third and fourth in class at the moment, with the Sancho Coccio boys sitting behind them in fourth. So let's see how this one materialises across the next lap or so. As the guys coming into the last 30, near enough the 30-minute mark here. And
he's out now, you can see him in the background.
Yeah, Zanders has gone off track, unfortunately. I think he was letting a car through there, unless he did have another moment all on his own, which he did, because he's going to go round for the Maniti Racing yellow team.
Oh.
Yeah, not ideal, but there we go.
It was in the most unconventional or inconvenient positions that you could be in. A quick corner where if you've committed to, you know, a line, you've got to kind of keep it.
Perry's back in the car.
Yeah.
So he is going to finish off.
Yep. I think that'll put him out of a chance of winning if nothing happens to the extra damn race. Of course, nothing.
I think they might still have to pit again here. They are going to have to pit 113.
Yeah.
And it's 28 laps at the most they can run.
Yeah, so, but their last pit stop will be shorter. Plus, they will already have been ahead. Plus, the driver that is in the car is quicker at the moment. So, no disrespect, of course, to any of these drivers. But just if you look at the real picture, you can see that XPDM Racing is just overall just a bit quicker than Platinum Racing Team Blue.
Yeah, but let's see what happens. You never know what can happen on a pit stop here at Catalunya as we're into the last half an hour of this race. Mauro Dragoni is battling away in the BMW. He's chasing down that Sim Vision car. They have been together pretty much for the majority of this race, I'm not going to lie. And they're still fighting it out currently at the moment. Sengali, they're trying to split. Chicane Online Racing. Orange doesn't really know where to go. Sancho Coccio's trying to run on the outside of 4. He's now going to take the inside, coming into the long sweeping right-hander. And you're not going to do it. Going to try and tuck up and get him again. He's got more traffic coming up as well. Here, he's ducked up the inside. The two LMP2s, third and fourth in class. Block him in behind the car. That's what I would do. Use the BMW in front. Oh, through they go. Through 7 and 8 now. He's going to try and run him around the outside. They're going to split that GT3 again. And it is the 104 has managed to make it through. Past the BMW. Now go on the inside of the BMW. There we go. Up he goes. XPD's trying to follow him through. Not going to make it past that BMW there, Dan. That could have just probably from Bazinga cost him that position, because he's lost a little bit of time going backwards now. He's nearly a second out at the moment.
What he doesn't want to do is completely ruin the position that he's in at the moment. So just be careful with what you're doing now. It's also 20 seconds for the lead at the front of the field.
He's gone in anyway.
Yeah.
Fingers that to go in. That could mean that XBD have got to go in as well. But it's how close Perry can stay to him to be able to close the gap when he comes out of the pits. So
yeah, exactly.
Keep an eye on that one as well, and see how he gets on. Let's see how this race finishes off. 27 minutes on the clock here, and they are coming towards the end of the race. The 4 hours of Catalonia is coming to a close, and we've got 12 hours of Daytona next time, and going to be an interesting one, that one, the 12 hours. Sergio Vieira has unfortunately had an incident here. I'm hoping this was all on his own and it didn't involve that Delta racing car behind him. Oh, it did. Oh, and that code played a massive part on that one for Sergio Vieira, but at the end of the day he probably was likely going to get hit by the Delta racing car going into that corner. Not entirely sure why the Delta racing car thought go up the inside there. I think he was likely to be happening as well, so you know, it was always going to be tough for him, and yeah, I think that's going to be a penalty coming here for the Delta Racing boys after being net coded there, Dan, and I think it could possibly jeopardize their well, they definitely aren't going to get second now.
No, not the first time we've seen that happen too. Yeah, let's be honest, James. I think this is a race to learn from the stewards, from the driver's perspective, because a lot of positives and negatives to take from this, of course. But the negatives are not always negative in the sense of, you know, it was really bad. No, you learn from them. Therefore, everyone is going to make mistakes, especially in a multi-class, you know, scenario. So what you don't want to do is make them too much. However, at some point, you know, I think we had something like 54 hours of driving in total. You're not going to keep it clean for the whole 54 hours that you drive in a season. So something's going to happen at some point.
Yeah, it is, but you just got to minimise what your incidents are, isn't it? You know, Luke Senior has been off track as well. Unfortunately for him, for the Fury Sim Sport, off he goes onto the gravel. Going to come back on. Marcus Faulman is another one that's also been taking a trip off for the Austrian Sim Racer Blue. Overcooks it, runs up through the gravel, unfortunately for him, and he is now off track as well. So, and Magic Arrow are into the pits for their final pit stop. 24 minutes go. Hugo Oliveira should... Oh, it's going to be really close whether or not he's going to get second, I'm not going to lie, but we'll have to see. He's not going to get second anyway because he's 2 laps back. So that top 2 at the moment is set as they are currently here, Dan. Right, back to the racing. And once more, don't forget, guys, as well, we have got the Big Dreams Little Voices events tomorrow. That's going to go off about 1:30 with qualifying starting at 2 o'clock. We have got currently a full 42 drivers signed up for the event. So stay tuned for that one tomorrow because it is going to be an absolutely epic one. Don't forget, we've got round 8 from Silverstone for the Formula 3 here this evening, with myself and Zach Sweeney coming up a little bit later on. It goes off round about 8 o'clock in the evening, so you can come and do some F3 with us later as we round out the season there. And what a season it has been for them guys. Matthew Luke Senior again having another incident with Ziegler, with Bazinga and Peaky Drivers still battling away here, Dan, for the last 23 minutes.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be important. Like I said earlier on, keep it clean. Make sure you get, if you do make a pass, do it cleanly, because something that you don't want to do is run into any penalties here in like the last 20-25 minutes, because they're going to be painful, because you won't have any time to catch up on them or to kind of make up the lost time.
Definitely, they will have to see how it goes on. I'm expecting XPD might have to come in very, very shortly. 113, 20, 133, 28, 141. So still a chance for the Platinum Racing Team Blue. So let's see how this one pans out for these guys and go from there. See what happens here with Bazinga and Piggy Drivers for the last 22 minutes, Mr. Peoples.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. The gap between them, 2.5 tenths of a second. This is for 4th in their class. Santo Quattro is catching up to the Platinum Racing Team. XPD Emerald is going to have to make that pit stop, I think. Or have they already made that pit stop? Because the gap seems to be, what, like 26 seconds.
Well, let's see how he gets on. Going to be within the next couple of laps. I think XPD are going to have to make it through. Peaky Drivers living dangerously, trying to go up the inside of a GT3. Through chicane, online racing, yet orange. Now I'm going to try and go up through the next one. Dingo trying to go with him. Being a little bit more sensible, mind you. Waiting until the straight to try and make the overtake down and not trying to go through on the corners.
I mean, that's something, especially coming now to the end of this race. Some drivers will know that the gap is too big now to do anything. They need some luck, so they kind of, they take it safe. Once you know you still have a chance with trying to push it, then you will still go for it. Go for these risky overtakes in slower classes. But they know now that they have to settle for what they have, and they need some luck from the car ahead to crash or anything if they want to get something more.
Yeah, 21 minutes on the clock, 21 minutes remaining here for this 4 hour of Barcelona, 12 hours of Daytona coming up as well. And that's
good. That one.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a long one.
I don't think I'll be here for it, sadly. I don't think I'll be, which is going to be sad. I would have loved to have been at that race. Night driving at Daytona isn't really night driving, but for some reason it is always, oh man, it's so cool at that track.
Yeah, it definitely is. Daytona's just Daytona, and I think that's the thing. So,
Daytona is just Daytona.
Yeah, basically.
In a good way, I think you meant that.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's like, Daytona is going to be epic for people. You know what I mean? They're going to, you've got the banking to deal with, and it's just going to be incredible. And I think people are going to have to pay a lot of attention to what they're doing. The racing's going to be epic, and I think for everyone it's going to be an interesting one.
Now, less than 20 minutes left. I've touched on it earlier on. Drivers that know that they can't get any more will take it easy now, which is a good thing. I think now everyone just wants to get to that checkered flag. Also, if you have a big crash now and you have, what, like 25 half an hour of repairs, you will be scored as a DNF. You will be scored as a as I did not finish. So you want to make sure you take that checkered flag, else you're not even going to get points anyways.
Yep. And you want to stay within that 90% as well. So they've got to all be a little bit more sensible than what they're being, or have been, here for this last period of time, because they want to go and finish this race. So that's what they've got to be careful of.
Now at the front of the GTP field, gap is 1 minute 14 seconds. I expected that to be a bit closer, I think. Does Octopus Racing Team still have to pit? They pitted on lap 132. Magic Arrow still has to pit, so they might even lap everyone in that class.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it is what it is for them guys. I think they've gone and been in the position that they've been in, and I think that's the situation and the scenario for them. If it wasn't self-inflicted, then obviously they would be in a different position. But as we know, we've said about it, we've touched on it before, and it's all been their own undoing, shall we say. That's probably about as nice as I can put it currently at the moment.
Yeah, let's not go down that route again, though, because we've done that earlier on. And to say it wasn't very successful is an understatement. Of course, it's something that you always have to touch on. It's if you don't, you haven't done a endurance broadcast. So it's always something that has to be spoken about during a sim race or a endurance race, excuse me. But yeah, most of the time it isn't a fun chat to have.
No. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was more announcements from the organisers here. Matthew Luke is having an absolute awful time.
What did he do this time then? Oh, on his own again. Furious Sim Sport Academy.
Yeah, he's touched the grass. He's gone round. That was the first one. One wide again. Oh, I see an LMDH.
Sadly.
Oh.
I have to wait and see in the stream.
Don't know about that one.
Oh. Yeah. Tricky one to call once again, but yeah. Yeah. Let's leave it up to the stewards, not to us.
Yeah, probably best.
Here to shout about what happened and not to say about who is wrong or what was wrong. Perry Oyster still in second. It's actually the Emerald now in the pits. They won't be in the pits for long though. They'll need to fill up like 16 minutes, and they won't take tires. So no, they won't be in there for long. Pit stop from Perry Oyster was what, like 28 seconds for Luis Martinez. We're going to see now. He's coming up to 20 seconds, 21, 22, 23. I don't know if you have a statistic at the bottom. 24.87 seconds. That's his pit stop time. He's on his way out now, so he's for sure going to be out in front of this blue car.
Yeah, he's going to be done. I think it's now down to whether or not Perry's going to hold on to that second place, I think, as we're coming into the last 15 minutes. He should do.
It's a gap to Central Quattro. If he loses this, then something has to go horribly wrong.
Yep. We never say. Haven't got a report on it. Really? Interesting. So, there we go. Right, the cars are spread out across the race circuit currently in class. And
well, look at the top right. You can't really see some clean air on track. That's how spread out they are.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, because they're spread out in class. So, you know, they're spread out quite a lot. Unfortunately for us.
For a 4-hour race, for sure. There is a battle going on for 5th in GT3 Pro between YS Sim Sports Pack and Octopus Racing Team. I think that is one of the closest battles we have at the minute on track, with about 9 tenths between the two. So for them, it's the 205 and the 224 in the GT3 class. What are they at the moment? I think they're 7th or 6th and 5th in their class, trying to work their way up. However, they are 8th and 9th overall in the GT3 field. We have GT3 abs in P4 and 5 overall in the GT3 class.
Yeah, it's getting towards the end now. 14 minutes on the clock.
What we usually see is not what we're seeing here. Usually towards the end, like, strategies start working out, people start closing up, especially in the shorter races. But I think it's just has been such a race of attrition. It's just not the case here now.
No. Gaps all over the place, unfortunately. 1.5 second gaps, 1.6 seconds, 10, 20, 30, 40. It's
everything.
Everything. So, yeah, it's It's all over the place at the moment. So, and one that I was hoping that to be a little bit more closer, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to be that way, Dan.
No. Well, the thing I would say is, because of all of that on the inside goes Stefano Silveira, and risk that I wouldn't take, but then again, there's a reason I'm up here with James in the booth and we're not down in one of those cars, because at the end of the day, both James and I have tried it, and both James and I have found that we're not the quickest in this, not the best in it. So the only thing we usually do is just survive, really.
Yeah, I can't really say I sit here and
leave it to our
race.
teammates to be quick.
Yeah, I'm just there to stay on track. If I can get 0x for 2 hours, 1 hour stints at Sebring in the 12 hours, I'm happy. After that, whatever happens to the car is down on everybody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, as long as you bring it back in the state you got it in, then all will be fine for the team, as long as that state you got it in was an okay state and not the state that the car is already like bent in different angles and that the steering rack is like 30 degrees off. So as long as you get it in a normal state and you bring it back in a normal state, then your teammates will be happy, even though you lost a bit of time. Of course, you can't be like 6-7 seconds at the pace, you know. That's just dangerous for everyone out on track. As we see, like I expected, this is the Peaky drivers back into pit lane. Bazinga overtakes them. So I don't think Bazinga still has the pit lane.
No, I don't think so either, to be honest. But never say never, as Peaky drivers is in. Unfortunately, MLP, that will put MLP into 5th. Peaky drivers will finish in 6th. Bazinga lap 131. Note they are going to be safe till the end. 28 laps, give or take. 31, 41, 51, 59. And they're not going to be doing another 12 laps in 11 minutes. So Bazinga should be good for it. Sergio Cocho as well. They pitted on lap 138, so they will be able to go to the end. And they shouldn't be having any problems. Down in the GT3 zone, YS Simsport are still battling away with SimVision. These guys have been at it for the last 4 hours of this race, and they're still going to be at it for the last 10 minutes, I think, as well.
I mean, yeah, that's a battle that hasn't disappointed. However, it's been kind of stationary for the last while. But I think I have a feeling that something's going to happen in like the last 10 minutes. Someone will be frustrated, will just put it up the inside. Now, look at his feet, though. Look at Mauro Dragoni's feet. I've never seen a racing driver with his feet that still racing this car as we now jump off boards again.
His feet?
Yeah. His feet were very still in that cockpit.
That's because they don't... What? They don't move in the cockpit. What are you on about?
I know, but that's why I'm saying, you know, if you look on the roll bar camera, you're going to see his feet. And those feet in the braking or in the acceleration area, just they don't move.
Well, this is
very
true.
Smooth driver, I would say.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a thing, is it?
No, they don't move. But yeah, just... It was something funny I want to touch on, okay?
Oh, okay.
I want to bring some fun into the game, okay?
Excuse down, everyone. As we're going here. Announcements to be posted within 2 minutes. Ooh. I'm watching. Where are you posting it? Where are you posting it?
Okay, I want to know.
Yeah, where's he posting it? I don't know. He's told us he's posted it, but where? Who knows? Hopefully it'll be about next season and what cars we got there. That'll be ideal.
I hope so. Hopefully the LMP3 will be in it. So that would be amazing. Maybe a special race too, like a 24 hours of Magny-Cours or something. Because that's what I've really missed with...
24 hours?
Yeah, like a special 24 hour. Every endurance class. Look at WEC. Look at, you know, GT World Challenge. The endurance series of that. Look at the 24-hour series. Now, the 24-hour series, there's nothing more blatantly obvious than the 24-hour race in a 24-hour series, but every series has had a special 24-hour race in it, and that I've missed with PEC. So yeah, I would love to see like a 24 hours of Spa in it, or Le Mans, Daytona. Since Daytona has been such a long race already, like we've 3 times now we've done 12 hours of Daytona. You might as well just make it 24 hours, you know?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a 24-hour Le Mans. Unless Marlix has got something up his sleeve that he hasn't discussed with me.
So there we go, people. James knows everything. He's just pretending he doesn't know what he's going to put out there.
No, I've been asked, and we haven't discussed anything, because he hasn't told me anything, to be honest. Oh, Raycar, he hasn't told me anything, so I don't know what's coming. But normally when they say, you know, if they're going to go to 24 hours, they'll normally go to the broadcaster and say, hey, mate, do you fancy coming to a 24-hour race? I'm like, yeah, okay. The long one, we'll be okay. You know? So, yeah, so it's normally chatted about, but I don't know nothing about this announcement. So I'm keeping an eye on the Discord and seeing what's coming, to be honest. So, yeah, I'm excited. I'm just as excited as you are.
And what did he say? Like 2 minutes?
Yeah, it's been a long 2 minutes, Marnix.
Yeah. He's been typing in the announcement chat in the Platinum Endurance Championship channel for a long old while. I think it's going to be right at the 17 mark, so 5 Central European time. So that is 4 for BST, people.
So 1 minute then?
Yes, well, less than 1 minute. If I click on the timer, it is now. You should post it now. It's 17. Come on, I want to see it. What's that announcement?
Yeah, well, it's not.
Nothing there yet.
No.
It's a bit disappointing, this.
Yeah, not really showing, keeping the 2 minutes going here. Not gonna lie, Marnix. It's been the long 2 minutes. So, I don't know. We'll wait patiently, and I will hopefully announce something to you soon.
It's really the only excitement we have, apart from the fact that Ferrari, for me, is running without, you know, a hood on it.
Which Ferrari?
The Ferrari behind Sebastian Severa.
That is Maniti Racing Yellow. That could be a strong possibility, though, because the poor little man has had a few little incidents. So it could be possible that he's producing a new airflow package onto the Ferrari that the Ferrari team haven't caught on with yet in other series. That's why later on for the Le Mans, you'll see the hypercars without any bonnet on, because they're producing airflow through the car. Okay?
Okay. Well, yeah, exactly. I think this is the older model Ferrari, though, and I think they're all racing with, like, the newer model Ferrari, so not with the 488 anymore.
Okay.
I don't know if that works the same on that car. It's for driver cooling, I would say.
Yeah, just keep the windows open. You know what I mean? But there we go. As we're into the last 5 minutes, the leader is coming up round turn 9, which is Mr. Hugo from the Octopus Racing Team in the GTPs.
Stefan Silveira.
Yeah, if you want to be full pronunciation, it's Stefan Silveira Lario Hugo. Well, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
GG Simvision. Simvision are currently in 4th place at the GT3 Pros. They are up 11 places. However, I do want to have a chat about Marcus Foldman in the Austrian Sim Racers Blue. They are up currently 27 places, according to my time in software.
It says down 8 on mine. But
no, up 27 overall, up 9 in class.
Here we go.
Stuart Pearson says saves having aircon, apparently. Soto has unfortunately had a incident. Down for Team Upstate GT3. What have you been up to, dear sir? I can see you spinning. Yes. All on your own. Yes.
Oh, a slow spin again. That back end just slowly stepping round on him.
Tim Penny has jumped straight into the pits. What about Yomi Scott for Chicane Online Racing Orange? I've got a funny feeling he's been doing the same thing down into that corner. Here we go. And round you go.
Hey, another slower.
There we go.
It's all these spins. If you put them, you know, on top of each other, they're basically the same, just in different corners, really.
Yeah, I could make a little Benny Hill theme-tuned short out of them all. Oh, we stopped typing now. Gutted.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know where he's typing.
Hey, oh, there we go. So then, wow, we've got everything. We've got a calendar. We've got a pilot series. What have you got more? Oh, some lesser news too, in terms of Marnix's perspective.
Right, so let's give it. It says, hello everyone. We're happy to announce season 4 with the introduction of the new LMDH Cadillac V8. The preliminary calendar, round 1 August 19th at Hockenheim, 10 hours. Round 2 will be September the 9th, Watkins Glen, 6 hours. Round 3 will be 23rd of September for Road Atlanta, 4 hours. Round 4 will be November 18th, will be Mugello for 8 hours. And then round 5 will be December the 9th for the Spa, 12 hours before. Might change if it's not released, but then we'll see, which is the Mugello one. Heck Pilot Series will be introduced to the special support series to the main series, LMP3 together with GT4. The support series will be following the same race schedule of PEC Endurance, but this series will be solo, having a 1.5 hour race. Also something special will be an announcement within the upcoming days as well, which has to do with an upcoming IRL event. We will be releasing a sign-up form within 2 weeks. And also, as well, Brian Marnix, big announcement coming from him himself. I'll be stepping down for PEC Season 4, currently at the moment, to organise endurance races for PRL. Not enjoying it anymore to organise endurance for PRL due to immense amount of negativity thrown to me on the organisation, which sucks. We'll race enthusiasts who try to provide fun but competitive racing, but it's taken all my energy. We'll be focusing on the pilot series, and Thomas Burling and Pep Kirstens will be taking over PEC Endurance, where I will take an advising role. I hope to refine the joy of organising in the pilot series and the joy of racing on track. I'd like to thank the teams and drivers who stuck with us for the past seasons and those who have entered this season. We've got one more race after this, and let's close this season on a high and start season 4 even higher. So there we go. That was the announcement. Season 4 is underway as we are on the final lap of this race by Stefan Severia Lario Hugo from the Octopus Racing Team LMDH.
I want to hear you pronounce that when he crosses the line, okay?
Okay. What, do you want me to do it in the Mick Barry?
Yes.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to, but let's see what we can do.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, it's going to come over the line very, very shortly here. So that was the announcement coming up. Season 4 calendar is up and running. If you want to get yourselves involved, Discord link down in the description below. But here we go. Oh, somebody's off track there. I got a funny feeling that could be Raycar Esports. And it is. They have made a mistake. But it is going to be Stefan Savaria Lario. No! Got across the line. Well, the Octopus Racing Team LMDH takes the victory. Great job. Platinum Racing Team Blue come across the line in second place in the LMP2. And it is going to be Luis Martinez from XPD Emerald Racing will take the LMP2 victory. And what a stunning race it has been for them as he comes down into turn 10. Here to see this wonderful afternoon at 4:05 in the evening in the UK. So what a stellar job from XPD. But yeah, stunning job there from the DTP of the Octopus.
So were you with your pronunciations. Absolutely stunning.
Thank you.
Everyone enjoyed that.
That's due to my Duolingo Spanish that I've been learning. Right, here we go. Luis Martinez comes over the line for XPD. Absolutely stunning. Yep, I reckon so as well. And Alicio Bonino comes over the line for Racing 208 in the GT3 Pro. And then Peaky Drivers will be Fran Riza from the Peaky Drivers GT3, who has already crossed the line. So there we go, guys. What an unbelievable end to this afternoon's racing. We'll wait for a few more to come over here to finish off. There you go. 4 hours, 12 hours to go left of racing this season. And yeah, it's definitely going to be an epic 12 hours of Daytona here. So let's have a look at the race results, starting with the GTPs. And it is Octopus Racing are your winners from Magic Arrow over Delta Racing LMDH. Altitude Esports in 4th, Writer Engineering in 5th, Raycar in 5th, Simtech Motorsport LMDH in Raycar in 6th, Simtech in 7th, and TR Geeks Energy in 8th place. Well, didn't classify really, neither did Simtech. In the LMP2s, it is XPD are your winner with Platinum Racing Team Blue in 2nd, Central Cocho in 3rd, MRP 4th, Bazinga 5th, Peaky Drivers 6th, Carbonao Esports in 7th, HW in 8th, 505 9th, and Lithia Motorsports will not be classified for them. In the GT3 AMS, let's have a look. Is it going to do it? Hello? GT3 AMS? There we go. Peaky Drivers takes the GT3 win with Austrian Sim Racers Blue in 2nd, SR Technic Peck in 3rd, Trackside Esports 4th, Chicane Online Racing Orange 5th, Team Upstate in 6th, Maniti Racing Yellow 7th, Protosim in 8th, Fury Sim Sport Academy 9th, and Crisp Racing in 10th place there. And then on from that, you've got Sissy State and CMX will not classified. In the GT3 Pros, it is Racing Team 208, your winner, 221 in 2nd, Simvision 3rd, Simvision 228 in 4th, YS Sim Sport Peck in 5th, Octopus Racing Team 6th, SR Technic 7th, Cabano Esports 8th, Prestonada Nomad 209 in 9th, Chicane Online Racing Red in 10th, and then from on that you got Protosim in 12th, Platinum Racing Team Orange 13th, Ineos Rand, they won't be classified, and neither will Crisp Racing. So there we go. I do want to have a look back, see if I can, what happened to Higo Oliveira here. He had an instant right near the end of the race. Oh, you're going to dive. You're going to dive, and then you're going to wonder why that happened.
Well, it's the end of the race. Why?
Yeah, and then this was Raycar. They had a big moment out as well. Got themselves right stuck.
This is literally the last lap, right?
Yeah, last lap.
Why?
I don't know.
Why? What are they going to gain by diving?
I really can't answer that question, I'm afraid. So Dan, sum up today's racing. What do you think?
A race of attrition, really, but a race that, well, gives me the excitement I need for the last 12 hours of the Platinum Endurance Championship season number 3. So yeah, looking forward to the 12 hours of Daytona. Sadly, I won't be here, so I wish you all a very fun 4 weeks and stay safe, of course, and good luck for that race.
Absolutely, and it's been an absolute epic race here for the Barcelona 4 hours. Thank you so much to everybody that's jumped in chat here as well. Well done to the guys from Octopus Racing. Well done to XPD. Well done to Peaky Drivers. And well done to the Racing Team 208 in the pros and Peaky Drivers in the AM. So congratulations on you all for your class victories here as well. So much love. Thank you so much for all joining us. Don't forget, guys, if you haven't subscribed, turn on the bells, give the video a big old thumbs up, and that will be absolutely amazing. But for myself and Daan Pepels and Ewan O'Leary, who joined me earlier on, take care. Have a great week. And you never know, Might see you on the track sometime. Good night.